Fuzhou, Central Avenue. This damned weather is hotter than a sauna. It's unbearable. Liu Yao, clutching a thick stack of promotional flyers, fanned himself while grumbling. On the sweltering Central Avenue, vehicles flowed incessantly, and pedestrians thronged the streets. The sky was shrouded in dense clouds, heralding an impending downpour. Even though the sun was obscured, the muggy, humid air weighed heavily, making it difficult to breathe. The exhaust from the passing cars filled the air, and the ground was stiflingly damp. Liu Yao distributed the flyers to passers-by, indifferent as they tossed them aside into nearby trash bins. Though Fuzhou is situated near the coast, it is surrounded by towering mountains and experiences a subtropical monsoon climate. The basin's influence renders each summer unbearably hot. On such a sweltering day, Manager Dog actually expects me to hand out flyers while he lounges in the office, flirting, truly the epitome of wicked capitalism. Reaching a cool corner of the street, Liu Yao set down the flyers beneath him. He inserted 2 coins into the nearby vending machine, retrieving a bottle of Nongfu Spring. He twisted off the cap and gulped it down. Ah, refreshing burp. After indulging in daydreams for a moment, feeling somewhat unsatisfied, he patted his backside and stood up, unwilling to shirk his duties, and resumed distributing the flyers. Throughout his 4 years in college, Liu Yao had done little beyond surfing the internet, skipping classes, and sleeping. The university he attended was not even ranked among the top 10 in Fuzhou, a rather mediocre institution. It was one of many across the nation. Upon graduation, armed with a mere diploma, one embarks on the same journey as countless other graduates, applying for jobs, attending interviews, resigning, and then repeating the cycle anew. In Fuzhou, it is said that among 10 university students like him, 9 fall into this repetitive pattern. The initial aspirations that ignite one's ambitions upon graduation often give way to a reluctant acceptance of life's realities. The myriad flavors of life, sweet, sour, bitter, and spicy, are intimately known to each individual. Ring, ring. Hello, Mom, what's up? At that moment, Liu Yao's phone rang. Checking the screen, he saw it was his mother calling. Her hoarse voice emanated from the other end of the line, causing Liu Yao to feel a lump in his throat as he distributed flyers, awkwardly pinching the phone between his ear and shoulder. Mom, I just secured a job. I'll take good care of myself, and you and Dad should too. With that hurried assurance, he abruptly ended the call. After a morning spent handing out flyers, the sky grew ominously dark, thick clouds gathering above, yet the anticipated rain seemed to linger, as though brewing within the heavens. The humid air heightened his restlessness. On Central Avenue, pedestrians hurried along, seeking refuge before the impending downpour. Could it be that someone is undergoing a tribulation? Influenced by the fantastical tales of online novels, Liu Yao gazed at the foreboding sky, envisioning scenes of celestial beings cultivating their powers and transcending to higher realms. Look, what is that? A UFO? At that moment, a bespectacled youth nearby, engrossed in taking photographs, pointed excitedly at the sky, his voice laced with astonishment. Liu Yao turned his gaze in the direction indicated by the young man's finger. Amidst the foreboding clouds, countless golden orbs faintly emerged, captivating the gaze of onlookers. Could it be that someone is undergoing a tribulation? UFO? A flying saucer? An extraordinary phenomenon? The unusual spectacle in the sky drew the attention of many. Liu Yao, too, found himself mesmerized by the celestial display. The golden spheres resembled bubbles blown by children, or droplets of water splashing into the air, densely mingled within the ominous clouds. Simultaneously, aboard the International Space Station. Oh my goodness, what is that? My God, it's incredible. Inside the International Space Station, the external monitoring apparatus triggered a chorus of astonished gasps. All present wore expressions of utter shock, rendered motionless, as if transformed into lifeless statues, overwhelmed to a degree beyond articulation. In the dark expanse of the cosmos, a golden river surged majestically toward Earth. Wherever this golden river flowed, it appeared to defy the laws of physics. Asteroids or celestial bodies obstructing its path seemed to vanish into nothingness, as if endowed with extraordinary abilities, capable of traversing solid matter. This scene profoundly impacted everyone aboard the International Space Station. In the early 22nd century, science had reached its zenith, with numerous nations having launched exploration satellites into the enigmatic depths of the universe. Every celestial body within tens of thousands of light years surrounding Earth had been detected. Atheism, which had emerged at the end of the 21st century, had long been established as a scientific consensus by the early 22nd century. Damn it, Jim, have the personnel at the radar station perished? A burly Caucasian man clad in gray camouflage military attire slammed his fist upon the table in a fit of rage. Quickly, establish contact with the radar station's detection system. I demand to know what transpired. Colonel, we have received word from the radar station that this mysterious object appears to possess its own cloaking mechanism. All radar systems have failed to register it, as if it were a specter. Hurry, signal the other space stations. Understood, Colonel. Simultaneously, aboard International Space Station 2. Oh God, what the hell is this? Colonel David Bacon of Space Station 2 witnessed the scene unfold. This seems to defy the laws of physics. Oh damn, it's hurtling toward Earth. Quickly, Fram, call Earth. At the same time on Earth, chaos erupted across nations. Without warning, ominous clouds gathered, accompanied by flashes of lightning and roaring winds sweeping across the globe. Countless golden rays cascaded down like raindrops, illuminating the atmosphere. As the golden light touched the ground, it seemed to possess a consciousness, burrowing into the earth, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, other nations began dispatching technicians to investigate this golden tempest, questioning whether it was an extraordinary astronomical phenomenon or a catastrophic disaster. Fuzhou, Central Avenue. At this moment, a throng of onlookers had gathered, all gazing upwards. The sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, illuminated by flashes of lightning and thunderous roars, as a cascade of golden light descended like a meteor shower from above. The crowd was astounded. Was this the resurgence of spiritual energy or the return of myth? Suddenly, a chorus of rushing water echoed from the surroundings. The sound seemed to emanate from the void, beginning as a mere whisper, but soon swelling into a thunderous roar akin to a waterfall. This surreal spectacle sent the crowd into a frenzy of screams, as panic ensued and people began to retreat. However, those with stronger composure quickly pulled out their smartphones, opening Weibo in hopes of uncovering the truth behind this phenomenon. It was palpable to everyone that this extraordinary event was anything but ordinary. Among the crowd, Liu Yao swiftly accessed his phone and opened Weibo. On Weibo, the topics heavenly wonders and earthly anomalies had already been pinned to the top, indicating that this bizarre spectacle had captured the attention of the entire globe. Since humanity entered the 21st century, and now, at the dawn of the 22nd century, science had reached its pinnacle, relegating tales of deities and spirits to the realms of television and fictional literature. Even perusing ancient texts and scholarly documents from various civilizations revealed no accounts of phenomena akin to this celestial marvel. At this moment, major media outlets' headlines, Weibo, and online forums were ablaze with chatter, each voice contributing to the cacophony of speculation. Some proclaim that the heavens and the earth are undergoing cataclysmic changes, heralding the end of the world, while others suggest it is akin to the revival of spiritual energy and the cosmic tides depicted in novels. In any case, opinions abound. What is that in the sky? At that moment, a gasp arose from the crowd. Liu Yao looked up in response to the sound and beheld a distortion in the rolling dark clouds. A rectangular object, vaguely inscribed with runes, forcefully emerged from the warped space. Is that a steal? Is this an illusion? We must flee. That object is descending. Boom! A tremendous roar echoed through the heavens. The ground trembled, buildings collapsed, dust filled the air, car horns blared, and the cacophony of panicked voices intertwined with desperate cries for help. It is indeed a steal, not a mirage, my heavens. The apocalypse has arrived, everyone. Run. Oh, my deities are truly appearing. Has the mythic age returned? Amidst the throng, Liu Yao dashed forward, fumbling for her phone to call her mother. Beep. I'm sorry. The number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later. Damn it. Has the signal dropped? Liu Yao continued to run while repeatedly dialing the phone her mother's, her father's, even manager dogs, but ultimately, no connection could be established. It was then that Liu Yao realized a grave issue. Her phone had lost its network connection. Communication was severed. Communication is derived from satellites. The cessation of communication signifies the complete failure of these celestial devices. Once communication falters, All chat applications and multimedia platforms plunge into disarray. Boom! Help me! A cacophony of screams erupts from the forefront of the crowd. The front has collapsed. Chaos ensues. At this moment, the entire world quakes and trembles as the heavens descend and the earth sinks, accompanied by a shower of golden light cascading upon the ground. Chapter 2. The Mysterious Steel. In the dark expanse of the universe, golden radiance shimmered like a myriad of stars, dense and unending, rushing past in a breathtaking spectacle, accompanied by the silent sound of tidal waves. Numerous artificial satellites, upon encountering this golden brilliance, broke free from their earthly orbits like kites severed from their strings, plummeting towards the Earth. Some collided with the International Space Station, igniting showers of sparks that burst forth like fireworks. On Earth, in the land of Huaxia, one of the 5 sacred mountains, Huashan, is this the awakening of spiritual energy, the tides of heaven and earth stirring, or a resurgence of myth? The elusive quest for immortality stands before us. The resurgence of spiritual energy, the explosive tides of heaven and earth, the sun and moon reversed. Humanity is on the brink of a cataclysm. Atop a lofty peak, a Taoist clad in gray, bearing a hand upon his back, while holding a floating dust in the other, gazes towards the horizon where golden luminescence cascades, murmuring to himself, "Eye in the sky." Flames erupt. These are the fiery remnants of malfunctioning satellites, falling from their orbits and igniting as they descend towards the Earth. The upheaval continues, not only in the cosmos but in the hearts of mankind as well. More fearsome than phantoms is the turbulence within human souls. A scene reminiscent of an impending apocalypse unfolds. As chaos grips the hearts of the people, awakening the demons hidden deep within. Across the globe, on bustling streets, incidents of trampling, violence, robbery, and bullying are rampant as if Pandora's box has been flung wide open. In Fuzhou, on Zhongyang Street, "Help! Someone save him!" A voice cries out amidst the crowd. A man in distress as his loved one has fallen into a collapsing pit. Despairing, he kneels upon the ground, repeatedly bowing his head. Several compassionate souls tie a knot in a rope by the roadside, tossing it towards the pit. This moment, chaos has spiraled beyond control. Someone has already noted the signal has been severed. We must remain calm, gather together, and move to an open area, awaiting the nation's rescue. Among the throng, an elderly man clad in traditional Tang attire, his hair white as snow, leans upon a gilded cane with his right hand. Beside him stands a young girl in a white dress, her complexion pale, gripping the elder's left arm tightly. As the crowd's gaze turns toward him, the elderly man gently pats the girl beside him, addressing the gathering. This golden light is quite mysterious. So far, we have not perceived any anomalies upon our persons. However, I surmise it may be capable of disrupting signals, and with communication severed, we remain oblivious to the happenings outside. Yet, the situation is undoubtedly dire. We must take measures for our own rescue and await the arrival of the rescue teams. Easy for you to say, old man. The apocalypse is upon us, and we have no idea what chaos reigns outside. Who do you think you are? Exactly. The end of the world is here. I reckon it's more crucial to secure supplies to survive. We know not what else may unfold in this calamity. But having food is paramount. Within the crowd, skepticism abounds. The world has shifted, and the human heart is inscrutable. Those who believe in me, follow my lead. The eastern route has collapsed. We shall head westward towards Wanda Square, where we can gather. The elderly man, undeterred by the opinions of others, grasped the hand of the girl in white and prepared to depart. His words had struck a chord. The disbelief of others mattered little to him. At this moment, communication ceased. The world transformed dramatically, and he found it difficult to ensure his own safety. This time, accompanied by his granddaughter, he intended to visit an old friend, only to unexpectedly encounter a cataclysmic upheaval. Nearby, Lu Yao witnessed this scene, his eyes flickering with intensity as he stepped through the crowd, addressing the elderly man. "Elder, wait for me. I shall accompany you." The elderly gentleman, clad in traditional Tang attire, paused at the sound of his words. Turning to gaze at Lu Yao, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. "Very well, young brother, my surname is Chun, and this is my granddaughter. What is your name?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yao hurried forward, responding, "Elder Chun, you may call me Lu Yao." Elder Chun, holding the hand of the girl in the white dress, glanced at Lu Yao before turning back to the throng, inquiring, "Is there anyone else wishing to join?" At this, several individuals emerged from the crowd. Let us depart. Lu Yao followed Elder Chun as they made their way westward. The western side of Central Avenue was lined with office buildings and commercial plazas. But the path was strewn with collapsed structures and burning shops. The group treaded carefully, their faces pale with fear, and more than once, jagged stones along the roadside lacerated their skin, crimson blood cascading down their arms. Gritting their teeth, they pressed on. After approximately half an hour of navigating through a tangle of fallen utility poles, they arrived at a plaza. This was Wanda Plaza on the western side of Central Avenue. Sprawling to the size of a football field, it was already bustling with a throng of people, their voices rising and falling in animated discussion. This stone tablet fell from the sky. Could the tales of the divine be true? There are inscriptions and patterns upon the stone. Does anyone recognize them? Children, do not touch. There are indeed spirits in this world. The apocalypse has truly arrived. Lu Yao maneuvered through the crowd, undeterred by the cacophony of exclamations, until he reached the stone tablet. Before him stood a nearly 3-meter-tall rectangular black stone, faintly etched with ancient characters resembling oracle bone script, obscured by a layer of dust and moss. Typically, a stone tablet serves as a commemorative or marker stone, inscribed with texts intended to endure through the ages, immortalizing history. From antiquity to the present, such tablets have predominantly been erected within palaces, tombs, or temples for the purpose of recording events, comprising 3 sections: the tablet top, the body, and the pedestal. It is a unique architectural form employed by the ancient Chinese for ancestral worship and the documentation of civilization. In ancient China, the deeds and merits of ancestors were engraved upon these stones, encapsulating their lives for future generations. To revered Liu Yao's clarity regarding the significance and structure of the stone tablet stemmed from his studies in the rather obscure field of historical research at university. Having circled the tablet, Lu Yao approached its rear. Looking up, he beheld the moss-laden surface adorned with numerous patterns. From above, a vast valley unfolded. At the valley's edge stood another stone tablet, inscribed with 3 ancient seal characters. Further in, many individuals were engaged in various activities. Some crouched on the ground sketching with branches, others tying knots with grass, and still others polishing the earth with animal bones. Among these individuals, 3 stood out. 2 men and a woman, standing side by side. In the midst of the scene stood a man of slightly advanced age, clasping an object resembling a bird's nest, gazing solemnly at the sky. To his left was another man, wielding an object akin to a drill, also staring upwards. On his right stood a woman, clad in coarse hemp garments, diligently weaving a fishing net. Further down, a shadowy figure brandished a weapon fashioned from a stick or an animal bone, engaged in battle with a horde of monsters. Yes, monsters. Lu Yao's eyes widened in astonishment as he observed the winged birdmen, towering wolf-headed beings, and winged tigers among them. Continuing his gaze, he witnessed countless figures plummeting from the heavens, demons spilling blood, angels falling, and Buddhas chanting. Each of these vividly etched scenes resonated deeply within Lu Yao's soul, as if mythological tales were being resurrected. Were these images perhaps inscribed from the ancient legends of Huaxia? The primordial myths. A sense of shock filled Lu Yao's eyes, prompting deep contemplation within his heart. Lu, my boy, what have you discovered? At that moment, old Chen approached, guiding his granddaughter through the throng, addressing the pensive Lu Yao. As Lu Yao lifted his head, ready to respond, a sudden gasp erupted from the crowd. Look quickly, the large tree by the roadside is growing. Following the sound of exclamations, the onlookers beheld the trees lining the street across the square swelling at a visible pace, their branches stretching out, casting shadows that obscured the sun. Not just the trees were undergoing transformation, the grass was also growing wildly, soaring to heights exceeding 2 meters in mere moments. Howl. What is this? A dog. Help. A fierce black dog emerged from the dense underbrush, baring its teeth as it lunged towards the crowd on the road. In an instant, a slower individual was knocked to the ground, followed by a chorus of anguished cries flee. The animals have mutated. The crowd dispersed in panic, some even seeking refuge within the grass. However, before they could venture far, more screams erupted from the thicket. Old Chun. We must retreat to that nearby shopping mall. It seems less damaged, and there should be a supermarket inside. Nightfall approaches. Lu Yao grasped a broken wooden stick from the ground and moved alongside Old Chun, still reeling from the day's shocking events. Lu, my boy, I fear we may not escape. Old Chun remarked with a bitter smile, gesturing towards the front with a gaze filled with despair, following old Chen's. Lu Yao's expression suddenly shifted. Emerging from the towering grass were 4 dogs advancing towards the trio, 2 large and 2 small, presumably a family at that moment. The dogs' eyes glowed a menacing red, drool dripping from their savage fangs. Moreover, one of the dogs clutched a human arm in its mouth. Witnessing this horrific scene, Lu Yao's face drained of color, devoid of blood. It was a human arm, and the dog had feasted upon AP in the midst of the crisis. Lu Yao found an unexpected calmness, his gaze occasionally sweeping the surroundings as he contemplated possible escape routes. Opposite him, 4 feral dogs appeared to have mutated, exhibiting an extreme bloodlust, their continuous howls forming a menacing circle as they advanced on Lu Yao step by step. Just then, the lead dog let out a fierce bark and leaped towards Lu Yao that he swiftly dodged to the side, seizing a wooden stick and charging forward to deliver a powerful blow to the dog's back. The creature yelped in agony before pivoting to snarl at Lu Yao, its jaws wide open, while the other 3 dogs surged forward to flank him. Trapped on a narrow path, they were caught in a deadly confrontation. Chapter 3. Myth and Legend. With a resounding crack, the wooden stick shattered, and the front dog lunged at him with its menacing MAW.in that critical moment. Lu Yao silently uttered a prayer, rolling to the ground to narrowly evade the impending doom. Quick, Lu Yao, follow up. Old Chen immediately tossed his cane to Lu Yao that he caught it deftly and swung it in a wide arc, simultaneously retreating swiftly. The 4 dogs, now united, closed in on Lu Yao and his companions. Chun, we must retreat to the mall. Once old Chun and his granddaughter entered, Lu Yao dashed through the mall's entrance and slammed the door shut. Seeing this, old Chun rushed over to assist. Outside, the frantic howls of the dogs mingled with the sound of claws scratching against the door. Phew, for now, they were safe. Lu Yao collapsed onto the ground, immediately feeling an excruciating pain throughout his body. What do we do now? Old Chun, Lu Yao exclaimed, there's nothing we can do. Outside are mutated creatures. We cannot rule out the possibility of larger predators appearing. This upheaval has occurred too rapidly. We still don't know what has transpired. Lu Yao, Sheer, let us proceed inside and find some food. Nightfall is imminent. All right, Grandpa. Chen Shi's face remained pale, devoid of color. Lu Yao nodded in agreement and followed suit. The mall boasted 5 floors, the first dedicated to luxury goods, the second to brand name clothing and footwear, and the third to food. Inside, chaos reigned, with collapsed elevators and shattered pillars, while the walls had begun to crack. However, the overall structural integrity seemed adequate. The mall had not completely succumbed to collapse. Cautiously, the trio made their way to the 3rd floor. As they passed the 2nd level, Lu Yao noticed a grocery store named 100 Days Commemoration. He stepped inside, taking a quick look around before stopping at a shelf displaying entrenching tools. He grabbed 2 of the tools along with several short watermelon knives before exiting. Here, Miss Chun, take this for self-defense. Lu Yao handed a watermelon knife to Chen Shi and an entrenching tool to old Chun before heading towards the 3rd floor. The 3 of them explored the 3rd floor and discovered a noodle shop, where they managed to find some meat-filled buns to satiate their hunger. Meanwhile, the outside world had succumbed to darkness. The roars of various animals echoed clearly in the night, rising and falling, accompanied by the sounds of human struggles and cries. It was evident that others were still fleeing out there. Although Fuzhou is not a populous city, it still boasts a resident population of over 3 million. However, after this calamity, it remains uncertain how many will remain. Listening to the sounds outside, Lu Yao leaned against the doorframe and said to the elderly Chen beside him, Chen Lao, we can only stay here for 1 night. The outside is far too perilous. At this moment, there was no other choice to Sheer. You should rest for a while. You've been awake all day. I will take turns with this young man, Lu, to keep watch through the night. Chen Lao nodded and then turned to his granddaughter, Chen Shi, saying, you and Miss Chen should get some sleep. As a young man, I can endure. I'll call you later in the night. Yet, Lu Yao could hardly find the inclination to sleep. The events of the day had far exceeded his capacity for endurance. His foremost concern was the fate of his parents. Given the circumstances of today, the likelihood of their survival seemed exceedingly slim. His greatest desire was to hasten back to their ancestral home in Huizhou. Fuzhou is over 900 kilometers from Huizhou, and under normal circumstances, one could reach it by plane or high-speed train in 2 to 3 hours. However, with the world turned upside down, it was likely that roads and bridges had been severed. compounded by the unsettling possibility of mutated beasts roaming outside, that in such a precarious situation, the most prudent course of action was to seek refuge, survive, and await rescue from the state, given the magnitude of the incident. Even if communications were disrupted, it was inevitable that the government would respond and dispatch military forces for search and rescue. Therefore, the immediate goal was to procure sufficient supplies and endure until help arrived. Yet, Liu Yao could not afford to wait. The thought of his parents' uncertain fate gnawed at his insides. Shaking his head, he forced himself to regain composure. He raised his gaze to observe Chun Lao and Qin Shi, his eyes reflecting deep contemplation. Chun Lao, with his demeanor and interactions, was clearly no ordinary individual. Despite the perilous circumstances, he remained unflustered and composed, exhibiting a remarkable sense of poise. His granddaughter, Qin Shi, though seemingly apprehensive and mostly silent during their journey, could not conceal the innate elegance that emanated from her scholarly aura. Liu Yao recognized the extraordinary nature of this grandfather-granddaughter duo. This was his most genuine assessment, in a moment of drifting thoughts. Liu Yao recalled the stone tablet mural he had seen earlier and began to ponder ancient legends of the Huaxia nation. According to the legends of ancient Huaxia, in primordial times, the universe lay in chaos. After an indeterminate period, a cosmic egg emerged from the void, which, after an unknown duration, gave rise to a formidable being named Pangu. Observing the surrounding darkness, he wielded a mighty axe and struck at the void. With a resounding boom, chaos was cleaved in two. The lighter, purer elements ascended to form the heavens, while the heavier, murkier substances descended to become the earth. Once the heavens and earth were separated, Pangu had no time to admire the newfound order. As he witnessed the sky and ground rapidly converging once more, he shouted, "I shall support the heavens with my head and stabilize the earth with my feet." With each 10-foot rise of the heavens, Pangu grew taller. After an unknown number of years, as the heavens and earth gradually took shape, Pangu finally collapsed from exhaustion. Upon his fall, his body underwent a tremendous transformation. His exhaled breath became the winds of the four seasons and the drifting clouds. His voice transformed into the resounding thunder, and his eyes became the sun and the moon. His limbs transformed into the cardinal directions of east, west, south, and north upon the earth. His skin became the vast expanse of the land. His blood flowed forth as the ceaseless rivers. His sweat manifested as the nourishing dew that sustains all living things. Thus, countless years passed, until a sage emerged upon the continent, proclaiming himself as Hongjun. Legend has it that he inherited the will of Pangu, enlightening all beings. He took on 6 disciples, each of whom ultimately attained the status of saint. Among the 6, the sole female sage, Nüwa, molded humanity from clay, marking the dawn of human existence. That in their infancy, humans were frail and vulnerable, prompting the 6 sages to commence their teachings. Henceforth, humanity entered an era of civilization, forsaking their primitive ways of survival. Of course, this is merely a legend. Liu Yao lowered his head in contemplation, pondering whether the inscriptions on the stone tablet were merely the ancient sages' interpretations of folklore. Yet, this did not align, as the stone tablet had descended from the heavens. More precisely, it had fallen from the collapse of the void. The surface of the tablet was encrusted with moss, indicating it had been sealed away for ages. Upon this realization, Liu Yao felt an increasing conviction that the stone tablet was no ordinary object, concealing profound secrets. As his thoughts drifted, fatigue overtook him. The events of the day had been more extraordinary than his 20-plus years of life, leaving him in a state of heightened tension. Relaxing now, he truly felt utterly exhausted, drifting between wakefulness and slumber, until he finally succumbed to a deep sleep. In the early morning, as the first rays of sunlight streamed into the room, the slumbering Liu Yao was abruptly awakened by a piercing scream. "What is happening? What has transpired?" Startled, Liu Yao sprang up, hastily inquiring of the visibly terrified Qin Xit. That moment, the elderly Chun, also roused from slumber, wore a look of perplexity on his face. Outside, Qin, she stammered, her complexion pale as she pointed toward the window. Outside, Liu Yao, puzzled, grasped a nearby shovel and approached the window to peer out. The sky had brightened considerably, and the mysterious golden radiance had vanished. Surrounding the square, the grass grew taller than 2 men, and the towering trees obscured the sky. It felt as though one had suddenly entered a tropical rainforest. Yet, what was most alarming was the horrifying scene unfolding in the square. Beside the black stone tablet, 3 young men and women were encircled by a pack of over a dozen jackals. Judging by the circumstances, they must have been among those who had sought refuge in nearby houses. Fortunate to have escaped the previous day's calamity, yet unaware of the situation outside, they had dashed out only to find themselves besieged by the pack. Liu Yao, this is not the time for heroics. Remain calm, the elder Chen cautioned, observing Liu Yao's impulse to rush out. In this moment, self-preservation was paramount, and it was wise not to act recklessly. That a flicker of conflict danced in Liu Yao's eyes. Wavering uncertainly, he had yet to acclimate to the unfolding reality, instinctively yearning to rush down and save them. The elder's words grounded him. This was no time for bravado. The world had transformed drastically, and human intentions were inscrutable, particularly since he was unfamiliar with the individuals in peril. Help! Save me! Someone please! I don't want to die! The square echoed with desperate cries for help, as approximately 10 jackals lunged toward the trio. In this precarious moment, one of the young men amongst them executed an astonishing act. He suddenly seized a nearby woman and forcefully thrust her out. A chilling scream pierced the air, as the woman was mercilessly torn apart by the encroaching pack of wild dogs. Her cries echoing in the night. The sight horrified the other 2 individuals, who hastily retreated in panic. Cursed be this scene. Witnessing such a harrowing spectacle ignited a surge of fury within Liu Yao, who grasped his military shovel and charged forth. Descending the stairs rapidly, he flung open the mall's entrance, colliding with a young man who was just entering. The young man exclaimed, startled and unprepared for the presence of another in the mall. In a fit of rage, Liu Yao delivered a swift kick, sending him sprawling to the ground. Ignoring the shrill cries of another woman nearby, he brandished the shovel and raced towards the square. At that moment, the woman was still struggling, yet her efforts were in vain, as over a dozen wild dogs savaged her, leaving behind a gruesome scene of blood and flesh. Upon spotting Liu Yao, the woman, like one who glimpses a flickering flame in the darkness, desperately pleaded, save me. With fury in his eyes, Liu Yao rushed forward, lifting his military shovel to deliver a devastating blow to one of the wild dogs. With a sickening thud, the creature let out a wail as the sharp edge of the shovel cleaved it in two, spraying Liu Yao's face with its crimson blood. Chapter 4. The human race endures. The flame of life passes on. The wild dogs, undeterred by the death of one of their own, became even more ferocious, leaping toward him. These creatures, resembling wolves, were known for their pack mentality and ferocity. Liu Yao wielded his shovel with relentless precision, striking down several of the beasts in quick succession, their agonized cries mingling with the pooling blood beneath them. Perhaps Liu Yao's brutality momentarily intimidated the remaining wild dogs, for they hesitated in their assault. "How are you holding up?" Liu Yao inquired as he positioned himself beside the woman, leaning against a dark stone monument while remaining vigilant against the dogs. I can barely hold on. Thank you." The woman's abdomen had been torn open, her intestines severed in multiple places. In such a state, her fate was sealed. The overwhelming stench of blood assaulted Liu Yao's senses, but he steeled himself against the wave of nausea threatening to rise within him. He needed an outlet for his rage. "Die, you beasts!" he roared, raising his shovel to strike at the remaining wild dogs. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted from the nearby thicket, startling the wild dogs into retreat as they scrambled away from Liu Yao. From the tall grass, a colossal figure emerged, parting the vegetation with ease. A tiger. Indeed, a magnificent beast, approximately 4 meters long and nearly 2 meters tall, with a robust physique akin to that of a bull. That a prominent white mark in the shape of a king's insignia adorned its forehead. Its coat a striking blend of black and yellow patterns, with patches of white fur on its chest and the inner sides of its limbs. The thick, striped fur draped over its shoulders like a grand cloak. With limbs robust and claws protruding beyond its toes, the creature boasted a long, thick tail adorned with black rings, swaying gracefully like a steel whip. Its mouth was embellished with long whiskers, exuding a majestic and formidable presence. Indeed, the king of beasts, Liu Yao, was taken aback by such a physique. How could an animal of such magnitude exist on earth? His complexion turned pale, and despair clouded his expression, while he felt he could contend with a jackal. Facing this regal tiger, even a normal one, would instill a profound sense of hopelessness, extinguishing any desire to fight. That a thunderous roar emanated from the giant tiger as it approached Liu Yao, its eyes flashing with a hint of human-like mockery. This hairless creature, with its delectable scent, had already feasted well and posed no threat. Its sluggish speed and inability to climb trees signaled yet another opportunity for a grand feast. This is bad. Lu Yao is in peril. On the third floor of the mall, Chun Lao witnessed the scene through the window, equally astonished by the immense tiger. Grandfather, Chun Shi bit his lip, tightly gripping Chun Lao's arm. His pale hands turning white from the strain. There was no turning back. Lu Yao's impulsiveness had led him into this dire situation. Clearly, this tiger had undergone a mutation. Chun Lao shook his head gravely at Chun Shi, his expression serious. How to save him? Over the past few days, he had come to appreciate the young man's admirable qualities, his understanding of circumstances and decisive character. Had he carried a gun during this outing, perhaps the situation would have been vastly different. However, he doubted whether a firearm could adequately contend with such a mutated beast. In that fleeting moment of conversation, Lu Yao drew the short watermelon knife from his belt, which, though named a watermelon knife, was essentially a plastic-handled dagger. Abandoning the notion of waiting for death was not in his nature. He sought survival in the face of despair, and at this juncture, the engineering shovel was no longer suitable. With a flourish, Lu Yao brandished the knife towards the looming tiger and charged forward. Simultaneously, the tiger lunged at him, its colossal form colliding with Lu Yao. He was engulfed by a foul stench. Before he could plunge the knife, he was sent sprawling, the weapon flying from his grasp and crashing heavily onto the ground, blood erupting from his mouth uncontrollably. A searing pain coursed suddenly. The black stone tablet radiated a brilliant light, its golden rays illuminating the surroundings as it began to tremble violently. That a multitude of moss fell away, and the inscriptions carved upon the surface of the tablet began to shimmer with a luminous glow. Lu Yao's mind was entranced, and amidst the faint murmurs that echoed in his ears, he felt an irresistible pull. The extraordinary phenomenon unfolding here also left the elderly Chin duo upstairs in awe. They witnessed the colossal tiger fling Lu Yao aside, only to open its jaws wide, preparing to pounce upon him. In that moment of peril, the stone tablet erupted in a blinding golden light. The giant tiger, startled by this radiance, abruptly turned tail and fled, abandoning its intended prey without a second thought. Lu Yao's consciousness drifted aimlessly through a haze of gray mist, the duration of his wandering unknown, until he finally arrived at his destination. Before him lay a golden river, its end obscured, spanning across the cosmos. On the far bank of this divine river, the primordial chaos was yet to be delineated, enveloped in turbulent chaotic energies, rendering the entire space shrouded in a grayish gloom. In this boundless chaos, devoid of time, the spectacle persisted for an indeterminate number of years, until a certain moment, amidst the nebulous gray, a burly bald man wielding a massive axe materialized. He gazed into the murky void, murmuring to himself, "Is this the newly birthed universe on the far shore of the divine river? What a grand opportunity! I shall emulate Pangu, cleave through this chaos, forge a new lineage, attain the great Tao, and pursue supreme transcendence." With a mighty roar, the first sound echoed through heaven and earth. The bald man swung his giant axe towards the gray expanse. A thunderous boom resounded as the chaos was instantly torn asunder, separating heaven and earth, manifesting the laws of existence, and setting the elements of earth, fire, wind, and water into motion. The bald man nodded in satisfaction at the sight. Suddenly, the newly formed universe trembled, the laws began to dissipate, and the heavens and earth threatened to close in once more. The bald man's expression shifted as he bellowed in fury at the chaos. "Cursed be it. Molo, you seek to destroy my path. You must be obliterated. Pangu and the 8 clans of the universe are the established laws. You aspire to forcibly create a 9th clan, which the great Tao cannot accommodate." From the chaos, a shadow emerged, seemingly bearing the celestial mandate, its words commanding the laws. Enraged, Pangu struck out with his axe, cleaving through the void. "You're axed, the treasure of chaos," Molo exclaimed in terror, suddenly crying out. "Great demon ancestor, save me. Incredible. You dare to establish the 9th clan. 9 symbolizes the extreme. You may stand shoulder to shoulder with Pangu. I eagerly anticipate this." A swirling mass of black clouds emerged from the chaos, and with its arrival, the tumultuous chaos fell silent. All laws began to stir, while time itself was suspended. The great demon ancestor had arrived, allowing Molo to escape the impending doom. "Humph!" Pangu let out a cold snort. Observing the heavens and earth still attempting to converge, he instantly planted his feet firmly on the ground and raised his head to the sky, halting their convergence. "Today, I shall cleave through the chaos, aspiring to forge a new clan and attain the supreme realm of the great Tao. Shedding the remnants of the Panga lineage, I shall reconstruct my body. Only thus could he break through his current state and attain the realm of the great Tao. Thunder rumbled through the chaos as streaks of purple lightning cascaded down, shattering pockets of chaotic space, from which endless earth, fire, wind, and water emerged. The ethereal golden lotus blossomed as the great Tao resonated. And the heavens and earth rejoiced. The remnants have manifested. Henceforth, I shall be human, the birth of the human race, and I shall be their ancestor. With a mighty roar, Pangu hurled the receding remnants of chaos towards the heavens and the earth. The breath expelled from the remnants transformed into tempestuous winds and clouds. While his roar resonated like thunder, his left eye became the sun, his right eye the moon. His limbs and body constituted the 4 cardinal directions and the 5 sacred mountains. His blood flowed as rivers. His veins formed the great earth and its dragon veins. His muscles became fertile soil. His hair transformed into stars. His skin and fur morphed into flora. His teeth and bones turned into precious metals and stones. His essence became jewels, and his sweat fell as nourishing rain at that moment. The path to enlightenment was established. As the cosmos emerged anew, immeasurable merits were bestowed, and the earth burst forth with golden lotuses. Pangu birthed a new race, and the will of heaven and earth responded, bestowing the virtues of the great path. Yet, at that very instant, a colossal black mill appeared in the sky, shrouding the sun. Accompanied by towering trees reaching across the expanse, and relics of the Buddha, offering salvation to all beings, 3 beams of light descended, overwhelming the heavens and the earth, shattering the accumulated merits. Cursed be the demon ancestor, the celestial ancestor, the spirit ancestor, a vendetta that cannot coexist. In the future, I shall return once more, attaining the supreme path, transcending all. Enraged, Pangu swung his colossal axe into the void, revealing a long river. He leaped onto it, and in an instant, vanished from sight. The human race shall endure. The ancestor of humanity shall remain eternal. This time, we conspired against Pangu to prevent him from attaining the great path. Even the ancestor Pangu was obstructed by the 4 of us on the opposite bank of the divine river. This karmic entanglement, we, the 7 clans, shall bear together in the future. In this new world, my demon clan shall take the lead. My devil clan shall do the same. The celestial clan shall enter. The spirit clan shall enter. A great benevolence to eye in the river of time and space. Pangu flowed downstream, encountering Lu Yao, who was swimming upstream, his mind in turmoil. Is this my future self? So frail, akin to an ant. Very well, I shall bestow upon you an opportunity. Pangu declared, and with that, his body and will split into 2. His will transformed into a beam of light, continuing downstream, while his body became a massive stone that, along with the colossal axe in his grasp, merged into Lu Yao's consciousness. In a daze, Lu Yao heard a soft chant in his ear. The human race shall endure. The flame of heritage shall be passed on. Chapter 5. Genetic Shackles, Awakening. Water. Time became a blur. And when Lu Yao regained consciousness, he felt parched. Young man, you are awake. Truly a stroke of fortune. It has been 3 days, and I nearly thought you were lost. Elder Chen exclaimed upon seeing Lu Yao awaken. How do you feel now? Curiously, the wounds from your battles with the wolf and the tiger have healed remarkably fast. It is quite astonishing. Where am I? How did I end up here? Lu Yao inquired, curiously surveying his surroundings, having drifted in that mysterious space for what seemed like an eternity, nearly driving him to despair. Finally, having floated to a golden river, he had scarcely stepped onto its bank when a bald giant emerged from upstream. Before Lu Yao could greet him, the bald giant inexplicably uttered a phrase, and then he saw a massive stone and a golden axe hurtling towards him, after which he fainted. This is the 2nd floor of the marketplace. Here is what transpired. Elder Chen then recounted the events to Lu Yao. Lu Yao was on the verge of meeting his demise beneath the formidable jaws of a tiger. The steel suddenly erupted with a radiant golden light, moss cascading away, accompanied by ethereal sounds that reverberated in the air. This extraordinary spectacle swiftly sent the mutated tiger fleeing in terror, upon noticing the shift in circumstances from the 3rd floor. Old Chen promptly descended with Chun Shi to investigate. Upon arriving at the scene, they discovered that the steel had mysteriously vanished, leaving only Lu Yao lying on the ground. Old Chen, not daring to delay. Hastily sought ropes and other tools, exerting immense effort to lift Lu Yao to the second floor. Fearing the dangers outside, Old Chun had refrained from venturing out for the past 3 days, instead hiding in the shopping mall with Chen Shi, only going to the third floor to scavenge for food when hunger struck. Lu, what on earth transpired? Why did the steel disappear? Old Chun inquired. I have no idea. At that moment, I felt I was about to be devoured by the tiger, and then everything went dark. I lost consciousness, Lu Yao replied, choosing not to divulge the strange occurrences that followed. For he knew the importance of being cautious. Moreover, he himself remained perplexed. Clang! At that moment, a shattering of glass resonated from outside, accompanied by the murmur of voices. What is happening? Lu Yao asked in confusion. Several survivors have been arriving these days, searching for food. This mall has sustained minimal damage and possesses ample supplies, so it has become a gathering place for many, Old Chen explained, noting Lu Yao's puzzlement. Upon hearing this, Lu Yao nodded, dismissing the concern. After all, this location was situated in a bustling commercial street of Fuzhou, making it entirely reasonable for people to flock here in times of crisis. The instinct to seek out the largest shopping center for resources was paramount. Hasn't the rescue team arrived yet? Lu Yao inquired. Not yet. The worst-case scenario has transpired. Logically speaking, considering the 3 days you were unconscious, it has now been 4 days. Given that we are in the heart of Fuzhou, the search and rescue teams would have already combed through the area. Unless, Old Chen trailed off, his expression growing grave. Are you suspecting that the highest authorities of Huaxia might be in jeopardy? Lu Yao pondered this ominous possibility. Realizing that the capital of Huaxia, Jingzhou, might have succumbed to chaos, this global upheaval could have shaken Jingzhou more severely. If the situation in Jingzhou became dire, the central government might be incapacitated, leading the various provincial offices to flounder like headless flies. Indeed, I suspect not only the capital, but that the entire administration of Fuzhou may be paralyzed. This would explain the prolonged absence of rescue teams, Old Chen asserted, though he withheld another thought. Should an emergency occur at the capital, all military districts under its jurisdiction would likely enter a state of martial law, with provincial governments compelled to heed the commands of the highest military officials. Old Chen, in the event of an emergency, how would the fastest rescue teams typically reach their destination? Lu Yao asked. Of course, by helicopter. Old Chen replied casually before suddenly realizing something, his expression shifting to one of shock as he looked at Lu Yao. Indeed, contemplate this. If cats and dogs can mutate, what of the skies? Are there not eagles and flocks of birds soaring above? Might they not undergo mutations as well? Upon hearing these words, Elder Chen fell silent. Indeed, the animals on the ground, such as cats and dogs, had mutated, and it was certain that the birds in the sky, including eagles and other avian creatures, would also undergo transformations. Such mutations indicated that the sky would become a no-fly zone. Under these circumstances, aircraft in the air would inevitably face the peril of crashing. For a moment, all three were engulfed in silence. The situation was rather dire. 4 days had passed, and they remained oblivious to the conditions outside. At this moment, Lu Yao's thoughts drifted to her parents, far away in Huizhou, and her heart grew increasingly restless. Remaining idle was not a viable option. Who could predict when the rescue team would arrive? What if they did not come? Or worse, if they were preoccupied with their own survival? Such scenarios were not beyond the realm of possibility. Elder Chun, Miss Chun, I believe we must venture out to find a way forward. Waiting idly is not a solution. Lu Yao rose to her feet and addressed Elder Chun and the young lady. The dangers outside were too great. They likely could not even escape this square. With beasts roaming freely outside, venturing out now would undoubtedly be tantamount to seeking death. Yet, they had no better alternatives. Just as everyone prepared to set out, Chun-Shi suddenly clutched her abdomen, her face contorted in agony, and an eerie chill emanated from her body. What is happening? Lu Yao, upon witnessing this, swiftly turned to Elder Chun. I do not know. This condition of sheer emerged on the very first night of your unconsciousness. It startled me initially, but after a while, she returned to normal. I wonder if it is due to recent exhaustion. But we cannot go to the hospital for an examination now that we must find a gathering of humans to see if any doctors are available. While the two conversed, Chun-Shi's chills intensified, and her anguished expression rendered her once lovely face grotesque. Grandfather, I feel as though this coldness and pain are lasting longer and longer. Something is amiss, Elder Chun. I have a sense that Miss Chen's condition resembles an awakening. Lu Yao was taken aback by her own words. as if they had been nestled in her mind all along. Instinctively spoken, awakening. Are you suggesting that Sheer has also mutated? Elder Chin's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this. No. This should be termed evolution. This cataclysmic shift in the world has shattered certain genetic shackles within some humans. It is not only animals that have mutated. Humans are beginning to undergo transformations as well. For example, as Lu Yao spoke. She clenched her fist and struck the wall beside her. A resounding thud echoed as her fist plunged into the wall up to her wrist. How is this possible? Elder Chin gasped in astonishment, as though witnessing the extraordinary. Beside them, Chen Shi's eyes widened in shock, staring at Lu Yao. I only just realized this myself. The wounds I sustained from battling the jackal and the tiger have not only healed, but have vanished entirely. Initially, I did not notice anything amiss. I simply felt no fatigue or pain, as if I had boundless energy. Only when considering Miss Chen's peculiar condition did I recognize this transformation, perhaps more accurately described as the breaking of genetic shackles, leading to the evolution of our bodies. Lu Yao rolled up the sleeves of his shirt, revealing a scar on his arm that had previously been left by a wild dog. It was now gone, smooth and delicate. Why is everything normal for me? Is it only the youth who experience awakening? Elder Chun, calming his inner turmoil, inquired with a hint of confusion. This that it should depend on one's constitution, varying from person to person. Or perhaps an awakening will occur later, Lu Yao responded. Equally uncertain about Elder Chin's puzzlement, to be honest, he was well aware that his own peculiarities were not what one would call an awakening. Lu Yao suspected that it was related to his previous unconsciousness and the experiences he had in that mysterious realm. In that enigmatic space, he had seen a bald giant strolling upon a golden river, wielding a massive axe, exuding an imposing aura, as if a celestial being had descended to the mortal realm. Even now, Lu Yao felt a sense of unreality regarding those events, which led him to believe that there were indeed deities in this world. Otherwise, everything could not be explained by science. Just then, a pained cry escaped from Chen Shi, who was nearby. Sheer. What is wrong? Elder Chen asked anxiously. Cold. So cold. The clothes are here. How about now? Are you still cold? Elder Chen, brimming with urgency, swiftly removed his outer coat and draped it over Chen Shi. Lu, hurry, go next door and fetch more clothes, quickly. At that moment, a sudden surge of icy coldness erupted from Chen Shi, sending Elder Chen flying backward. The chill gradually began to spread around them, and both Lu Yao and Elder Chen retreated until they found themselves at the doorway. Lu Yao fared somewhat better, feeling no discomfort, as if the cold had no effect on him whatsoever. However, Elder Chen was not so fortunate. His hair, eyebrows, and beard, even his clothing, were covered in a layer of frost. Observing this, Lu Yao quickly pulled Elder Chen back. In the corridor on the second floor, Lu Yao firmly grasped Elder Chen, who was rushing toward the room, and said, Elder Chen, be rational. Miss Chen must face this tribulation alone. If she can overcome it, she will unlock the genetic shackles within her body and undoubtedly live better in the future. Do you wish for her to remain ordinary and unremarkable? Elder Chen fell silent for a moment, but eventually halted, quietly stepping aside, his gaze fixed on the room. Inside, no figure was visible. The frost had coalesced into a large cocoon, enveloping Chen Shi. This state persisted for nearly half an hour before the transformation finally concluded. Chen Shi opened her eyes, her irises astonishingly snow-white, her body emitting faint wisps of cold air. That moment, Elder Chen rushed forward, asking urgently, Sure, how are you? Is there any discomfort? Chen Shi closed her eyes, silently attuning to her inner self, and then suddenly opened them wide, exclaiming, Grandfather, I'm fine. I feel unprecedentedly well. It's as if I am truly different now. Look. As she spoke, she raised her right hand and grasped at the air. A sphere of ice slowly materialized above her palm, radiating an astonishing chill. The awakening was successful. Lu Yao and Elder Chen exchanged a glance, each reflecting the astonishment in the other's eyes. Chapter 6. Seeking a Way Out. It was truly an awakening. Lu Yao felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. Although he was aware that it was indeed possible to break free from the shackles of genes and awaken new ones, witnessing it in reality still left him momentarily stunned. What changes have occurred? Lu Yao expressed a hint of curiosity, feeling as if he had shed his restraints, experiencing a profound elevation of life, and sensing a newfound affinity towards the water element. Chen Shi, attuned to the transformations within, spoke to Lu Yao, stating that their chances of traversing the jungle to locate human settlements had significantly increased. Chen Lao, standing nearby, smiled softly. "Let us be on our way." Lu Yao rose, gathering his belongings and securing a pack upon his back. He searched the surrounding rooms for a few provisions and then ventured into the adjacent souvenir shop to acquire a new entrenching tool. In the absence of weaponry, the entrenching tool was sufficiently durable and sturdy, essential for self-defense. The previous one had long been sent flying during his encounter with a giant tiger. As the group prepared to set forth, a few individuals approached from the corridor, presumably survivors who had wandered in. Liu Yao recognized one of the young men as the very person who had, mere days prior, pushed a woman aside to save his own life. His expression darkened as he inquired, "What do you intend to do?" "Haha. Do not misunderstand that I merely came to take a look around. My surname is Li, and my given name is Dowling. How shall I address this brother?" The leader of the group, a middle-aged man clad in a black suit and wearing glasses, spoke with a genteel demeanor, adjusting his spectacles with a smile that betrayed an unsettling air of sophistication. Not to be underestimated, this man was dressed like an elite, and despite his genial expression, Lu Yao sensed an underlying menace. "There's something you wish to discuss?" Lu Yao asked, his face betraying no emotion. "Ah, brother, you appear to be preparing to leave. The outside is perilous at present, with ferocious beasts roaming freely," Li Dowling remarked, seemingly oblivious to Lu Yao's impatience. "How does our departure concern you?" Lu Yao retorted. "You insolent fool, do not provoke me. The debt from earlier remains unsettled. Now that our brother Li has taken an interest in you, swiftly hand over that woman, and you shall be granted an opportunity to pledge your loyalty." Before Li Dowling could respond, the young man among the group spoke fiercely, seeking death. Liu Yao replied coldly upon hearing these words, his expression turning frigid. Meanwhile, Chen Lao and Chen Shi also appeared disconcerted. An astonishing chill radiated from Chen Shi, her eyes glinting with a fierce light. The young man opposite them, witnessing this scene, instinctively shivered and swallowed hard, retreating a few steps. "Some of you have awakened abilities?" Li Dowling's demeanor shifted, losing its earlier composure. "Step back. Let me handle this," Lu Yao commanded, turning to Chen Shi. Understanding the implication of his words, Chen Shi nodded and, drawing Chen Lao aside, retreated. "Stand clear or face death," Lu Yao reiterated, brandishing the entrenching tool. "Brother, since you have awakened abilities as well, why not join forces and seize dominion over this land, gathering more followers to establish a legacy in these tumultuous times? Ensuring your name endures in history," Li Dowling proposed. "Philosophies diverge. There can be no collaboration. Will you yield or not?" Lu Yao's countenance grew colder, reaching the brink of his patience. "Since that is the case, then perish," Li Dowling declared, his fist clenched and poised to strike. His entire physique tensed, resembling a ferocious tiger unleashed. With a single blow, the ground trembled, and the corridor quivered as if on the brink of collapse. Had he only acted sooner, this verbal sparring would have been unnecessary. Liu Yao, having anticipated Li Dowling's intentions, regarded his imminent assault with a derisive smile. Rising to meet him, he embodied the ferocity of a tiger, his imposing figure akin to a fortress, and hurled a punch towards Li Dowling. Buzzing. Even before the punch made contact, the sound of the shockwave erupted, causing the surrounding railings to shatter under the immense force, prompting onlookers to hurriedly retreat, leaving an expansive clearing. Boom! As their fists collided, another thunderous explosion reverberated, sending ripples of air that made their garments flutter dramatically. The clash between the two resulted in a stalemate. Li Dowling was propelled into the air, completing 2 rotations before landing, while Lu Yao was compelled to stagger back several paces. "You two have awakened the power of the body." A flicker of astonishment crossed Li Dowling's eyes. His hands tingling, and a tumult of blood surged within his chest. Across from him, Lu Yao maintained a facade of calm, yet his inner turmoil mirrored that of Li Dowling. It was evident that Li Dowling had shattered the genetic shackles, awakening a newfound strength. However, unlike Li Dowling's surprise, Lu Yao paid little heed. Sensing that he had yet to fully unleash his potential, he harbored a premonition that he had not entirely broken free from his genetic constraints, and that these transformations were intricately linked to the mysterious events that had transpired in that enigmatic realm. Liu Yao now found himself filled with anticipation, eagerly awaiting the moment he would transcend those genetic barriers. The world ahead was destined to be an era of relentless human evolution. Was this the power that followed the breaking of genetic shackles? It was undeniably formidable, akin to a human beast of prey. Nearby, Elder Chun expressed his thoughts, marveling at the strength that emerged from breaking the genetic shackles of humanity. Sheer, what do you think of this young man, Lu? Elder Chun suddenly whispered to Chun Shi. Grandfather, what are you saying? Chun Shi's cheeks flushed slightly, finding her grandfather's implications too blunt. Sheer, your father and the others must be in trouble. Otherwise, they would have sent someone to find us by now. I have observed this young man. He is quite impressive, having also awakened his genes, and he seems well suited for you. The future undoubtedly belongs to those who have awakened. I, after all, participated in the war of defense in my youth. And I have an eye for talent, Elder Chun continued, seemingly oblivious to the flush on Chun Shi's face. Grandfather, all right, I shall say no more. In the corridor, Lu Yao and Li Daoling continued their fierce battle. Lu Yao's fervor grew with each exchange, becoming increasingly relentless, while Li Daoling gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Lu Yao's aura erupted, and wherever his fists passed, walls cracked, and debris flew. The blood coursing through his veins surged rapidly. His body faintly glowing with a golden an indescribable sense of oppression bound him. Yearning to break free, Lu Yao understood that this was the genetic shackles within his body. As soon as he could liberate himself from their grasp, he would shatter those constraints and awaken new genes. Not enough. Once more? Lu Yao bellowed, his fist growing ever more fierce, causing Li Daoling to inwardly lament his plight, struggling to endure. Finally, in a moment of vulnerability, Lu Yao seized the opportunity and delivered a powerful blow that Li Daoling let out a piercing scream as blood gushed forth, and he was hurled away, crashing to the ground. After struggling for some time, he remained unable to rise. Upon witnessing Li Daoling's plight, seemingly on the brink of death from Lu Yao's blows, the group was struck with dread, particularly the young man, who was so terrified that his legs nearly gave way beneath him. Alas that Lu Yao withdrew his fist, feeling a tinge of disappointment. The shackles remained unbroken, yet he sensed that awakening a new gene was merely a matter of a pivotal moment. Spare my life. The young man, seeing Lu Yao approach, immediately collapsed to his knees, imploring for mercy. Mischined, Lu Yao glanced at Chun Shi, his eyes silently urging her to decide the course of action. Beautiful lady, please spare me. The young man, perceiving the gravity of the situation, swiftly turned to Chun Shi to plead. Bang! A chilling scream pierced the air as the young man was sent flying, crashing to the ground, twitching a few times before falling silent. The others were instantly paralyzed with fear. Too terrified to lift their heads, Lu Yao instinctively touched his nose, recognizing the ruthlessness of the act, decisive in his actions. Indeed, better to provoke a petty person than to offend a woman. Descending the stairs, the trio arrived at the square, where bloodstains marred the ground. Leaving a scene of utter chaos, Lu Yao approached the spot where the stone tablet had once stood, now conspicuously empty. The tablet having vanished. Pondering deeply, Lu Yao reflected on how such a stone could disappear. He vaguely recalled seeing his blood being absorbed by it just before losing consciousness, followed by a radiant golden light emanating from the tablet, leading to his fainting. Could it be that the mysterious place I visited is the space within the tablet? But what of the tablet itself? Ultimately, within that enigmatic realm, a bald giant had entrusted him with an axe, along with a massive stone, yet he had found nothing upon searching his entire being. What is it, Lu Yao? Chun Shi inquired as she noticed him lost in thought. To the west, that direction is quite close to the southern combat zone. We shall proceed that way. Elder Chun indicated towards the west. Lu Yao cast a lingering gaze at Elder Chun without uttering a word, then turned and began walking westward. Exercise caution. Ahead lies a dense forest, likely harboring mutated beasts. I will lead the way. You all follow closely. As they traversed through the thick underbrush, towering trees loomed before them, as if they had stepped into the heart of the Amazon rainforest. The ground was strewn with thorns, and the tracks of various large beasts crisscrossed, while faint remnants of collapsed structures lingered nearby. The forest was dense with towering foliage, wild grasses towering over the height of a man, and vines coiling about like serpents. In such a densely vegetated environment, even the midday sun struggled to penetrate. Holding a spade firmly, Lu Yao hacked away at the surrounding foliage, ever vigilant of the sounds around him. It was truly unimaginable that these colossal trees had sprouted in merely a day or two. Elder Chun, standing nearby, marveled, his face a canvas of astonishment. Be cautious. There seemed to be signs of large beasts in the vicinity. Suddenly halting, Lu Yao observed a footprint on the ground. This footprint, roughly the size of a soccer ball, suggested an impressively colossal creature. It resembles a bear's paw print, Elder Chen remarked from beside him. Chapter 7. The Identity of Elder Chen. As they pressed onward, Lu Yao and his two companions bore solemn expressions. Deep within the jungle, serpents could occasionally be seen slithering from afar, though these snakes were not particularly venomous. Their large, vividly patterned, mutated forms sent chills down the spines of the trio at a mere glance. Treading cautiously, they dared not make excessive noise. Beyond the mutated snakes, what unsettled Lu Yao even more were the insects and spiders lurking amidst the foliage. These seemingly insignificant creatures could possess lethal venom, making a bite potentially fatal. Moreover, in this perilous environment, one could only speculate about the extent of their mutations. A careless encounter could swiftly lead to death. Suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from ahead. Lu Yao promptly halted, gesturing for Elder Chen to prepare himself. "What is the matter?" Elder Chen inquired softly from behind. "Shu, there seems to be some movement up ahead." "Akin to a large beast," Lu Yao replied in a hushed tone, retrieving his entrenching tool from his backpack. That moment, the dense underbrush parted, revealing a colossal creature, over 2 meters tall, resembling a pig. Its body covered in long spines, huffing and puffing as it forged a path through the foliage. Lu Yao's heart raced. What manner of beast was this? Mutated, it bore resemblance to a pig, yet its body bristled with backward-facing spines. In that instant, a fragment of information flashed through Lu Yao's mind, and he caught a fleeting glimpse of a massive stone. The stone, the image had unexpectedly surfaced in his thoughts. Could the golden axe also be residing within his mind? Lu Yao's expression turned peculiar. Bloodspike, demon boar. This was the message conveyed by the giant stone. Its most formidable weapon was the dense array of spines covering its body, which would be launched like projectiles when threatened, turning it into a living porcupine. The bloodspike demon boar, with its tough hide and resilient flesh, was a formidable adversary, possessing immense strength and long tusks capable of impaling a ferocious tiger. The moment the bloodspike demon boar emerged, its small eyes fixated intently on Lu Yao and his companions, a fierce glimmer igniting within them. With a powerful push of its hooves, its muscles tensed, and in an instant, dozens of elongated spines shot forth like arrows towards Lu Yao. "Be careful," Lu Yao exclaimed. "What kind of creature is this?" Grasping Elder Chen, he sprang into action, the ground beneath him shattering as he leapt gracefully into the air, evading the majority of the spines. Though a few were swatted away by the following Chen Shi. "You too, retreat further." The bloodspike demon boar, undeterred by its initial failure, charged forward with astonishing speed, its hefty form belied by its swift movement. Tusks raised to impale Lu Yao directly. Seeing this, Lu Yao leapt high, twisting midair to narrowly evade the tusks of the bloodspike demon boar. Just as he landed, the massive creature bore down upon him like a small mountain, offering no respite. With a cold snort, Lu Yao did not falter. He surged forward like an arrow, raising his entrenching tool high and delivering a powerful strike upon the hide of the bloodspike demon boar. Aya, with a sharp crack, the blade of the shovel struck the body of the bloodspike demon boar with tremendous force, instantly splitting its flesh and causing several ribs to snap, eliciting a series of agonizing cries. Its massive form, akin to a small mountain, was forced to retreat under the relentless assault of Lu Yao. The boar, realizing it could not withstand the onslaught any longer, erupted into a frenzy, its body bristling with countless blood spikes, each standing on end. Its tusks were not idle either, as it let out a furious roar and charged once more at Lu Yao. "Die!" Lu Yao bellowed in response, his figure darting like lightning as he raised the shovel once again to strike at the bloodspike demon boar. A series of heart-wrenching squeals pierced the air, shattering the tranquility of the forest and sending birds scattering into the sky. After a brief moment, the bloodspike demon boar collapsed, its body drenched in blood. A truly pitiful sight, already having breathed its last. What manner of beast is this? A mutated wild boar? At that moment, Old Chen approached, his face a mask of shock. This creature is not of Earth. We are confronted with an extraterrestrial monstrosity. Lu Yao sheathed his shovel and addressed Old Chen. How could this be possible? What is impossible about it? Humanity is already capable of awakening and evolving. The emergence of unknown ferocious beasts is scarcely surprising. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yao continued, "I sense that this mutation is ongoing. These towering trees do not appear to have grown overnight. Rather, they seem to have materialized out of thin air. Impossible. We witnessed the grass and trees growing at an astonishing rate with our own eyes. Old Chun found Lu Yao's hypothesis hard to fathom. The implications chilling. But how do we explain these unknown ferocious beasts? Upon hearing Lu Yao's words, Old Chun fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. Lu Yao? Look over there? Just then, Chun Shi pointed towards the forehead of the blood-spiked demon boar. There, where Lu Yao had cleaved it open with the shovel, lay a black diamond-shaped object, adorned with numerous red veins. Emanating an unknown energy, Lu Yao extracted it with his dagger, holding it in the palm of his hand. Observing it intently. This should be the demon core of the blood-spiked demon boar. Awakened beings can absorb this to evolve towards a higher genetic tier. Upon hearing this, Chun Shi regarded Lu Yao with a profound gaze, remaining silent, while Old Chin's eyes glimmered with intrigue. After a brief respite, the three continued their journey, now even more cautious. The path was littered with collapsed buildings, trees sprouting amidst the ruins, and cars abandoned haphazardly. Some car doors were ajar, vividly illustrating the chaos of the sudden upheaval, the owners having fled in a hurry, leaving their doors wide open. The magnitude of this transformation had come without warning. Utterly unforeseen, Lu Yao and his companions ventured forth with trepidation, navigating carefully for approximately 5 or 6 hours before finally emerging from the dense forest. We must find a place to take shelter before nightfall, Lu Yao declared, halting and turning to Old Chun and Chun Shi. Traveling at night is far too perilous. This area appears to be on the outskirts now. The terrain has completely altered, leaving us only with a vague sense of our location. I even have the unsettling feeling that we are no longer on Earth. Old Chun surveyed the surroundings, his expression one of dazed bewilderment, were it not for the familiar ruins of the buildings. The abandoned vehicles resting amidst the debris, and the faintly discernible remnants of the asphalt road, one might truly feel as though they had traversed into another realm. We continued our journey. What is that? Lu Yao lifted his gaze towards the sun, which was poised to set on the horizon. Just as he was about to speak, his expression suddenly sharpened, and he exclaimed, Old Chun, look over there. Is that someone? Chun Lao, standing nearby, inquired while raising his head to see, only to behold shadows amid the grass. A group of individuals moving in an orderly fashion, their ranks impeccably aligned. Upon recognizing the newcomers, a look of joy instantly illuminated Chun Lao's weary visage. As he shouted, Here, we are here, Lu Yao, it must be the personnel from the Southern War Zone. The rescue team has arrived. We are saved. Chun Lao shouted in excitement while waving his hands fervently. The unusual commotion had already captured the attention of those on the opposite side. In but a moment, a squad of soldiers clad in military green camouflage uniforms approached. Chun Lao and Chun Shi gazed at the newcomers with elation. Ha ha, just in time. Li Chuan, you have arrived at the perfect moment. Chun Lao beamed at Zhao Li Chuan, laughter sweeping away the fatigue of recent days. After the cataclysmic changes in the world, communication had been severed, and in the first instance, I was tasked with leading a team to search for you. Days passed without news, and despair was nearly overwhelming, but at last, we have found you. The excitement on Zhao Li Chuan's face had yet to wane. After so many days of searching, battling ferocious beasts, and suffering the loss of many comrades, the joy of finally locating the old commander was indescribable. Come, let me introduce you. It was largely thanks to Lu Yao that Sheer and I were able to wait here in safety until you found us, Chun Lao said, immediately pulling Lu Yao forward and addressing Zhao Li Chuan. At that moment, Lu Yao was utterly stunned. Although he was aware of Chun Lao's significant status, he never imagined that Chun Lao was, in fact, an esteemed commander of the Southern War Zone. No wonder Chun Lao appeared aged. Yet his demeanor radiated vitality, exuding an aura of aloofness and authority, while simultaneously embodying a serene detachment from the world. Chun Shi mirrored this composure. Her first experience of taking a life left her expression unperturbed. Her demeanor tranquil, truly befitting one of military lineage. Young brother, I am immensely grateful for your care of the old commander and the others. I shall convey my thanks on behalf of my comrades. Zhao Li Chuan said, a glimmer of admiration flickering in his eyes as he saluted Lu Yao. Too kind, it was but a small effort, Lu Yao replied, hastily waving his hand in modesty. What a jest. For this was a colonel, a figure of considerable stature, equivalent to the vice-governor of Fuzhou City, a local magnate, Li Chuan. What is the situation outside now? After exchanging pleasantries, Chun Lao eagerly inquired about the circumstances. Old commander, the sun is about to set. Let us converse as we walk. We must reach the camp before darkness falls. Very well. Approximately 100 kilometers from the southern war zone, Zhao Lichuan and his men had cleared a substantial area, where a temporary camp was established. Along the way, they chatted as Zhao Lichuan recounted the general situation outside over the past few days. Just prior to the cataclysmic upheaval, the space station had attempted to communicate with Earth. Having detected anomalies, the ground surveillance personnel have yet to respond in the blink of an eye. All space stations and satellites abruptly lost their signals and sources of power, plunging into a trajectory of disconnection and descent towards the Earth. Global communications were instantly severed, causing widespread chaos. Following this, a cataclysmic transformation engulfed the world. The Earth trembled, and the skies were illuminated with a golden radiance. Subsequent research suggested that this phenomenon might be a form of ethereal rain capable of awakening the intelligence of living beings and shattering the genetic shackles of humanity. In ancient terms, it was referred to as the heavenly sweet rain. Indeed, the ensuing events of rampant tree growth, animal mutations, and the evolution of humanity into beings with extraordinary abilities substantiated this hypothesis. Chapter 8. Northward to Huizhou. Soon thereafter, animals began to undergo mutations, becoming increasingly ferocious and bloodthirsty. Caught off guard, numerous states fell into chaos, with humanity plummeting from the apex of the food chain. The four provincial capitals of the southern war zone, Fuzhou, Chaozhou, Wuzhou, and Shazhou, were swiftly overwhelmed, resulting in heavy casualties. Due to the southern war zone's remote location and concentrated population, the damage was comparatively minimal. Commander Qin Jinan immediately activated emergency protocols, imposing martial law across the four provinces. He gathered the populace while dispatching soldiers to quell the ensuing riots. As chaos descended, the rule of law vanished, and the hearts of men became tumultuous, leading to widespread insurrections, murder, and rampant violence, unleashing the most grotesque instincts of humanity. In an effort to establish communication with other war zones and the supreme capital of Jingzhou, Chun Jinan dispatched troops 5 times in a bid to forcibly open a route to the Jingzhou capital. Yet each attempt was thwarted by various ferocious beasts, returning empty-handed. Not only were the native creatures mutating, but soldiers in the southern war zone also encountered unknown mutated animals capable of launching magical attacks from a distance, such as breathing fire, spraying water, and causing ground collapses. They could only rely on modern weaponry like rifles and tanks, yet the stock was limited, with production bases nearly non-existent and supplies severed, rendering the situation dire. Just as despair enveloped every heart, a few survivors among humanity began to exhibit mutations themselves, awakening unknown talents. Some could spew flames, others sprouted wings, and still others possessed incredible strength, all classified as superpowers. It was only at this juncture that humanity in the southern war zone regained a semblance of control over the despondency. They established a refuge known as the City of Hope. Commander Qin Jinan convened the surviving officials from the 4 provincial capitals to swiftly institute new regulations. He arranged for awakened soldiers to lead expeditions in search of other survivors, while simultaneously directing troops to clear a path to Jingzhou. Meanwhile, those with ambitions who had awakened their powers, unwilling to remain ordinary, banded together to forge their own legacies amidst the turmoil that in a temporary encampment. A few individuals sat apart within a tent. As Zhao Lichuan recounted the events, the hearts of Lu Yao and the others remained unsettled that in just a few days, the world had transformed into a strange and perilous landscape, teeming with ferocious beasts and rampant slaughter. Humanity had descended from the pinnacle of the biological chain, transforming from predators into prey. Captain Zhao, are you aware of the current situation in Huizhou? Lu Yao inquired, directing her question at Zhao Lichuan. Huizhou, that region falls under the jurisdiction of the Eastern War Zone, and the specifics remain uncertain. Why do you ask? Zhao Lichuan responded, looking at Lu Yao with a puzzled expression. Lu Yao, the situation in the southeast is rather dire at present. I believe it would be wise for you to accompany us to the Southern War Zone first. Once we arrive there, we can deliberate on our next steps. Moreover, given the considerable time that has passed, Auntie and the others tea that moment. Chen Shi, seemingly aware of Lu Yao's innermost thoughts, instinctively spoke up. However, as soon as she finished, she realized her eagerness had been too apparent, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. Fortunately, Lu Yao's mind was elsewhere, and the dim light within the tent ensured that, apart from the elderly Chun, no one noticed her embarrassment. Upon hearing the conversation between Chun and the others, Lu Yao remained silent, deep in contemplation. Beside them, Zhao Lichuan, intrigued and puzzled, tentatively inquired, Lu Yao, do you have relatives in Huizhou? My hometown is Huizhou. Lichuan, you seem to have misjudged the situation. Young Lu has awakened his genes and become an awakened one. The elder Chen interjected with a chuckle. What? You too have awakened? Zhao Lichuan exclaimed. Taken aback by Chen's revelation, it was no wonder that Chen had previously mentioned that Lu Yao needed extra care during their journey. Initially, Zhao had thought it was merely a courteous remark and had not given it much thought. Only now did he take a serious look at Lu Yao. Becoming an awakened one is no trivial matter. The reasons behind such awakenings remain enigmatic. Some awaken during fierce battles against beasts, others awaken after a mere night's rest, and there are even those who awaken at the brink of death, spurred by overwhelming terror. What? Zhao Lichuan was so astonished that he sat upright. The revelation was astounding. Awakened ones are not as common as cabbages. He himself harbored a deep yearning to become one. It is worth noting that they had been studying military combat techniques, and with the resurgence of spiritual energy, the potency of these techniques had intensified. Yet, even so, confronting an awakened one seemed a daunting prospect. As they had shattered the shackles of their genes, wielding mysterious powers of incredible might, currently, the Southern War Zone serves as a refuge for humanity, home to approximately 500,000 individuals. While this may seem substantial, over 100,000 of them are soldiers, mere survivors of battles against beasts. In normal times, the population of the 4 provinces would reach tens of millions, yet due to this cataclysmic event, only around 300,000 survivors have been located, and with the soldiers in the Southern War Zone, the total barely reaches 500,000. Out of this number, fewer than 1,000 have awakened, not including those who, after awakening, chose to leave the city and carve their own path. It is evident how rare awakened ones truly are. The awakening of one's genes signifies the breaking of shackles and the commencement of a new evolution, enabling humanity to defy scientific laws, capable of shattering stone with a mere gesture, scaling walls effortlessly. Moreover, their life genes undergo transformation, making the notion of immortality seem less a legend and more a tangible reality. It is truly unimaginable. Chen Lao, Miss Chun, and Captain Zhao, I shall not accompany you to the Southern War Zone. I intend to depart for Huizhou at dawn tomorrow. With my family's fate unknown, I find it impossible to remain calm. That I am grateful for your assistance. In the end, Lu Yao resolutely decided to head towards Huizhou. Upon hearing her decision, Elder Chen sighed, choosing to say nothing further. Beside him, Chen Shi appeared slightly anxious, yet ultimately fell into silence. The sleepless night. At the break of dawn the following day, Lu Yao hurriedly prepared to depart after a brief gathering of his belongings. Lu Yao. Upon hearing his name, Lu Yao glanced back to see Chen Shi approaching, her face marked by dark circles, clearly indicating a restless night. Miss Chen, just call me Chen Shi. She interjected. Oh, you truly intend to leave? What I mean is, we could first head to the southern gathering point. Perhaps there are survivors from Huizhou who managed to escape. If all else fails, I could have my father send someone to search for my uncle and aunt. Chen Shi's tone was somewhat agitated, and she herself was taken aback by her sudden impulsiveness. After spending so many days together, despite their sparse conversation, she had subconsciously realized that Lu Yao had left a profound impression on her heart. Faced with this revelation, Lu Yao remained silent, seemingly oblivious to the shift in Chen Shi's demeanor. After a long pause, he spoke in a somber tone. Chen Shi, thank you, but I must still leave, with my family's fate uncertain. I cannot find peace. We may meet again someday. With that, Lu Yao turned and walked away, unable to linger or provide the response Chen Shi had hoped for. The uncertainty surrounding his family's survival gnawed at him, leaving him restless. Will you come looking for me? Chen Shi asked. Without a moment's hesitation, she stepped away. Ahead of her, the sun had just begun to rise, heralding yet another day filled with uncertainty. Behind her, upon hearing Lu Yao's words, Chen Shi's exquisite visage blossomed into a radiant smile, her beauty akin to that of a peach blossom. Sheer, let us depart as well, remarked Chen Lao, who had approached at some point. Observing Lu Yao's retreating figure, this journey may span years. Perhaps we shall never meet again. Yet, there remains a possibility of future encounters. Who can truly predict such matters? Journeying northward, Lu Yao discerned his bearings and pressed onward. While he understood Chunxi's feelings, he dared not guarantee anything. The road ahead was fraught with uncertainty, where life and death were unpredictable. Offering hope, only to lead to disappointment, was a burden he wished to avoid. To share mutual support is less desirable than to forget each other in the vastness of the world. Huizhou, situated in the central plains of Huaxia, lies approximately 900 kilometers north of Fuzhou. Passing through Hangzhou and Nanzhou before reaching its destination, as Lu Yao traveled north, he endured the elements, with remnants of corpses scattered throughout the wilderness. Yet, he pressed on, having slain countless mutated beasts along the way. His strength grew increasingly formidable, his body as resilient as granite. Nevertheless, Lu Yao was acutely aware that he had yet to break free from his shackles, as if an invisible cord tightly bound him. One day, Lu Yao arrived at a mountain range that seemed endless. After studying the map in hand and comparing directions, he pondered, this should be the Ningxin mountain range in Nanzhou. However, it has transformed into a colossal behemoth. The earth quakes and the mountains tremble, rising high into the clouds. From a distance, the peaks were shrouded in mist, with various beasts lurking, evoking a sense of dread. Beyond the Ningxin mountain range lies Huangshan. Lu Yao mused silently, gazing at the towering mountains before him. He felt no fear and resolutely continued onward. Chapter 9. Encounters with the giant tiger. Before even entering the mountain range, he sensed a desolate aura of the wilderness enveloping him. Is this the magnificent yet terrifying spectacle of the Ningxin mountain range? Lu Yao, gripping a short alloy dagger, gazes in astonishment at the towering ancient trees within the forest. This alloy dagger was a parting gift from Zhao Lichuan. Forged specifically by the Southwest Theater Command to combat mutated beasts, it is exceptionally sharp. The surrounding forest of the Ningxin mountain range starkly contrasts with the woods traversed a few days prior in Fuzhou. Most notably, the trees within this mountain range soar to heights of over 100 feet. Some of these grand trees reach several hundred feet, and judging by their rings, they must be thousands of years old. As the saying goes, in deep mountains, great treasures abound. The towering and dense woodland may well harbor ferocious beasts. From these towering giants, one can easily imagine the ferocity of the creatures that dwell within. This is merely a small mountain range. Lu Yao shudders to think of the colossal grandeur of Kunlun and Qinling, the ancestral mountains of Huaxia. Just as Lu Yao prepares to traverse this forest, a distant howl causes his expression to shift. A chilling wolf howl suddenly reverberates, its sound echoing ominously at a wolf pack. Lu Yao immediately realizes that among the most perilous creatures in this forest are those large, formidable beasts, such as tigers and grizzly bears. Next in line are the terrifying pack animals, whose strength lies not in individual might, but in their numbers. No one knows how many fearsome beasts lurk within this mountain range. Lu Yao has already encountered a wolf pack at the foot of the mountain, let alone the horrors that may lie deeper within. Traveling to Huizhou offers only mountain paths or waterways. On the mountain paths, one might escape from beasts, but on the waterways, without large vessels, encountering mutated creatures would mean certain death. Just then, Lu Yao hesitates, contemplating whether to take a detour, when suddenly the wolf howls are intermingled with human shouts and cries of anguish. There are people. It seems they have encountered a wolf pack. Should he intervene? Lu Yao finds himself torn, still grappling with his internal conflict. After a moment of hesitation, he resolves to sneak closer for a better look. Cautiously navigating through the thicket, he approaches and gazes into the distance. Before him lies a pack of several hundred black wolves, encircling 3 men led by a white-headed alpha. On the ground, numerous lifeless bodies lay strewn about, indicating that they have already succumbed to their fate. The 3 men appear to have awakened their genes, significantly enhancing their strength, as they frantically slash at the advancing wolves. This area marks the boundary between Fuzhou and Hangzhou, obstructed by the Ningxin mountain range. Lu Yao surmises these individuals are survivors from Hangzhou. Each of the 3 bears wounds, and with every clash, they reopen their injuries, blood pouring forth, the pungent scent of blood awakening the wolves' predatory instincts. The metallic tang of blood fills the air. Even from 100 feet away, Lu Yao can detect it. Just then, among the pack, a massive wolf, flanked by its companions, throws back its head and howls defiantly at the sky. It was cloaked in a shimmering coat of silver fur, its stature rivaling that of 2 adult lions, and its pair of golden-hued eyes were utterly captivating, exuding a haunting allure. The sharp claws glistened ominously with a chilling sheen. The Wolf King roared in fury, and the pack of wolves responded in unison. Howls of a woof, a woof, a woof, echoed in the air. Boss, this Wolf King has definitely reached the third tier. We must flee, exclaimed a middle-aged man, who, with a swift stroke of his blade, sent a lunging wolf tumbling away. He turned to his two companions and urged them to retreat. Hearing his words, the two men hastily sheathed their weapons and attempted to withdraw. But it was too late. Suddenly, the Silver Wolf King leapt into the air, a flash of silver light cutting through the darkness. The two men screamed in terror as their bodies were cleaved in two. Blood spraying forth and innards scattered across the ground. Damn it. Old 2, Old 3. The middle-aged man cried out in shock and rage, his expression shifting drastically. This quest for the exotic fruits had cost him the lives of several brothers and subordinates. Before the cataclysm, this area had been a thriving tourist destination, and his family had been among the local merchants. When the upheaval occurred, he had been somewhat fortunate to escape the initial chaos. After hiding for several days, he could no longer endure the pangs of hunger, and with no food in sight, he ventured into the jungle, hoping to forage for wild fruits or perhaps catch a rabbit to sate his hunger. It was then that he stumbled upon a peculiar gray fruit tree, adorned with several vibrant red fruits that glistened enticingly, exuding a captivating fragrance. In his desperate state, he paid no heed to the possibility of poison and hastily plucked a fruit, devouring it ravenously. Yet, before he could finish, a sharp pain gripped his stomach, prompting him to discard the fruit and flee in search of help. In his frantic desperation, he realized there was little hope of finding anyone. Ultimately, the pain overcame him, and he lost consciousness. When he awoke, he was astonished to find himself alive. Not only alive, but imbued with newfound strength. A single punch could now pierce through walls. It was then that he recalled the red fruits, which had transformed him, filling him with power. Could they possibly be celestial fruits? He hurriedly sought the tree again, but upon returning, he found himself surrounded by a pack of wolves, bolstered by his newfound strength. He managed to slay several ferocious wolves, yet ultimately, he was outnumbered and forced to retreat. With his awakening strength, he encountered two other awakened individuals, and together they envisioned building a grand enterprise amidst the chaos. Swiftly gathering a group of survivors to establish a governing order. Curse it, the middle-aged man dared not linger in battle and retreated at great speed. He had been utterly frightened by the Silver Wolf King, which, having consumed the celestial fruit, had ascended to the third tier, while he remained merely at the second. He was no match for this beast. His two brothers, both at the first tier, had been caught off guard and slain in an instant by the Silver Wolf King. The middle-aged man scanned his surroundings, desperately seeking an escape route, his face etched with anxiety. Across from him, the Silver Wolf King's golden eyes gleamed with a flicker of mockery and cunning awoo. The Silver Wolf King let out a deafening roar. Leaping high into the air, its gaping maw displaying sharp fangs, and with the speed of lightning, it lunged ferociously towards the middle-aged man. Bang! The middle-aged man, caught off guard, felt a tremendous force strike him, followed by intense pain in his right arm, which was instantly flung away. By mere coincidence, he landed right in front of Liu Yao. Save me! The man cried out in agony, clutching his right arm, which had been bitten off. In his struggle, he caught sight of Liu Yao and urgently exclaimed, "Little brother, help me. I possess celestial fruits that can elevate one's rank." His pallid face and anxious demeanor betrayed his desperation. At this moment, retreat was no longer an option. The Silver Wolf King had already detected Liu Yao's presence. With the swiftness of a white lightning bolt, its robust and razor-sharp claws lunged toward Liu Yao. Steeling himself, Liu Yao raised his alloy short knife to confront the beast. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed as the alloy blade remarkably parried the Silver Wolf King's lethal claws. Undeterred by this failure, the Silver Wolf King leapt, its form suddenly appearing behind Liu Yao, its sharp claws viciously slashing at his back. Ripping through flesh, it left a long gash that sent waves of agony coursing through Liu Yao's body, causing him to stumble, nearly collapsing to the ground. He felt the warm blood trickling down his back, and with a grim expression, he lifted his head and growled, "Damn beast, die." Suppressing the searing pain, Liu Yao accelerated, raising his alloy short knife and charging at the Silver Wolf King, unleashing all his strength, golden light radiating from his body, causing the ground to tremble beneath him. Simultaneously, the Silver Wolf King raised its claws, resembling a colossal hammer, ready to strike. Clang! Boom! The clash of the alloy knife against the claws produced a deafening roar, shock waves erupting, sending nearby foliage and stones flying. But a low growl escaped the Silver Wolf King, its golden eyes widening in disbelief that it had not anticipated that its full-force attack would be met with such resistance from a mere human. This, the third-tier awakener, the fallen middle-aged man, witnessing this scene, gasped in astonishment, his pain temporarily forgotten, that he had not held any hope for Lu Yao, merely instinctively struggling for survival in his final moments. But joy surged within him as he realized that Lu Yao's formidable strength greatly increased his chances of survival. However, despair washed over him moments later as a sudden gust of wind swept through the jungle, accompanied by a deafening roar that echoed through the mountains. Abruptly, a massive striped tiger charged forth, its imposing figure adorned with a kingly pattern on its forehead, glimmering with an ominous light, causing the pack of wolves to retreat in fear. The might of the Tiger King was truly terrifying. As the Silver Wolf King, embroiled in battle with Lu Yao, let out a thunderous howl, it abandoned Lu Yao and charged toward the gigantic tiger, its golden eyes flashing with fury. Lu Yao, upon seeing the colossal beast, felt his pupils constrict and a wave of shock wash over him. He recognized this tiger from the central square of Fuzhou, the very creature that had nearly devoured him, had it not been for the sudden anomaly of the stone tablet that scared it away. Lu Yao would have already met a grim fate. Little did I anticipate that I would encounter it once more in the Ningxin mountain range. However, the enormous tiger had now grown even larger, its aura more fearsome than before. Upon witnessing this, Lu Yao instinctively retreated to the side. The Silver Wolf King must have suffered at the hands of this colossal tiger. In this instance, it was a clash of kings, Wolf King against Tiger King. Chapter 10. Breaking the Shackles, Slaying the Giant Tiger. Roar, a howl. The earth trembled as the Silver Wolf King and the giant tiger engaged in a fierce battle. The Silver Wolf King leaped, transforming into a streak of silver light as it lunged towards the giant tiger. The great beast roared defiantly towards the heavens, its ferocious energy radiating outward. With a gaping maw, it unleashed a torrent of flame aimed directly at the Silver Wolf King. Woo! The Silver Wolf King swung its tail, resembling a silver star chain, and with a swift lash, the flame was cleaved in twain, dissipating into sparks that vanished into the air. Boom! Following this, the Silver Wolf King's tail, fueled by relentless momentum, struck out towards the giant tiger. The tiger deftly pivoted to evade the blow and continued its assault, while the Silver Wolf King also turned, baring its blood-stained jaws in an attempt to bite the tiger. These two formidable beast kings were locked in a frenzied struggle, the shockwaves from their clash sweeping away everything within 100 meters. The wolf pack, overwhelmed by the ferocity of the duel, hastily retreated. Towering trees fell in droves, and the ground split open with gaping fissures, one of the largest cracks spanning several meters in width and dozens of meters in length. Lu Yao, sensing the peril, had long since withdrawn to a distance of several kilometers. Meanwhile, the injured middle-aged man had vanished without a trace, and Lu Yao paid him no mind, continuing to hide cautiously as a bold idea brewed within him. The two beast kings fought from east to west and back again, transforming the surrounding area into a battleground, reducing colossal trees and boulders to mere dust. At this juncture, the battle had escalated to a fever pitch, and the Silver Wolf King found itself at a disadvantage. In a fateful moment, a gap appeared in the Wolf King's defenses, and the giant tiger seized the opportunity, sinking its teeth into the wolf's abdomen. Woo! The tiger, stung by its own pain, released its grip. The Silver Wolf King struggled free, its white belly stained crimson, a gaping wound from which its entrails nearly spilled forth, appearing as though it could not survive. The giant tiger, too, limped, having suffered a broken foreleg from the Wolf King's bite. Both were gravely injured, yet the tiger seemed to have the upper hand. At this critical juncture, Lu Yao sprang into action. Radiating a golden light, his strength surging throughout his body, he surged forth like a bolt of lightning, wielding a metallic dagger that glinted coldly as it sliced towards the tiger's neck. In that split second, a shadow darted towards Lu Yao's head with alarming speed. Startled, Lu Yao instinctively stepped back, barely managing to pivot aside and dodge the shadow, which turned out to be the tiger's tail, resembling an iron whip. Roar! The tiger bellowed in fury, lunging at Lu Yao with ferocity. Its powerful claws glimmered darkly, striking terror into the heart. Despite having a broken leg, the beast remained fierce. Lu Yao quickly retreated a step, thrusting his metallic dagger forward. Bang! The dagger collided violently with the tiger's razor-sharp claw. In the fleeting moment of impact, Lu Yao leveraged the rebound force to execute a swift backward dive, rolling upon the ground to dissipate the kinetic energy and retreat to the side. His mind was intensely focused, and a wave of astonishment washed over him. This creature, it seemed, had developed a semblance of sentience. After battling the Wolf King for an extended period, it still retained considerable strength. According to the words of that man earlier, it must possess more than just a third tier of power, potentially nearing the fourth tier. It appeared that to vanquish this beast, he would need to exploit its vulnerabilities. Had it not been for the past week spent battling mutated creatures and honing his strength, Lu Yao truly doubted his ability to contend with this mutated tiger. Roaring, the massive tiger bellowed, charging at him once more, having recalled the four-legged monkey. Indeed, the memory was vivid. It had been terrified to the core during that encounter. The sight of the black stone gleaming with golden light invoking an instinctual fear that compelled it to flee for its life. The further away, the better. Roaring, the colossal tiger growled, its eyes fierce and its massive jaws raised in a howl to the heavens. Suddenly, a burst of flames erupted from its mouth, igniting the air before Lu Yao in an instant. Cursing under his breath, he realized he had forgotten that this beast could breathe fire. Startled, he rolled to the ground, yet a spark still caught his clothing, setting it ablaze. The searing pain of fire engulfed him, striking his nerves with a jolt, causing his muscles to tremble and radiate golden light all around him. Boom. Inside him, blood surged like thunder, a tempest of vitality coursing through his veins, beginning its journey from his navel. What Taoists refer to as the Great Circulation, flowing downward and surging into the Purple Palace. In the next moment, a steady stream of energy and blood erupted from his purple palace, flooding every part of his body. The boiling vitality, teeming with life and vigor, rapidly tempered Lu Yao's entire being, refining his physique in an endless cycle. Again and again, crack. At that moment, a sound akin to something snapping resonated from within Lu Yao's body. A thunderous noise erupted in his mind, as if a certain shackle had been unbound. Boom! In a mysterious manner, the energy and blood throughout his body suddenly exploded, seemingly shattering some constraint in an instant. His conscious beast, this time, you are doomed. Lu Yao forcefully kicked a massive boulder nearby, which soared through the air as if propelled by a catapult, swiftly hurtling towards the colossal tiger. Remarkably, the tiger did not diminish its speed. With a powerful flick of its enormous tail, it cleaved the boulder in two without breaking stride, raising its giant paw to strike directly at Lu Yao. Following the kick, Lu Yao's body darted towards the tiger like a bolt of lightning. Roar, die, Lu Yao bellowed, and in that instant, his form twisted with the agility of a venomous serpent, nimbly evading the tiger's razor-sharp claw. Simultaneously, as he propelled himself forward, the alloy dagger in his hand was unleashed in a swift arc. The blade's gleam traced a parabolic trajectory as it accelerated. Thud. Roar, roar, roar. The blade, swift as lightning, struck the tiger's neck with unerring precision. With a resounding thwack, Lu Yao distinctly felt the blade penetrate flesh and sever bone. Vivid crimson blood erupted forth as his strike severed the creature's scapula. Ag. The tiger howled in agony, violently swinging its head to viciously bite at Lu Yao, attempting a final desperate counterattack akin to a wolf king on the brink of death. Today I emulate Wu Song from Jinyang Ridge, nay, from the Ningtown Mountains. Perish before me. Lu Yao laughed maniacally, discarding the alloy dagger, and clenched his fist, delivering powerful blows to the tiger's skull. One punch after another. The tiger cried out in torment. After awakening his genes, Lu Yao's strength had magnified significantly. Though he had not awakened the legendary abilities, his physical prowess remained formidable, causing the tiger to cough up blood with each strike. The tiger's eyes, filled with a menacing ferocity, glared with a desire to devour, its forehead emblazoned with the character for king, as if it were about to burst forth, emanating an incredulous expression from its fierce gaze. The tiger could scarcely believe that the strength it had long prided itself on would lead to its demise at the hands of a mere four-legged creature it once deemed insignificant. Die. Observing the panting tiger, Lu Yao stood tall, the veins on his arms bulging, his body aglow with golden light, as thunder roared within his veins that a force tenfold greater than before erupted suddenly. The ground cracked beneath him, and the tiger felt an insurmountable power emanating from the clenched fist of this four-legged monkey. In the next moment. Boom. Bang! In its eyes filled with terror, its enormous body was propelled away, crashing heavily into the jungle, toppling trees around it, unable to regain composure for a long while. Ha! The tiger lay on the ground, gasping weakly, its eyes filled with resentment. Nearby, Lu Yao picked up the alloy dagger once more and delivered a fierce strike to the tiger's forehead. Thud! A golden diamond-shaped crystal shard tumbled out at a demon core. Sensing an overwhelming desire stirring within him, Lu Yao murmured to himself, in no wonder. During Chun-Shi's awakening, the mysterious stone in his mind had conveyed that an awakener could absorb the demon cores of beasts. Advancing towards a higher level of evolution, the demon core before him radiated a resplendent golden hue, its surface adorned with intricate patterns, emanating an astonishing aura. Though the tiger had perished, its fierce presence lingered. Furthermore, Lu Yao concealed the demon core in his possession, casting his gaze towards the Silver Wolf King, who was still struggling, clinging to life. The tenacity of mutated beasts was indeed remarkable at that moment. The Silver Wolf King's once formidable green eyes were now filled with dread, stripped of their former might. After vanquishing the Silver Wolf King once more, Lu Yao, as anticipated, procured another demon core from its cranium. He had come to realize that fortune favors the bold. After a brief tidying up, he located his lost satchel amidst the thicket and donned a fresh set of garments. Subsequently, Lu Yao skinned both the majestic tiger and the Silver Wolf King, stowing their pelts into his pack. Such valuable spoils, Lu Yao mused, reflecting on the bountiful rewards of this perilous venture. Had he not possessed both audacity and prudence, patiently awaiting the clash between the clam and the heron, he would never have emerged as the fisherman in this tale. Chapter 11. The ancient city descends, ascending 3 levels. This time, not only had he shattered his shackles and awakened his genes, but he had also acquired 2 potent demon cores. Reaping substantial rewards, Lu Yao felt that this daring escapade had indeed been worthwhile. As he prepared to depart, his gaze instinctively roamed his surroundings, when suddenly something caught his attention. Before him lay what appeared to be a cave, adjacent to a sheer cliff rising several hundred meters high. Focusing intently, Lu Yao soon discerned a small set of steps, approximately 2 zhang in length, at the center of the cliff. Atop these steps rested a small pool, within which a vine-like plant stood, measuring 9 inches in height, swaying gracefully in the wind. The peculiar shape of this plant resembled a majestic dragon soaring into the sky, vividly lifelike, adorned with several fruits that glimmered like jade, their hue as crimson as blood. What could that be? Lu Yao felt a flicker of confusion, yet instinctively sensed that it must be something remarkable, drawing him closer. Approaching the scene, he ascended the steps, and a faint, alluring fragrance wafted towards him, igniting a fervor within his veins. In a hazy reverie, a colossal stone within his mind quivered, and an instinctive stream of information materialized in his consciousness. Innate vermilion fruit. A spiritual fruit born of heaven and earth. Consuming it can cleanse the sinews and marrow, enhancing one's strength. Having encountered such extraordinary phenomena in his mind before, Lu Yao was no longer astonished. Since that fateful moment in the stone tablet's realm, he had surmised that the vanished tablet was likely the very stone he envisioned, and the colossal axe must also reside within his consciousness, yet undiscovered. Each time he faced an unknown dilemma, the tablet had provided him with guidance. Lowering his gaze, Lu Yao beheld 6 more fruits dangling from the vine. Upon witnessing this scene, and recalling the earlier actions of the group, he surmised that one among them had discovered this spiritual fruit, inadvertently attracting the Silver Wolf King and its pack due to the fruit's alluring aroma. They had misjudged the disparity in their strengths. Nearly facing total annihilation, the mighty tiger had likely stumbled upon this place by chance, encountering the spiritual fruit, which led to a confrontation with the wolf pack, resulting in significant losses for them. Thus, when the Silver Wolf King beheld the approaching tiger, it hastily abandoned Lu Yao, racing towards the tiger instead. Alas, in the end, it was Lu Yao who reaped the benefits of their misadventures, unbeknownst to Lu Yao. While his conjecture was not entirely accurate, it was certainly not far from the truth. As the saying goes, while the mantis stalks the cicada, the oriole lurks behind. When the clam and the snipe contend, it is the fisherman who benefits. With this thought in mind, Lu Yao cautiously plucked all 6 of the crimson fruits, recognizing that such treasures ought to be seized in their entirety. After yet another thorough search of the vicinity, Lu Yao, undeterred, once more set forth on his journey to Huizhou. Thus began a trek lasting over 10 days. Liu Yao traversed the outskirts of the Ningxin mountain range, refraining from venturing into its depths. Along the way, he encountered a multitude of grotesque mutated beasts. The number he had slain was beyond reckoning. The palpable bloodlust emanating from him was sufficient to intimidate some of the weaker creatures from a considerable distance. Perhaps it was no longer appropriate to refer to them merely as beasts. After such prolonged mutations, the term ferocious creatures seemed far more fitting. His strength remained at the first tier of awakening. And although he had not advanced further, his combat prowess was incomparable to what it once was. Liu Yao speculated that his current capabilities could easily vanquish his former self, lacking any comparison with other awakened beings. He remained uncertain of his precise standing. In addition to the ferocious creatures, Liu Yao encountered other surviving humans. When danger arose, he observed with a detached gaze, offering no assistance. In these perilous times, when survival was uncertain and human intentions difficult to discern, who could predict if, after receiving aid, they might betray you in a desperate bid for survival? One day, after traversing the Ningxin mountain range, Liu Yao finally arrived in the territory of Nanzhou. Before him lay a dilapidated city, where rusting and shattered vehicles, both cars and buses, were strewn along the cracked roads. Surrounding him were collapsed buildings, their ruins entwined with flourishing vines emerging from the fissures. Occasionally, the ground bore witness to darkened bloodstains and the remains of humanity. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the clear skies. In an instant, a bolt of lightning split the heavens, followed by a surge of violet energy that illuminated the atmosphere. Within moments, the violet aura spread for thousands of miles, transforming the sky into a purplish hue. What could this mean? From within the violet clouds, the space itself began to warp violently, and then a massive black rift, stretching for tens of thousands of feet, abruptly tore open. With a resounding crash, colossal ancient black cities descended from the chasm, unleashing an indescribable primeval aura that surged forth from within their towering walls. Instantly, all living beings on the earth fell into a profound silence. The mutated beasts, gripped by terror, sensed an impending calamity and trembled in fear. In the skies above, even the ferocious birds soared in a panic, landing haphazardly, their expressions dazed and bewildered. Every creature, great or small, gazed apprehensively at the descending ancient cities, their eyes betraying a clear sense of dread and trepidation. Boom! A great black city crashed heavily before Liu Yao, causing the ground to fracture and dust to swirl. Simultaneously, an ethereal voice resonated in the hearts of all humans, declaring, "The 36 ancient cities of humanity, bearers of the legacy of mankind, grant inheritance to those who are destined. Humans shall not revere the immortal, nor worship the divine, nor believe in spirits. Humans shall slay demons and eradicate evil, vanquishing gods and Buddhas." Liu Yao stood in a daze, his face a mask of astonishment, yet his feet did not falter. As he approached the gates of the ancient city, he found a considerable crowd gathered to witness the extraordinary event. The ancient city, when viewed closely, looms impressively, its vast expanse comprised of blocks of azure marble, each bearing the distinct imprints of various weapons, resonating with echoes of a timeless past, seemingly impervious to the ravages of millennia. Liu Yao scrutinized the ancient city for a moment before approaching the city gate, which stood firmly closed, perhaps yet to be opened, or perhaps the hour was simply not ripe. Above the gate hung a plaque, inscribed with characters of archaic seal script, though Liu Yao could not decipher them. An instinctive whisper from within declared, "Xianyuan, the Xianyuan ancient city, one of the 36 ancient cities of the human race. How might one gain entry into this ancient stronghold? Is it accessible to all?" Surely, you all heard that voice, did you not? Could it be the spirits of our ancestors? Among the 36 ancient cities, this one has fortuitously descended upon our eastern war zone. Have the denizens of the 4 great cities of Hangzhou arrived? They are bound to come. Suddenly, a stir erupted among the crowd, as urgent sounds of hurried footsteps approached from outside, and several figures appeared at the city gate. Is this truly the ancient city? Xianyuan? Xianyuan ancient city. A young man with black hair looked up, his face a mask of astonishment. Could this possibly be the realm of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors? The Yellow Emperor? Another youth in their company chimed in. Liu Yao's expression grew grave. These individuals had shattered their shackles and awakened, their ranks evidently formidable. Indeed, as nearly a month had passed, an increasing number of souls were beginning to awaken. This place must belong to the Eastern War Zone, where the population is substantial and the awakened multitude is considerable. Just then, another figure approached, a middle-aged man clad in military attire, accompanied by a man and a woman, striding towards them from afar, that is. Wu Yi, the commander of the pioneering army of the Eastern War Zone. Among the crowd, a keen observer recognized the newcomer immediately. It is he. Rumor has it that Commander Wu has attained the 8th tier of awakening and has slain several mutated beast kings. Indeed, the ferocious beasts within 100 miles of the Eastern War Zone have been eradicated under his leadership. Commander Wu, seemingly oblivious to the murmurs of the crowd, approached the city gate, his countenance grave as he regarded Liu Yao. Upon his arrival, he felt a palpable aura of pressure enveloping him. Amidst the throng, Liu Yao shone like a beacon in the darkness, radiating an intense killing intent. Despite Liu Yao's unassuming demeanor, the bloodlust accumulated from countless battles against ferocious beasts could not be concealed. Naturally, Commander Wu, having also waded through bloodshed, sensed that Liu Yao's murderous aura rivaled his OWNAS if attuned to Wu Ye's gaze. Liu Yao met his eyes momentarily, nodding in acknowledgement, and then fell silent once more. After approximately 3 to 4 hours, an increasing number of individuals began to arrive, exchanging greetings with familiar faces, while strangers stood quietly by, awaiting the opening of the city gate. After about another hour of waiting, the gate, as if imbued with consciousness, began to slowly part before the eager eyes of the onlookers. Upon entering the city, along the broad avenue paved with blue bricks, Liu Yao beheld a desolate cityscape. Eerily silent, as though no signs of life had graced it for many years. On either side lay dilapidated structures, some with doors ajar, revealing nothing but forsaken furniture and emptiness within. Continuing along the thoroughfare, Liu Yao soon arrived at a grand plaza. Beside him, an individual had commenced to awaken the resonance of the tombstone, which projected a gray luminescence enveloping his form. The person, seemingly enlightened by some revelation, exhibited a countenance brimming with exhilaration as he sat cross-legged in meditation. But a brief moment, an overwhelming aura surged through his being, leading to a profound breakthrough. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers began to search for tombstones in earnest. Liu Yao also paused before one of the grandest tombstones in the square. Although inscribed with ancient seal characters, Liu Yao discerned the message inscribed upon it: the tomb of the war god Xingtian. Kill, kill, kill. Annihilate all clans. One kill is for sin, but to slay thousands is for valor. To slay 900,000 is to be the mightiest among the brave. In an instant, a terrifying intent to kill radiated from the tombstone, enveloping Liu Yao entirely. Such a dreadful aura of slaughter. Whose tomb is this that harbors such formidable murderous intent? How many must have perished for it to coalesce so fiercely? Even the ancient Bai Qi could not have been dissimilar. Beside him, Commander Wu appeared dazed, his expression grave as he observed Liu Yao, now shrouded in the aura of slaughter, his demeanor increasingly somber. The intensity of one individual's murderous intent is perilous, if left unchecked. It could spiral into extreme hostility, and should it spiral out of control, it could herald the resurgence of a fiend in a realm of illusion. The sky was shrouded in gray. A middle-aged man, clad in animal hide and wielding a towering spear, stood with his back to Liu Yao. Before him, an overwhelming horde of black beetles surged forth, their presence imposing and suffused with a palpable murderous aura. Kill! The middle-aged man bellowed, his voice resounding with ferocity as his spear cleaved the heavens, infused with an awe-inspiring intent to kill, hurtling towards the legion of black beetles. The shockwave was immense, such power. In this moment, Liu Yao's vision was consumed by the spear that soared skyward, the aura of slaughter rippling through the air, the spear casting a formidable shadow. Opposite him, the vast army of beetles suffered immediate and catastrophic losses. Wherever the middle-aged warrior traversed, the beetles disintegrated into ash. Having killed to cultivate further killing, he nurtured within himself an essence of slaughter capable of vanquishing all under heaven. Xingtian danced with his halberd, his fierce spirit eternally unwavering. This was an ancient myth of Huaxia, tales of which he had heard in books and from storytellers since childhood. Today, it unfolded before Liu Yao's eyes. This was the most ancient of human sages, Xingtian, who dared to strike at the heavens with his fists. This moment, an overwhelming intent to kill erupted from Xingtian, coalescing and swiftly surging towards Liu Yao, causing the very fabric of space to collapse. In the square outside, where Liu Yao stood, the murderous aura erupted, shocking all present. The ferocious aura of Xingtian began to coalesce within Lu Yao's heart, transforming into a seed. To nurture a heart filled with slaughter is to vanquish all under heaven. This was the essence of Xingtian's doctrine, utilizing killing as a path, cultivating killing through killing. Lu Yao sat cross-legged, beginning to draw forth the seed of murderous intent coalescing at his heart, intent on nurturing it to fruition, birthing his own essence of slaughter. Boom! Radiant golden light emanated from Lu Yao's being, his blood and energy surging fervently as the seed of murderous intent began to germinate. An immense power coursed through his body. Roaring like thunder, the murderous aura flowed like a colossal river, surging within Lu Yao's fo. Lu Yao ceased to suppress himself, his entire body resonating with a subtle vibration. The bones within him emitted a series of creaking sounds, reverberating throughout his being, akin to the rumbling of thunder from the heavens. Crack. Ascension to the second tier of awakening realm. Ascension to the third tier. Ascension to the fourth tier. The murderous aura tempered his physique, propelling him up 3 tiers in rapid succession. In the next moment, it felt as though a binding force within Lu Yao had shattered, leaving him enveloped in an indescribable sense of ease and liberation. Simultaneously, a surge of power, 100-fold stronger than before, flooded through his body. The tumultuous energy coursing through him seemed to reach a state of flowing harmony, producing a cacophony reminiscent of a roaring river. The force of Lu Yao's advancement stunned all present. Who is this person? Such terrifying talent. Truly inconceivable, breaking through 3 tiers at once. Have you noticed? His 4th tier strength even pressures me. A 5th tier. At that moment, Wu Yi, who had just received his inheritance, wore a face of astonishment. He was fortunate, having initially awakened the wind elemental ability and subsequently obtained the legacy of the Wind Monarch. He felt as if he had gained wings, with the 9th tier faintly within reach. Nevertheless, he still sensed the threat emanating from Lu Yao. This person is worthy of deep connection, not to be made an enemy. Instinctively, such thoughts arose in Wu Ye's mind. Just then, Lu Yao opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance igniting within them, as the seed of murderous intent from Xingtian had already hatched and begun to sprout. That as long as he continued to nurture this murderous aura, one day he would reach the level of Xingtian, or perhaps even surpass it. Feeling the immense power coursing through him, Lu Yao's face radiated with joy. Were it not for the inappropriateness of the occasion, he would have laughed heartily. Lu Yao surveyed his surroundings. One by one, the inheritors in the square were awakening, smiles clearly adorning their faces, indicating their satisfaction with the legacies they had received. After the last inheritance was activated, the Xianyuan ancient city began to tremble. Chapter 12. Beast Tide. Outside the ancient city, as everyone emerged, Xianyuan ancient city soared into the sky, disappearing from sight in an instant, leaving the crowd in astonished silence. Lu Yao contemplated. Today, the number of individuals present here was surely in the thousands, if each of the 36 ancient cities had such a multitude, with each person obtaining diverse opportunities. Henceforth, cultivation would become the prevailing trend of this era. Since the onset of the spiritual energy tide, as myth returned to the world, humanity had embarked on a path strewn with thorns. From the very beginning of the resurgence of spiritual energy on Earth, individuals of extraordinary aptitude had successfully broken the shackles of their genes, entering the awakening realm, with some even awakening abilities that resembled innate divine powers. With 36 ancient cities, as described by that mysterious voice, each city suppressed a passageway to the foreign races, and now, as spiritual energy resurged and the ancient cities emerged, the so-called foreign races were also on the brink of returning, heralding the re-emergence of a golden age. Lu Yao recalled the scene that transpired within the inheritance space of the ancient city, where countless black beetles gathered, each casting an aura of extreme danger that sent shivers down his spine, leaving him aghast. Could the approaching foreign races be these black beetles? In the ancient legends of Huaxia, Xingtian is portrayed as a deity of slaughter who contended for the throne with the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan. Ultimately, he was vanquished by Xianyuan, who severed his head and dismembered his body. Are you attempting to deceive me? What truly transpired in the primordial era? Why did foreign tribes invade? And who are these outsiders? Could they be those ominous black beetles? The more Lu Yao pondered, the more his mind became a tumultuous chaos. At that moment, a young man approached, inquiring about Lu Yao's name and expressing curiosity about his journey to Hangzhou. Lu Yao, upon hearing the voice, lifted his gaze to meet that of Wu Yi, accompanied by a man and a woman. With a hint of perplexity, he asked, "May I inquire your name, sir?" "I am Lu Yao." "Ah, my apologies. I am Wu Yi, commander of the Eastern Theater's expeditionary forces. These two are my colleagues that I noticed the confusion on your face and was merely curious," Wu Yi said with a chuckle, tapping his forehead. "Commander Wu." Upon learning that Wu Yi hailed from the Eastern Theater, Lu Yao's expression shifted to one of urgency. "Your Eastern Theater is quite close to Huizhou. Do you possess any specific news from that region?" Lu Yao regarded the warmly engaging Wu Yi with a hint of hesitation, uncertain why a military leader would exhibit such cordiality. Sensing the wariness reflected in Lu Yao's demeanor, Wu Yi chuckled softly, about to respond, when suddenly, his expression altered dramatically as an earth-shattering roar reverberated from the distant Ningxin mountain range. The roar, far from ceasing, erupted into a series of continuous howls. Roar, howl, moo. "What is this?" Lu Yao's countenance turned grave as he gazed towards the southern Ningxin mountain range. Having just traversed that area, he was all too aware of its terrifying nature, particularly the deep recesses where formidable beasts might lurk. From the sound that reached him, he could distinctly sense a ferocity interwoven with the roars. Yes, a palpable ferocity. Howl, 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 moo, moo. Hiss, hissed out in swift succession. The fearsome roars of beasts resonated in a tumultuous symphony, transforming the previously serene Ningxin mountain range into a cacophony of noise. Soon, from the far reaches of the southern mountains, a long crimson light abruptly ascended from the summit of a colossal peak, accompanied by a thunderous roar that emanated from the very source of that red glow. Upon hearing this, Lu Yao and Wu Yi exchanged a glance, their expressions shifting in unison as they quickly focused their gaze in that direction. Faintly, at the pinnacle of the mountain, a fearsome beast emerged, exuding an aura of overwhelming might. Its crimson eyes were the size of lanterns, its massive form spanning several dozen meters. With a waist as thick as a barrel, on its back rested a pair of colossal wings that blotted out the sun, its body clad in scarlet scales that shimmered with an eerie luster. With horns adorning its head and 4 powerful claws raking through the air, it was surrounded by a fiery blaze of red. A lizard, a mutated beast from the Bitter Sea realm. Lu Yao and Wu Yi exchanged a knowing glance, instantly realizing the gravity of the situation. The mutated lizard soared skyward, rapidly spiraling in the air, each rotation accompanied by a series of deafening roars. This is far from over. Meanwhile, on the northern, eastern, and western peaks of the Ningxin mountain range, a series of thunderous roars from monstrous beasts reverberated through the air. Ardetio the north, a towering black gorilla, standing 3 meters tall, leaped into action, its eyes radiating ferocity. As it sprinted, it pounded its chest, producing resounding thuds. A menacing aura enveloped it, exuding a presence that rivaled that of a mutated lizard. To the east, from a colossal cliff, emerged a gigantic black eagle, its immense wingspan stretching several dozen meters wide. Each powerful flap of its wings stirred up fierce winds, and atop its head, a cluster of golden feathers fluttered gracefully in the breeze. Resembling a blazing flame. To the west, a thunderous roar of a tiger shattered the sky, imbued with a regal aura that commanded authority. A massive white tiger charged forth, its forehead adorned with a glistening royal stripe, exuding overwhelming power. The realm of the Bitter Sea, for formidable beasts of the Bitter Sea appeared. It was terrifying that such creatures had emerged from the Bitter Sea realm, and all at once, 4 of them. The 2 individuals felt a chill run down their spines, expressions filled with dread. Soon after, Lu Yao, Wu Yi, and the others could distinctly sense that the beasts within the Ningxin mountain range began to stir violently the moment the 4 Bitter Sea beasts appeared. The ground trembled as if an army of thousands was galloping within, countless ferocious beasts roaring in unison. Awoo, awoo, moo, moo. Hiss, hiss. The intensity of the earth's tremors escalated, resembling an earthquake that threatened to collapse, a sense of gravity weighing heavily on everyone's hearts. "This is bad. They are charging towards us. It's a beast tide. Quick, flee!" Lu Yao and Wu Yi exchanged glances and immediately took off in a sprint. There was no time to ponder why the beasts of the Ningxin mountain range had erupted into chaos. The mere thought of the Bitter Sea realm instilled despair. The Awakening Realm's 9th stage, each stage a layer unto itself. After the 9th stage, one breaks the Purple Mansion, which is akin to the Dantian spoken of in novels, ultimately leading to the Bitter Sea. If the Awakening Realm represents the refinement of the body through qi and blood, Then the bitter sea realm embodies the birth of spiritual power. The bitter sea is boundless, nurturing divine abilities. As long as the bitter sea endures, spiritual power flows endlessly. A quantum leap in quality. 10 individuals at the 9th stage of the awakening realm cannot contend with a single first stage of the bitter sea realm. Though exceptional individuals might defy this norm, thunderous roars echoed as the tide of beasts surged ever closer, the deafening sounds rendering the fleeing crowd momentarily dazed. Hurry, the shelter is just ahead. Are there any station troops at these small gathering points? What a foolish thought. With so many beasts, who would dare to come to our aid? Some behind had already begun to fall behind, unable to continue, their cries swallowed by the tide of beasts, leaving not a ripple in its wake. Ha. Commander, these small gathering points can hardly withstand the onslaught of the beast tide. Indeed, Commander, we were initially en route to the central war zone and did not bring any large weaponry. Moreover, ordinary weapons are ineffective against these ferocious beasts. Following closely behind Wu Yi were a man and a woman, both breathless as they struggled to keep pace, that we must head to the nearest victory city. There's a battalion stationed at Old Zhou's location, and there's an underground safe passage. Right now, that's our only option. Once Zhao Li arrives, you must immediately proceed to the Eastern Theater headquarters and urge General Zhang to dispatch reinforcements without delay. Wu Yi commanded. Commander, but the woman began, only to be abruptly interrupted by Wu Yi. That's an order. Execute it immediately. Yes, Commander. At this moment, Wu Yi suddenly turned to the equally sprinting Lu Yao and said, Brother Lu, it seems we shall have to collaborate in battle until this beast tide is quelled. The 4 formidable beasts from the bitter sea had inexplicably not joined the fray, which was the only solace Lu Yao could find amid the chaos. However, many behind them had already begun to fall behind, with more than half of their numbers dwindling, as the onset of this beast tide had been utterly unforeseen. Reflecting on the situation now filled Lu Yao with trepidation. When he had traversed the Ningxin mountain range, he had taken days to navigate the outer mountains, feeling fortunate that he had not recklessly ventured through the heart of the range. Had he encountered those 4 colossal demons, he likely would not be alive today. When the ancient city descended, he had scarcely emerged from the Ningxin mountain range, and the ancient city had also materialized nearby. Was there a connection? Perhaps it was possible that the alien races did not include the black beetles he had encountered in the tomb of Xingtian, or that the beasts indigenous to this earth were also a form of alien, or perhaps even their descendants. Wu Commander, what did you encounter in the tomb's inheritance? Lu Yao suddenly inquired. Wu Yi seemed momentarily lost in thought. Puzzled by Lu Yao's question, what did you experience in the inheritance of the tomb? Is it permissible to share? Lu Yao reiterated. If you're asking about that, it's not a significant matter. I received the inheritance of Feng Bo, a general under the legendary Emperor Xianyuan of ancient mythology. With a single stroke of the divine wind, all celestial demons shall be annihilated. Wu Yi replied, not giving much thought to Lu Yao's inquiry as he continued to sprint at great speed. His awakened comprehension of the gale already pushed to its limits. Wait, did you just mention celestial demons? Lu Yao paused in surprise. Indeed, once I master that technique, I shall test its might, despite being in the prime of his life. Wu Yi exhibited the excitement of a child when discussing such mythic tales. And what about you two? Lu Yao turned to Zhao Li and Li Yu. Zhao Li and Li Yu exchanged glances, hesitating to respond. What is there to worry about? Zhao Li, Li Yu, I may not know why Brother Lu is asking this, but I assure you there is no malice intended. Besides, given your abilities, I doubt the inheritance you obtained would interest Brother Lu. Just speak freely. Wu Yi encouraged that I receive the inheritance of the great deity Shin Tuesday. I receive the inheritance of the great deity Yulei. PFF. Wu Yi nearly choked, his face turning crimson as he exclaimed. Gatekeepers, you two truly are the gatekeepers. The commander. It is imperative to flee. Continue running. Do not stop. Wu Yi interjected, maintaining the imposing presence of Commander Wood. I am not inquiring about that. Rather, I wish to know what you all experienced within. Lu shook his head and posed the question. Esteemed one. I can hardly run any longer. I am struggling to breathe. I entered the same inheritance space as Li Yu. Upon our arrival, we witnessed 2 giants collaborating to slay a colossal dragon, not the Western kind of lizard, but the divine dragon from our mythological lore, immense in size. They imparted upon us a technique for joint attack, and that was that. A dragon. A demon? Lu pondered deeply. in the legends of Huaxia. Dragons are revered as the kings of ancient beasts, and it has long been said that the people of Huaxia are descendants of dragons, masters of wind and rain, who once basked in glory. Though they ultimately fell from grace, nevertheless, the withered camel is larger than the horse, ruling over the 4 seas and 8 desolations. Insects, demons, dragons, one might even refer to them as monsters, are undoubtedly otherworldly beings. And there are likely many more such races. Is it possible that this world was once solely inhabited by humans, until one day, these demons, monsters, and black beetles invaded Earth, leading ancient humans to pay a heavy price to suppress them, ultimately leading to their own decline? Could it be? It certainly seems plausible. The descent of the ancient city serves a dual purpose, not only preserving the laws of humanity, but also suppressing the passages of these foreign races. If my conjecture holds true, then the native animals, beasts, birds, and insects on Earth may well be descendants of those otherworldly entities. This could also elucidate the phenomena of tidal surges, with the resurgence of spiritual energy. Not only are animals undergoing mutation and evolution, but humanity has also shattered its shackles and awakened its genes. For in ancient times, both humans and all foreign races were immensely powerful. Thus, with the arrival of the ancient city, the latent bloodline genes of ferocious beasts instinctively sense the terror of the ancient city, and once it vanishes, do they not instinctively desire to annihilate or wipe out humanity? As Lu pondered these thoughts, they neared the closest gathering place for humanity. This location was originally a cultural heritage site in Hangzhou, which, due to its imposing walls, had been restored by the surviving humans of Hangzhou as a new bastion for humanity. Aptly named Victory City at this moment, atop the towering walls, numerous soldiers could be faintly seen, clutching their firearms, nervously watching the scene below. Lao Zhou, it's me, quickly open the city gates. From a distance, Wu Yi began to shout towards the city tower. Lao Wu, a middle-aged man atop the wall, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and clad in military attire, responded. Open the gates and lower the drawbridge. Yes, General. Once the gates swung open, Lu and his companions swiftly surged into the city, closing the gates behind them. Before Lu could thoroughly survey the fortifications, he was ushered up to the city tower by Wu Yi. How is it? Is everyone unharmed? Lao Wu, from afar, Zhou Shixiang hurriedly approached. Damn, Lao Zhou, you nearly missed seeing me. How have you arranged things on your end? Wu Yi exhaled, catching his breath. I believe I can withstand a round of pressure here, but the other 3 surviving bases are hanging by a thread. Aside from a few leaders who are awakened, the rest are merely ordinary survivors. Zhou Shixiang remarked at a group of ambitious individuals, in the face of disaster, reveling in another's misfortune. It would be best if they perished. A flicker of anger crossed Wu Ye's face, for these power-hungry individuals, unwilling to remain under someone else's roof, sought to establish their own dominion after becoming awakened. After stating this, Wu Yi turned to Zhao Li and said, Zhao Li, you must leave immediately through the rear city gate and head straight to the Eastern Battle Zone's main base. Be cautious along the way, and have General Zhang dispatch troops to support us swiftly. After finishing, he turned back to Zhou Shixiang and inquired, So, old Zhou, have all the large-caliber mortars been deployed? They are all right there. This is all we have left, so use it sparingly. We have no idea what the situation with the beast tide is, or when it will end. Zhou Shixiang replied, gesturing to the side. General, look over there. What is that? At that moment, a soldier suddenly pointed at the sky ahead, his expression one of terror. Liu Yao, Zhou Shixiang, Wu Yi, and the others looked up. And in an instant, Liu Yao and Wu Yi felt their minds go blank. In the distance, a dark figure leapt swiftly, surrounded by an aura of malevolence, soon catching up to the beast tide. Damn it, it's that gigantic gorilla? Fire the cannons at it, Wu Yi exclaimed, his expression grave. Boom, 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 roar. The black gorilla let out an enraged roar, swatting aside the incoming projectiles with a single hand and beating its chest with fervor. Damn it, we must divert this gorilla. The city walls cannot withstand the assault of a beast from the bitter sea realm. Old Zhou, I will lure it away. You hold the line, Wu Yi declared, preparing to charge out, but was seized by Liu Yao. Commander Wu, I will accompany you. There is strength in numbers. All right. Wu Yi glanced deeply at Liu Yao, not declining the offer. This was no time for bravado. And besides, Liu Yao's combat prowess should not be much weaker than his own. Together they could contend with the bitter sea, and even if they could not slay it, stalling it should not pose a problem. Though Wu Yi remained silent, Zhou Shixiang chastised. Nonsense. Old Wu, I will have Zhongshan accompany you. He has just broken through to the 7th tier and should be of assistance. He then turned to Lu Yao. Young man, you stay on the city walls. Do not be reckless at such a young age. Your spirit is commendable, but it is not your time to sacrifice yourself. General Zhou to Liu Yao had initially been somewhat indifferent, but in the next moment, he was profoundly moved. This is what it means to be a soldier in Huaxia. In times of peril, they step forward, for not every moment is serene. Throughout this time, Liu Yao's heart had been repeatedly tempered. He had once been a cautious man with dreams and ambitions, yet the harsh realities of society had continuously dulled his edges from the cataclysmic changes in the world. He began to grow, transforming from a timid individual who helped everyone into a cold and ruthless fighter, decisive and unyielding. Yet today, he was deeply stirred by the person before him, feeling an inner tumult. In times of crisis, soldiers march forward bearing heavy burdens. General Zhou, I appreciate your kind intentions. However, I too wish to witness the ferocious beasts of the bitter sea. Commander Wu, let us proceed. Before General Zhou could react, Liu Yao called out to Wu Yi and leaped from the city wall. Ha ha. Old Zhou, you truly underestimate him. Wu Yi erupted into laughter. Who is this young lad? Is he not one of your soldiers? General Zhou inquired, perplexed. Roared at a beastly roar resounded as the black gorilla advanced to the forefront of the beast tide. Upon seeing Liu Yao charge forth, a glimmer of derision and disdain flickered in its eyes. Kill! Liu bellowed, his entire being radiating with golden light, his blood surging, and an aura of slaughter enveloping him. The alloy short knife in his hand sliced through the air like a crescent moon, striking heavily against the black gorilla's arm. Clang! Bang! The alloy short knife emitted a sharp sound and shattered instantly, as the gorilla's left hand seized Liu Yao, while its massive right hand formed a fist and swung directly at him. Bang! Liu Yao spat out a mouthful of blood, hurtling backward. So powerful. Die. At that moment, Wu Yi arrived, unleashing his fury. A gale howled, and dust and stones flew. This was during his moment of breaking the shackles, when he unexpectedly discovered what he termed as a peculiar ability. That he realized that not everyone who broke their shackles and awakened possessed such a power. Most merely awakened their physical strength, which characterized the awakening realm. The awakening realm is primarily about honing the body. In martial terms, it is akin to body refinement. This step is crucial, as a towering edifice rises from a solid foundation. Similarly, to venture further in the future, one must awaken physical strength to its utmost. Following this is the breaking of the Purple Mansion and the opening of the Bitter Sea. When the Bitter Sea is birthed, it gives rise to acquired divine abilities, known as the divine powers of the Bitter Sea, and Wu Ye's ability, the Gale Intent, is essentially the embryonic form of an innate divine power. Of course, it is not necessarily advantageous for divine powers to manifest prematurely. Some are related to one's constitution, awakening early, while others are born with innate divine abilities. However, divine powers can vary greatly in strength. Upon reaching the Bitter Sea realm, one can indeed wield spiritual energy, marking a significant divide between heaven and earth. Thus, this black gorilla imposes considerable pressure on both Liu Yao and Wu Yi, representing a form of hierarchical suppression. Kill. Liu Yao, covered in blood, had his chest near the right arm pierced, continuously coughing blood. The two fought fiercely while attempting to draw the black gorilla in another direction. On the city tower, General Zhou observed Liu Yao and Wu Yi, who were being battered by the black gorilla and coughing blood, and could not help but point at Liu Yao, asking Liu, "Who is he? Is he not your commander's man?" "No, he is named Liu Yao. The commander encountered him at the ancient city gate," Liu replied. "What a remarkable individual. If he does not perish today, he shall undoubtedly become a figure of great renown in the future." Chapter 14. The Great Escape. Zhongshan, prepare for battle. The beast tide is upon us. On the city tower, General Zhou shifted his focus from Liu Yao to address a young man in military attire beside him. This young man was none other than Zhongshan, whom General Zhou had previously recommended to Wang Yi for assistance, having just broken through to the 7th tier of the Awakening Realm. "Yes, General, 1st and 2nd Battalions, prepare your men for battle." Zhongshan saluted and promptly began issuing commands to those around him. "Captain Zhong, what about me?" Liu inquired from the side. "Deputy Commander Li, join me in vanquishing the ferocious beasts charging forth." Upon finishing his command, Zhongshan directed to the side. "3rd Company, Maintain vigilance in the skies to prevent aerial assaults from the predatory birds. 4th Company, attend to the wounded in the rear. Ahead, a tide of beasts loomed ominously at the city gates. An overwhelming swarm of dark, menacing creatures lunging forward with reckless abandon, colliding against the city gates. Brothers, ready the artillery and unleash a fierce barrage. On the battlements, a row of mortars emerged from the parapets, their gaping muzzles resembling dark voids, instilling a sense of dread. In the aftermath of the cataclysm, conventional firearms had proven ineffective against the majority of these beasts. Only formidable weapons such as heavy artillery and mortars could suffice. With a thunderous roar, an unending blaze of fire erupted, intermingled with shells that were launched from the cannons, blanketing the advancing tide of beasts below. A cataclysmic explosion ensued, the searing heat and tremendous force obliterating a significant portion of the horde, sending gore and carnage flying. Yet, this only fueled the beastly onslaught, their roars intensifying as they surged forth. Continue firing. Do not relent. Alternate the bombardment. On the city tower, Zhongshan cleaved a charging beast in two with a single stroke. Bellowing in fury this moment, they could only rely on the fortifications of the wall to hold their ground, for this was their only glimmer of hope. Elsewhere, the guerrilla was being lured away by Lu Yao and Wang Yi. The trio engaged in a fierce battle, the ground quaking beneath them, dust swirling in the air. Both men were bloodied and battered, their bodies riddled with wounds that bled profusely. The gorilla, a primate and a close relative of humanity, represented a uniquely formidable species. While its intelligence was akin to that of an 8-year-old child, it possessed nearly identical attributes to humans in terms of speed, strength, defense, awareness, and physical structure, qualities that rendered it almost perfect. Furthermore, after its mutation, the gorilla had entered the realm of the bitter sea, where the beasts had developed an intellect comparable to that of a human teenager, compensating for its innate limitations. The terror of such a creature was unfathomable. Now infuriated by the relentless provocations of the two mere mortals, the gorilla unleashed a deafening roar, flames of black and white erupting from its body, a wave of heat surging forth, exuding an overwhelming aura of menace. The horror of the Bittersea realm was finally revealed. In essence, these beasts could be classified as demons. Within the demon clan's heritage, the Bittersea realm was known as the Demon Core realm. While humanity sought to conquer the Bittersea, the demon clan condensed their essence into demon cores. As long as the Bittersea flows, spiritual energy endures. Similarly, as long as the demon cores persist, their power remains unbroken. Once a demon awakens, a core forms in its mind, akin to a human's awakening stage. Subsequently, the core crystallizes into a core essence, allowing the demon core to manifest, thereby aligning the demon core realm with the human Bittersea realm. At this moment, a tempest of black and white flames swirled around the gorilla's massive hand, intertwining in a cataclysmic descent. With a resounding crash, the force struck down. Bang! Wang Yi screamed in agony as the gorilla's massive paw sent him flying, crashing to the ground, his left leg grotesquely fractured, the bone protruding unnaturally. The agonizing pain pierced through Wang Yi's heart, and despite his desperate struggles, he could not rise. General Wang. Upon witnessing the dire situation, Lu Yao swiftly retreated, seizing Wang Yi and fleeing with great haste. The black gorilla, enraged by Lu Yao's escape, let out a furious roar, pounding its chest and pursuing them with relentless fury. The realm of the Bitter Sea was indeed formidable. The disparity was overwhelming, rendering them utterly incapable of contending with it. What could be done? As Lu Yao sprinted at breakneck speed, the murderous intent of the black gorilla loomed ominously behind him, filling his heart with dread. Brother Lu, release me. You cannot escape with me in tow. Do not concern yourself with me any longer. I am already done for. Wu Ye's face contorted in agony, the pain of shattered bones piercing to his very soul. The ferocity of the beasts from the Bitter Sea was too great, a stark contrast that made them feel like mere ants trying to shake a tree, utterly deluded in their attempts to confront the Bitter Sea with sheer numbers. In his frantic flight, Lu Yao seemed oblivious to Wu Ye's pleas. Indeed, his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of how to break the deadlock and survive. Yet, even if he had heard, Lu Yao would not have abandoned him. Although he did not consider himself a virtuous person, he loathed the notion of sacrificing a comrade's life for a fleeting chance at survival. What could be done? What could be done? Was he truly to forsake Wu Yi and flee alone? The harsh reality was that even if he did, whether he could escape was uncertain. Just then, Lu Yao suddenly discerned the faint sound of rushing water before him at the edge of a precipice. A magnificent waterfall erupted, its thunderous roar resonating in the air as the cascading waters plummeted from above, crashing against the rocks below. Beside the waterfall, the sheer cliffs were adorned with bizarre stone formations. Several dark openings scattered throughout the rock face. Witnessing this spectacle, Lu Yao's spirits lifted, and he accelerated, lightly skimming over the protruding cliffs before leaping onto one of the openings. The entrance was exceedingly narrow, barely allowing passage for a single individual. Gripping the unconscious Wu Yi, he positioned him alongside himself and swiftly dove into the cave. The dark entrance was long and shadowy, yet Lu Yao pressed on with unyielding determination, disregarding the potential presence of ferocious beasts within. Meanwhile, at the cave's entrance, the black gorilla had arrived. Upon seeing Lu Yao slip into the cave, it let out a furious bellow and charged towards the opening. With a tremendous crash, the gargantuan beast collided with the entrance, its immense size causing it to crash against the rocky threshold. In its wrath, it raised its colossal hand and began to pummel the entrance, sending stones tumbling down and splashing water into the air. Inside the cave, Lu Yao continued his advance, acutely aware of the commotion caused by the gorilla's assault on the entrance. This cave had been deliberately chosen. He had noted the other openings, but their sizes were far too large to play it safe. He opted for this narrow passage, gambling on its utility, and, as it turned out, his gamble had paid off. Ignoring the furious black gorilla outside, Lu Yao's taut nerves finally began to unwind. This encounter had been perilously close. His reckless challenge against a mighty beast of the bitter sea had almost cost him his life. Revealing to him the vast chasm between the awakening realm and the bitter sea. As he ventured deeper into the cave, he found himself traversing for over 10 minutes without sight of an end. Just how deep was this cavern? To where does this path lead? Given my stamina, I must have traversed several kilometers by now. How peculiar that such a deep chasm has not been infiltrated by any ferocious beasts. Continuing forward, after approximately 15 minutes of walking, Lu Yao finally discerned a faint glimmer of light ahead, prompting him to quicken his pace. After a while, a vast cavern materialized before him, its lofty ceiling adorned with white stalactites, each dripping water rhythmically. At the heart of the cave lay a massive pool, emanating tendrils of chill that a sudden coolness enveloped Lu Yao, causing him to involuntarily shudder. As Lu Yao circled the pool, his steps abruptly halted. At that moment, he inadvertently glanced upward and was taken aback to discover a small opening in the ceiling, gleaming with light, through which a shaft of sunlight descended. Is this a passage? Have I entered the interior of the mountain? After gently placing Wu Yi down, Lu Yao tore a piece from his tattered clothing to bind Wu Yi's leg. He then rose and navigated around the pool to the luminous opening. Gazing upward through the diminutive aperture, he could faintly see the rugged cliffs outside, along with several gnarled trees at the cliff's edge. Beneath those twisted trees, a makeshift platform constructed from a massive branch resembled a nest, albeit one that seemed to belong to an enormous avian creature. A bird's nest? Could such a large bird exist? This place. Seems to be on the eastern side of the mountain. The sheer cliffs? The east? Lu Yao slapped his forehead, suddenly recalling something, his expression shifting drastically as memories surged forth of a colossal black eagle. Each beat of its massive wings stirred fierce gales, while a cluster of golden feathers crowned its head, exuding an aura of majesty, and its piercing gaze was utterly captivating. In a way, could I be so unfortunate? Is that eagle's nest situated above? Lu Yao's mouth fell agape, his face a portrait of disbelief, as if he had encountered a ghost. Initially, he had been pursued relentlessly by that black gorilla, with no escape in sight, and now he was faced with the prospect of this black eagle. At that moment, Lu Yao's countenance darkened, his face resembling that of someone mourning, his lips twisted in bitterness. No, wait. Suddenly, Lu Yao regained his composure. There was still a considerable distance to the cave's apex, and given the smallness of the opening, it was uncertain whether he would be detected. With this thought, he found a measure of tranquility, recognizing that escape was not an option, as the formidable gorilla from the bitter sea was blocking his way. The only course of action now was to recuperate within this cavern, heal his wounds, and devise a new plan. Chapter 15. Breakthrough, Mysterious Branches. Inside the cavern, Lu Yao ceased to concern himself with the matters above. At this moment, he was preoccupied with cleansing his wounds by the pool. The water was crystal clear, revealing the bottom, while wisps of chill wafted above its surface. This water. Just then, Lu Yao's eyes flickered as he glanced at his left arm. That area, previously pierced by the black gorilla, had formed a scab, and now, after cleansing the surrounding dark blood with the pool water, a refreshing sensation coursed through the wound, which began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. This miraculous sight left Lu Yao wide-eyed. How is this possible? This revelation left Lu Yao, the very subject of the incident, utterly speechless. A mere illusion, a mere illusion. This must be nothing but a figment of the imagination. Staring at the scene unfolding on his left arm, Lu Yao remained in a daze for quite some time. He hastily shut his eyes and took several deep breaths, allowing his emotions to gradually settle before reopening his eyes to inspect his left arm. Smooth and delicate, aside from a few remnants of blood clots, the injury on his left arm had completely healed to its former state. Should I perhaps immerse myself in this water for a cleansing? Lu Yao felt a flicker of temptation as he gazed at the icy pool. Indeed, is there not a ready solution at hand? Slapping his forehead in realization, he turned and approached Wang Yi, who appeared dazed and pallid. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Yao seized him and hurled him into the pool. Splash! The tranquil cave echoed with the sound of the splash, sending forth a cascade of water. Lu Yao paid no heed to this, instead widening his eyes to observe the happenings within the pool, as tendrils of chilling energy swiftly penetrated Wang Yi's body. His wounds healed at a visibly rapid pace, and the fractured bones began to astonishingly realign. Could this possibly be a celestial spring? Lu Yao gazed in astonishment at the extraordinary events transpiring in the water, disbelief etched across his features. Splash! Another sound of water entry followed, as Lu Yao jumped in, the frigid air causing his body to tremble momentarily, yet he quickly acclimated. Then, he felt the coldness of the water coursing through every part of his being, sending delightful shivers that made him involuntarily exclaim "Agti" that moment. His entire body surged with vitality, golden light radiating from him, as the blood within roared like thunder, expelling countless foul black substances from his form. This pool water possesses the power to strengthen the muscles and bones, to cleanse the marrow and purge impurities. Observing his body being purified by the water, Lu Yao appeared translucent, as if carved from jade. Untouched by the mundane world, this pool holds great value. It must not be squandered, for this is a splendid opportunity for a breakthrough. With a swift motion, Lu Yao retrieved a bundle placed by the pool's edge, from which he extracted the inner cores of the giant tiger and silver wolf king he had slain earlier. 2 demon cores he had preserved for this very moment of advancement. And how could he forget the innate Zhu fruit? A remarkable treasure indeed. When combined with this cold spring, it should enable my ascension to the 6th tier, or even the 7th. Without further hesitation, Lu Yao swallowed the 2 demon cores along with the innate Zhu fruit, beginning to amass strength to breach the barrier. Boom! The cores and fruit rapidly transformed into astonishing spiritual energy within his abdomen, resonating with a thunderous roar as powerful energy coursed through his meridians. His muscles felt as if they were undergoing a fierce compression. Buzz! The spiritual energy surged forward with unstoppable momentum, racing into his purple palace, causing Lu Yao to shudder as if a certain point had been pierced, leaving him with an indescribable sense of ease. His entire being flowed with power, awakening to the 5th tier, a breakthrough achieved. Yet, the fierce momentum of this formidable spiritual energy showed no signs of waning. Rather, it continued to circulate through his meridians. Crack, crack, crack. 3 distinct sounds emanated from within Lu Yao, and in the next instant, it felt as though another restraint within him had been shattered, awakening to the 6th tier, awakening to the 7th tier, awakening stage, 8th level. Until this moment, the formidable spiritual energy of the 8th level of awakening has finally dissipated. Lu Yao remained seated, having leaped 4 stages in a single bound. He needed time to adapt to such immense power. Once more, he felt the surging force within him, akin to a mighty dragon galloping through the tumultuous sea. At that moment, Lu Yao experienced an illusion that he could obliterate the bitter sea with a single punch. Shaking his head to dispel this terrifying thought, he stood up, leaped to the edge of the pool, and rummaged through his pack to retrieve a fresh garment to don in the pool. Wu Yi remained in slumber, seemingly unaffected by the commotion of Lu Yao's breakthrough. Upon assessing Wu Ye's condition, he noted that his leg had healed, and like Lu Yao, His body had benefited from the cleansing waters, turning misfortune into fortune. Satisfied that Wu Yi was not in dire straits, Lu Yao shifted his focus to the opposite side of the pool. During his earlier breakthrough, he had not pondered much, but now, with idle time, a wave of curiosity washed over him. Why did such extraordinary water exist in this cave? He had previously examined the pool, finding it crystal clear, devoid of any peculiarities. They asked for the stalactites hanging from the cave's ceiling. Lu Yao scrutinized them for a considerable duration, but discerned nothing amiss. He recalled from high school that stalactites took millennia, even hundreds of thousands of years, to form, requiring water saturated with carbon dioxide to seep into the limestone crevices, reacting with calcium carbonate to yield soluble calcium bicarbonate. When the calcium bicarbonate-laden water dripped from the ceiling, it underwent a decomposition reaction, producing calcium carbonate, carbon dioxide, and water, with the dissolved calcium bicarbonate gradually solidifying from above downwards. To uncover the truth, Lu Yao even leapt up, snapping off a stalactite and holding it in his hand for closer inspection. A frown crossed his brow as he stared blankly at the bottom of the pool. Suddenly, a piercing eagle cry shattered the silence above, reverberating through the cave. The sound. Lu Yao's expression shifted dramatically. He stealthily approached the hole beneath, gazing upward. Through the opening, he clearly beheld a massive black talon gripping a nest, with traces of blood still clinging to it, dripping down from the nest. One drop nearly splattered across Lu Yao's face. The hole was somewhat small, obscuring a full view of the black eagle, yet Lu Yao immediately recognized it as the ferocious bird of the bitter sea realm. Even from the depths of the cave, he felt a piercing pain in his ears. Suddenly, the black eagle screeched again from the cliff, this time imbued with rage and a murderous intent. The sound of its flapping wings filled the air, startling Lu Yao into thinking he had been discovered. However, moments later, a vague beastly roar echoed back. A gorilla. Lu Yao's expression froze in surprise. What a menace, guarding the nest for so long. Did I slay your father or your mother? For you to hold such a grudge. In a clash between the two beasts, one must inevitably fall, while the other is injured. If the black eagle were to vanquish the gorilla, that would be splendid. Lu Yao indulged in such fantasies, fully aware of their improbability. Yet what if it were to occur? What is that? Lost in a reverie, Lu Yao was about to resume his exploration of the aperture when he suddenly noticed a unique dark green branch nestled within a bird's nest atop the hole. Precariously balanced among other twigs, it was so inconspicuous that one might easily overlook it. Unsure if it was an illusion, Lu Yao sensed a familiar aura emanating faintly from the branch. Could it be the essence of the water in the pool? Could I have found it so easily? Lu Yao widened his eyes and focused intently. It was indeed a dark green broken branch that appeared withered. If not for his keen observation, it would blend seamlessly with the other branches. Yet, upon closer inspection, a subtle essence wafted through the air, so faint that it was nearly imperceptible. Could this mysterious branch be the source of the spring water? Regardless of that, how could I possibly obtain it? Lu Yao furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. To acquire the dark green branch, he would have to confront that ferocious bird. Judging by the menacing aura it had exuded earlier, it seemed to possess strength surpassing that of the black gorilla in the Bitter Sea realm. If the gorilla represented the first tier of the Bitter Sea realm, then the fierce bird was at least of the second tier, possibly even the third. Brother Lu, where exactly are we at that moment? A whisper echoed through the silent cave. The voice startled Lu Yao, pulling him from his thoughts, and he quickly realized that Wu Yi had awakened. Where are we, in hell? My leg, still adjusting to the unfamiliar surroundings. Wu Yi felt a bit dazed, but then sensed something amiss. He immediately stretched his leg, his eyes widening in disbelief as he looked at Lu Yao. What is this? How is my leg unscathed? I distinctly remember it was broken. Is this an illusion, or am I still dreaming? Lu Yao rolled his eyes and replied, You're fortunate. The king of hell has spared you. The water in the pool has remarkable healing properties. Even your broken leg has been restored by it. Wait, I actually advanced to the 9th tier. This truly is a celestial spring. Wu Yi suddenly exclaimed in delight, realizing he had reached the 9th tier of the awakening realm after just a single slumber. Damn, is it really that easy? Lu Yao muttered under his breath before addressing Wu Yi. Commander Wu, prepare yourself. We are about to leave. Leave? Wu Yi inquired, puzzled. Exasperated, Lu Yao recounted the events that had transpired during Wu Ye's unconsciousness, including the properties of the pool water, However, he refrained from mentioning the dark green branch atop the cave. After all, one must look out for oneself. Chapter 16. Battle in the Bitter Sea again. Following the path they had taken, Lu Yao cautiously advanced. If broken bones could heal, this must be a treasure. With this, I need not fear injuries in the future. Damn, that creature is relentless. It surely possesses considerable cunning and isn't waiting for me outside. Is it? Lu Yao grumbled. As he gathered his courage to venture outside, he remained vigilant, wary of the possibility of the black gorilla unexpectedly charging at him. Where is this place? Wang Yi gazed at the waterfall before him. Perplexed. Roar, shriek. Is that the black eagle? At this moment, Wang Yi, upon hearing the piercing cry of an eagle, felt as though he were on the verge of tears. What on earth is happening? Awakening from slumber only to be informed that yet another formidable demon of the Bitter Sea realm has emerged. No, wait, those two ferocious beasts are engaged in combat. Lu Yao listened for a moment, gradually regaining composure, and began to analyze. So what shall we do? Wu Yi hesitated slightly, glancing at Lu Yao. Let us go and observe. Lu Yao's eyes flickered momentarily as he spoke in a hushed tone. That aren't you afraid of death? We're dealing with two Bitter Sea realm creatures. We must act quickly amidst the chaos. Hearing Lu Yao's words, Wu Yi was utterly bewildered. Have you inflated your ego, or have you lost your mind? Has the path narrowed? Lu Yao shot him a sidelong glance, thinking that perhaps this fellow had been stunned into cowardice. He had just advanced to the 8th stage of the awakening realm. His strength had increased several-fold, and against the Bitter Sea realm beasts, he might still possess the capability to fight back. Moreover, a flicker of hope lingered in his mind. If those two beasts were to mutually exhaust each other in their fierce struggle, could he not seize the opportunity as a bystander, not bothering with Wu Ye's thoughts? Lu Yao leapt down and cautiously darted to the right. Hey, wait for me, Wu Yi called out as he clenched his teeth and followed suit. After all, the other had saved his life, if need be. He could simply face death once more. Soon, Lu Yao arrived at the scene, finding a hidden large boulder behind which he concealed his presence entirely, then lifted his gaze towards the unfolding spectacle. Before him stood two monstrous beasts resembling small mountains, fiercely engaged in battle, the black gorilla and the black hawk. The gorilla, having obtained a sizable stick from somewhere, was furiously striking at the hawk. Although it was referred to as a stick, it was, in fact, a massive tree over 10 meters long, wielded by the gorilla with relentless ferocity. The black hawk, taking advantage of the aerial domain, continuously unleashed torrents of crimson flames upon the gorilla, its razor-sharp claws slicing through the air with each strike, while the golden feathers atop its head shimmered with divine radiance. These two formidable beasts were locked in a desperate struggle, the shock waves generated by their battle sweeping across a kilometer radius, causing the ground to fracture with colossal fissures. Just how potent were these Bitter Sea realm beasts? Wu Yi, arriving from behind, whispered to Lu Yao. Lu Yao remained silent. It was also his first time witnessing two Bitter Sea realm demons fighting with such fervor. Previously, they had dared to fantasize about restraining or even vanquishing a Bitter Sea realm beast. Clearly, the black gorilla had not taken them seriously, either dismissing them or regarding them as insignificant insects. If it had truly unleashed its full might, they would not have been standing there at all. Roar. At that moment, frustrated by the stalemate, the black gorilla let out a furious roar and discarded the stick in its grasp. Its fearsome maw opened wide, and a spherical object glowing with black and white flame shot forth. Instantly, a menacing aura erupted from the orb. A demon core. Observing this, the black hawk in the sky opened its beak, releasing a red demon core crackling with lightning, which sped towards the gorilla's demon core. Boom! The clash of the black and red demon cores resonated with a thunderous roar, akin to the thunderclap from the heavens, causing surrounding stones and trees to shatter in a chaotic frenzy. Roar! As the smoke dissipated, the gorilla collapsed to the ground, revealing a gaping wound in its abdomen from which blood gushed forth. Its right arm also torn asunder, ceaselessly flowing with crimson. Simultaneously, the black eagle fell, a wing shattered, its once majestic black feathers now disheveled and disordered. The gorilla roared in fury, the piercing pain of its perforated belly tormenting it beyond measure. It dared not linger, leaping and turning to flee. Once the two ferocious beasts had departed, hidden behind the scattered rocks, Wu Yi wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, his face pale and shaken, as if he were immensely relieved to have survived this encounter. Commander WUDO, you dare to take a bold gamble? Lu Yao's eyes flickered as he spoke to Wu Yi. What do you intend to do? Wu Yi felt an unsettling premonition. Both beasts were grievously wounded, and now presented an opportune moment to strike. Consider this. They are no longer in their prime. Their strength must be diminished to a mere fraction. If we manage to slay them, the inner elixir from the Sea of Suffering realm could potentially bolster our power, even if it doesn't grant us immediate ascension. Lu Yao's gaze turned icy. Fortune favors the bold, while the timid meet their demise. Furthermore, he harbored no doubt that even the injured creatures would be unable to overpower them. A resolute individual, truly a person of determination, one who speaks little yet acts decisively. Wu Yi swallowed hard, his eyes glinting as he gritted his teeth and declared, "Let us do it. I shall personally slay that gorilla, avenging my broken leg. Brother Lu, which one shall we dispatch first?" Wu Yi inquired. "Let us first eliminate the Black Eagle." Lu Yao's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. Their choice to target the Black Eagle was not merely to obtain the enigmatic branch, though Lu Yao felt confident that his recent breakthrough would allow him to contend with the Sea of Suffering. He remained cautious. After all, a wise man does not stand beneath a collapsing wall. Onward, he commanded, swiftly making his way towards the eastern cliff. With Wu Yi rapidly following suit, the two hastened forward, encountering no sign of ferocious beasts along the way. Perhaps they had fled due to a surge of beastly activity, or perhaps the overwhelming aura of the great demon from the Sea of Suffering intimidated them into retreat. Regardless, they faced no obstacles, drawing ever closer to the mountain's peak. Meanwhile, atop the mountain, at the edge of a steep cliff, a peculiar rocky platform jutted out, upon which a nest of branches had been constructed. The Black Eagle was perched within. Feigning slumber, the sight of its fractured wing, a swirling emerald glow shimmered, rapidly mending the jagged wound. The Black Eagle emanated a palpable aura of ferocity. Once restored, it vowed to annihilate the gorilla. As one of the four great demons of the Sea of Suffering within the Ningxin mountain range, it held the hulking creature in contempt. Typically, they each ruled their territories in peace. However, today, while it was away, the audacity of the gorilla intruding upon its domain was intolerable, an attempt to covet its treasures. Once it regained its strength, it would seek vengeance upon the hulking beast, which, having sustained greater injuries, would surely heal at a slower pace. No one would dare lay claim to its possessions. Just then, the Black Eagle suddenly opened its eyes, a glint of murderous intent igniting within them. In that very instant, a figure surged forth like a bolt of golden lightning, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of death, striking with immense force. Boom! It was swift, far too swift, unforeseen and swift. A golden flash surged forth, although the Black Eagle reacted instantaneously. Its recovering wing was still shattered, and blood sprayed into the vast expanse. With a piercing cry, the Black Eagle let out a mournful shriek, its sharp talons striking with the speed of lightning. A tearing sound echoed as flesh was ripped apart. Lu Yao gritted his teeth against the pain and retreated rapidly. Kill! Seizing the opportunity, Wu Yi erupted with vigor, his long knife glimmering like starlight. Slicing through the air with the swiftness of thunder, delivering a fierce blow, the Black Eagle emitted a fierce cry, its predatory eyes flashing with malice, attempting to evade the strike by flapping its wings. Unexpectedly, another golden fist shadow emerged, akin to the sun breaking through the sky, emanating an astonishing aura of lethality that momentarily stunned the Black Eagle. Boom! With a sickening thud, the fist collided with the Black Eagle's skull, shattering it and sending blood spraying dozens of meters high. With a final, reluctant cry, the Black Eagle's fierce glint dimmed in its eyes, and it collapsed into a pool of blood with a resounding thud. This scene, though it seemed to unfold over an extended period, transpired in the blink of an eye. Is it truly over? Have we genuinely reversed the tides of the Sea of Suffering? After a moment of stunned silence, Wu Yi approached the lifeless Black Eagle, his expression one of disbelief that it was unfathomable that they had actually slain a formidable demon of the Sea of Suffering, albeit one that was gravely wounded. Yet, this indeed marked their awakening against the Sea of Suffering. Lu Yao was unperturbed. After breaking through to the 8th tier of the awakening realm, he felt an unreal sense of power. Following the cleansing of his essence through the I Ching in the cold pool and the consumption of the innate Zhu fruit, he sensed that even the sum of his former self would pale in comparison to his current strength. Ignoring Wu Yi, who was engrossed in examining the Black Eagle's corpse, Lu Yao swiftly made his way to the nest above. Bending down to retrieve a dark green branch, Upon grasping it, a familiar aura enveloped him. Chapter 17. The Celestial Tree, slaying the sea of suffering once more. The essence emanating from this branch was even more potent than that in the pool. It enveloped Lu Yao with a feeling reminiscent of spring's rejuvenation to that moment. A peculiar sensation stirred in his mind. A colossal stone flickered into view, radiant with golden light, and the next instant, a line of information materialized. Celestial Tree Branch. The Celestial Tree, flourishing in the southwest, in the fields of Guangdu, with green leaves and purple stems, mysterious blossoms and yellow fruits, reaching from heaven to earth, without branches yet adorned with leaves. Their edges sharp, bark resembling hemp, with 9 branches above and 9 roots below. Indeed, every time unknown entities appeared, that stone tablet automatically revealed information about the items. Liu Yao sometimes pondered whether this stone tablet was specifically designed to document such things. He was somewhat familiar with the Celestial Tree, also known as the World Tree. According to ancient Chinese legends, during the chaotic era of the universe, amidst the boundless void, there existed a colossal tree of immense stature. Its roots embedded in the endless chaotic expanse, absorbing the drifting energies of the cosmic chaos. The trunk of the World Tree was thick and lush, seemingly infinite, adorned with countless leaves, each representing a distinct world. The legendary 3,000 great worlds were said to have originated from the World Tree, which was later shattered by Panga's axe, fracturing the chaos. The fragments, nurtured by heaven and earth, transformed into innumerable celestial trees and spiritual roots. Hey, what are you daydreaming about while holding that branch? At that moment, Wu Yi interrupted Lu Yao's contemplation. You killed this black eagle. This demon core is yours. Later, hand over that black gorilla to me. Wu Yi, seemingly unfazed, continued, his heart swelling with pride after slaying the black eagle of the bitter sea realm. Liu Yao reminded him. Understood. Let us hurry. I can hardly wait. Wu Yi displayed an impatient demeanor. Eager to hunt down the black gorilla, Liu Yao shook his head in exasperation, choosing not to deflate his confidence. Let reality serve as the teacher. The two quickly tidied up, with Wu Yi hoisting the black eagle over his shoulder as they departed together. To the north of the Ningxin mountain range lay an expansive valley, vast and boundless, blanketed in dense, unending foliage. The trees grew thickly, forming continuous stretches of greenery. Above the valley, layers of white mist cloaked the area, obscuring the view of the forest within. That moment, Lu Yao and Wu Yi approached the valley's entrance. Damn, this valley is so large. Where are we supposed to find that black gorilla? Wu Yi exclaimed. Slicing through the thorns that blocked their path, no need to search. We simply wait for it to come, Lu Yao replied. What? Brother Lu, are you still half asleep? How could it possibly come to us? Wu Yi responded with skepticism. You're not its father. Just because you say it will come doesn't mean it will. Sensing his disbelief, Lu Yao elaborated. Typically, wild beasts possess territorial instincts, especially a great demon from the bitter sea realm. The black eagle you carry has only recently perished. Its malevolent aura has yet to dissipate completely. With the wind carrying its scent, the black gorilla will undoubtedly be alerted. We merely need to wait. Is that true? Wu Yi remained somewhat unconvinced but chose to trust Lu Yao, asking, So what do we do now? Just wait here. Yes. Wait. By the way, put down the black eagle's corpse. We should hide first. It's best to strike with a single, decisive blow when it arrives, Lu Yao instructed. All right, just don't try to snatch it from me, Wu Yi replied. Understood. Hurry up. Lu Yao waved his hand impatiently. As if to validate Lu Yao's words, a thunderous roar erupted from deep within the valley, followed by the sudden emergence of a massive black gorilla. Leaping forth, the towering trees along its path fell as if ravaged by a bulldozer. It's here. Wu Yi tightened his grip on the battle knife, crouching down to conceal himself amidst the dense foliage. Catching sight of the rapidly approaching gorilla, his blood surged with adrenaline as he swiftly swung his knife. Die, he shouted. A flash of steel glinted, striking the black gorilla with the speed of lightning. Wu Yi immediately felt a tremendous force reverberate through the blade, nearly causing him to lose his grip. Upon recognizing Wu Yi, the gorilla let out an enraged roar, its hands lunging forward. Confusion flickered in its fierce eyes. It had sensed the black eagle's presence to the east and, startled, rushed out without recovering. How had it suddenly found this human instead? Kill. Wu Yi's eyes glowed crimson, his entire being surging with vitality, as a gust of wind followed the blade's edge, fiercely striking towards the black gorilla. Bang! The warblade was once again sent flying, and a pair of enormous black hands swiftly reached out, so fast that Wu Yi barely had time to react before being solidly struck. Bang! He was instantly sent hurtling backward, a mouthful of fresh blood spewing forth, as he hastily suppressed the tumult within his visceral organs. Almost immediately, he rolled on the ground and, in a desperate retreat, shouted towards the other side. "Chow! Brother Lu, save me!" No sooner had Wu Ye's words left his lips than a golden fist shadow burst forth from the depths of the nearby jungle. Moving with the swiftness of lightning, infused with a formidable murderous intent, rapidly charging towards the black gorilla. Boom! With a resounding crash, the black gorilla was sent sprawling, its abdominal wound tearing open further, compounding its injuries. Roar! The black gorilla bellowed in fury, its mouth opening wide as a black and white demonic core swiftly flew out, an aura of malevolence spreading, its overwhelming presence surging towards Lu Yao. "Blade, give it to me," Lu Yao commanded. Seeing this, Wu Yi immediately hurled the longsword in his grasp towards Lu Yao with great force. "Kill!" Lu Yao caught it, his entire being radiating golden light, vitality boiling within him, the seed of murderous intent in his heart having long since sprouted. Releasing strands of astonishing killing aura that converged upon the longsword in his hand, nurturing this killing intent within his heart, he was capable of cleaving through the heavens. This was not merely a technique. It was a realm of understanding, an embodiment of the intent to kill. With the longsword in hand, Lu Yao's murderous intent surged, the blade slicing through the air like a thunderbolt, striking heavily upon the demonic core. Crack! Roar! The demonic core suffered a devastating blow, and the black gorilla's momentum instantly waned. Realizing the dire situation, it turned to flee into the jungle. Though its heart seethed with rage, it understood that in its currently injured state, it was no match for Lu Yao. Thinking of escaping, die. Upon noticing the black gorilla's attempt to flee once more, Lu Yao's gaze turned frigid, the air thick with killing intent. He leaped into the air, spotting an opening in the gorilla's defenses, and with the longsword gleaming like a razor-sharp beam of gold, he plunged it forcefully into the gorilla's wound that a howl of agony erupted from the black gorilla, the longsword pinning it mercilessly to the ground. The roar echoed through the heavens, the beast's cries reverberating through the valley. With a fierce tug, the black gorilla wrenched the sword from its body. Its eyes filled with unwillingness, the fierce light within dimming, until it ultimately collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Phew, finally dead. Even injured, it was terrifying, truly worthy of being in the sea of suffering realm. After a moment of humbling reflection, Wu Yi exhaled a long breath of stale air, then picked up the long sword from the ground, giving the black gorilla a kick, before decisively cleaving open its skull to extract the demonic core within. Alas, this demonic core is so shattered. Is it still of any use? "Brother Lu, your strikes were too heavy. Let us go," Lu Yao replied curtly. Though the shattered demonic core was still a core, its effectiveness paled in comparison to a complete one. Having slain two formidable beings from the sea of suffering realm, Lu Yao finally gauged his current strength. He could contend with the sea of suffering, but not kill, unless faced with a severely wounded opponent. Of course, he was still only at the 8th stage of awakening. He believed that once he broke through to the 9th stage, he would undoubtedly be able to confront the sea of suffering head-on. Through these two great wars, his vitality had become increasingly solidified, and he had already touched the threshold of the 9th tier. Alas, what shall we do about this gorilla? Wu Yi shouted from behind. "I will take on the black-eagled," Lu Yao replied. Damned, Wu Yi looked at the mountain-like gorilla, rendered momentarily speechless, eyeing the city of victory. On the city walls, Zhongshan had repelled the final wave of beast tides and was now gasping for breath against the parapet. It had been 2 days of relentless slaughter. Even an Iron Man would have long since exhausted his strength. They had persevered for 2 days and were nearing their limits. How are things? Can we hold on? Zhou Shixiang, covered in dark blood, some from the ferocious beasts, some his own, was a horrific mix, emitting an unbearable stench. "There is no news at all that I even sent someone out through the side door to search, but found nothing, only a disordered battlefield, with blood that belonged to humans to die fear." Before Zhongshan could finish, he was interrupted by Li Yu beside him. "Impossible. The commander is so powerful. How could anything happen to him? Damn it. Zhao Li went to seek reinforcements, and it has been 2 days. Why haven't they arrived yet? The chances of reinforcements are slim. Judging by this beast tide, it surely must be occurring in more than one place." Otherwise, help would have arrived long ago, Zhou Shixiang muttered. Upon hearing this, the two fell silent. The dreadful outcome was something they had both contemplated, yet they dared not confront the reality. Chapter 18. Return. As the sun set in the west, night was approaching. Nearby, Zhou Shixiang stood on the city tower, silently observing all of this, lost in thought for a long time. This outbreak of beast tides had claimed far too many lives. Originally, there were over 10,000 survivors within the city, with approximately 5,000 soldiers stationed there, totaling around 16,000. However, after this battle, the losses were catastrophic. Nearly all had perished. It could be said that this conflict had almost been fought at the cost of their lives. All awakened individuals and able-bodied young adults within the city had perished in battle, with scarcely 1 in 10 surviving. Zhou Shixiang remained silent for a long while before addressing Zhongshan. Have the exact casualty figures been compiled? General, we are still in the process of counting. The number of deaths is quite high, Zhongshan replied. Hurry with the tally. Provide a proper burial for the fallen soldiers. For those with families, immediately distribute compensation and supplies for their sustenance. If there are surviving males at home willing to join the military, they may do so directly. Yes, General, Zhongshan nodded. How are the other cities faring? Zhou Shixiang inquired again to eye in the city of heroes. Lord Fengji is still holding out, but the losses are even more severe than ours. If another wave comes, they will surely be unable to hold on. The city of Chengdu has fallen. After several of his brothers perished in battle, Chengdu suffered a massacre by the beast tide, and in the chaos, Chengdu fled, currently unaccounted for, uncertain of his fate. Yang Jufeng in the city of Phoenix is still holding strong, but it too is nearing its breaking point. Zhongshan reported meticulously. These 3 cities, along with the city of Victory and several smaller surviving tribes, occupied the territory of Hangzhou, gathering around 50 to 60,000 survivors. Yet, it remains uncertain how many will endure after this calamity, aside from the city of Victory, which was directly constructed by personnel from the Eastern Theater Command. The remaining 3 cities were established by ambitious individuals, unwilling to settle for mediocrity. Upon awakening, they gathered their forces and became local lords at this juncture. The local government was preoccupied with its own issues and lacked the resources to suppress these factions. However, they could at least provide sanctuary for humanity. Zhou Shixiang nodded, refraining from further commentary. Just then, Li Yu, standing nearby, suddenly pointed towards the city walls with astonishment, exclaiming, General Zhou, Captain Zhong, look, what is that? Upon hearing this, both men followed Li Yu's gaze and instantly froze in disbelief. A black gorilla? No, it is that formidable demon from the Bitter Sea realm. Quickly, prepare for battle. Zhongshan's expression sharpened, his pupils dilating in terror as he cried out, that is it truly, old Wu? Hurry, open the city gates. Wait, behind that, is that the lad named Lu? A black gorilla? A black eagle? How could 2 demons from the Bitter Sea realm be dead? Zhou Shixiang, somewhat incredulous, rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Below the city tower, Wu Yi boldly led the way, carrying the 3-meter-tall black gorilla with an upright posture as he strode towards the city of Victory. To counter the Bitter Sea, he certainly needed to embellish the tale, ensuring that old Zhou and the others enjoyed a taste of the unexpected. As for who had slain it, was that even a question? Did they not see the fatal wounds upon the black gorilla? Behind him, Lu Yao grasped the black eagle in one hand, keeping pace with Wu Yi, his amusement evident at Wu's intentions. Old Zhou, quickly open the gates, Wu Yi shouted from a distance. That on the city tower, Zhou Shixiang and his companions finally reacted and hurried down the stairs. Old Wu.is this the demon from the Bitter Sea realm? Zhou Shixiang gazed in shock at the deceased black gorilla, his mouth agape, unable to articulate a response. Hey, there's another one. Wu Yi gestured to Lu Yao, who promptly threw the black eagle forward. The group gasped, collectively inhaling sharply. The menacing aura emanating from the 2 demons had yet to dissipate completely, and the overwhelming pressure instinctively caused Zhou Shixiang and the others to take a step back. Wu Yi chuckled, remaining silent, continuing his conjecture. This embellishment could not cease. It needed to be prolonged. Seeing this, Zhou Shixiang glared. Don't tell me you claim that you too are the ones who killed these Bitter Sea demons. He then vehemently shook his head, suppressing that terrifying thought. Old Zhou, do not underestimate others. Did you not notice the wounds on this black gorilla? Look, my blade. Noticing the increasingly skeptical expression on Zhou Shixiang's face, Wu Yi could not help but raise his already dulled blade. You've advanced to the Bitter Sea realm? Zhou Shixiang inquired. Not yet, but it's imminent. Let us enter the city. I haven't eaten in 2 days. We can discuss further while I eat. Also, have someone chop up these 2 demons. The flesh of Bitter Sea beasts is a valuable resource that can facilitate immediate awakening. Zhongshan, you will oversee the area. Signal if there are any developments, Zhou Shixiang instructed. Yes, General. Zhongshan's astonishment had yet to fade. Old Wu, let us go. Zhou Shixiang took the lead, with Lu Yao and the others quickly following suit. This marks Lu Yao's second visit to Victory City. During the first, he did not enter the city itself, merely wandering along the ramparts. This time, however, he has ventured into the inner city. Victory City is not particularly large, occupying approximately 2.5 square kilometers. Yet, though it may be small, it is replete with essential facilities. What about old Zhou's losses? Wu Yi inquired as he walked alongside Zhou Shixiang. The moment serious matters were broached, Wu Yi seemed to transform entirely, adopting a grave expression, which left Lu Yao astonished behind him. The losses are catastrophic. In this conflict, scarcely 1 in 10 survivors remains in the city, Zhou Shixiang replied, his countenance immediately darkening at the mention of such grim news. Alas, the communication has been inadequate. The information too congested. It appears we must hasten to the central theater. Wu Yi declared that I suspect this beast tide is not merely a localized outbreak. Zhou Shixiang remarked. Old Zhou, are you suggesting that a nationwide beast tide could erupt? Wu Yi probed. Indeed, if your conjecture holds true, then the coastal provinces are in peril, having to guard against threats from both land and sea. As I anticipate that some aquatic beasts may surge ashore, as they conversed, the group arrived at the governor's mansion of Victory City, which, despite its title, was merely a 3-story wooden structure. Upon entering, the guests and hosts took their seats, after which Wu Yi recounted the events in detail to Zhou Shixiang. Young brother Lu, you are truly formidable, Zhou Shixiang exclaimed, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. Young brother Lu, my Victory City is currently in dire need of revitalization, and we lack a vice-governor. Might you consider taking up the position? Zhou Shixiang continued. Alas, old Zhou, you lack loyalty, to poach someone right before my eyes, before I even had a chance to make my move. Wu Yi interjected, unable to restrain himself. I haven't even acted yet, and you are already eager to pounce. You think so little of me. Thank you, General Zhou and Commander Wu, for your kind consideration. But I must proceed to Huizhou, and thus must regrettably decline your generous offers. Lu Yao replied with a smile, feeling somewhat speechless. Huizhou, what business do you have there? I have heard the situation is dire. Zhou Shixiang queried, perplexed. General Zhou, do you know what is happening there? How is Huizhou faring? Lu Yao asked urgently upon hearing this. Huizhou was originally under the jurisdiction of our Eastern Theater, but after the cataclysm, all roads and bridges leading to Huangjiang have fallen. Now, Huizhou has been taken over by the Central Theater, and the areas surrounding Huangjiang are heavily infested with ferocious beasts, aside from a few fortunate souls. It is nearly impossible to traverse, Zhou Shixiang elaborated. Nearly? Does that imply you still have a way to get through? Lu Yao inquired, puzzled. Zhou Shixiang remained silent, casting a glance at Wu Yi. Observing this, Wu Yi hesitated for a moment before responding. There is indeed a route. This path was previously classified as top secret, but given the current circumstances, it is of little concern. Our journey to the Central Theater will involve traversing this top-secret route. Upon hearing this, a spark of intrigue flickered across Lu Yao's face. A top-secret route? It is likely one of the strategic paths established by the Huaxia nation before the upheaval, designed to circumvent extraordinary circumstances, classified as a top-level secret. However, the current absence of legal order has rendered the highest governmental decrees of Jingzhou ineffective, an exposure that bears little consequence. Thus, dear brother Lu, let us rest here for the night, and we shall embark for Huizhou at the break of dawn. Wu Yi remarked, continuing his discourse. Lu Yao nodded in response, and the group exchanged a few more words before hastily partaking in a meal. After dinner, Lu Yao was escorted by a soldier to a room on the 3rd floor. Once inside, he dismissed the soldier, closed the door, and settled cross-legged beside the bed. He began to ponder the events of the past few days. First, the sudden appearance of the ancient city, followed closely by his entry into it, where he encountered the killing intent of the ancient war god, Xingtian. He then learned of various mythological tales, foreign races, and the enigmatic voices, culminating in the outbreak of a beast tide, which ultimately led to fortuitous opportunities and a counteroffensive against the sea of suffering. Each scene felt as though a great hand was orchestrating it all. One word encapsulated it all: chaos. Utterly tumultuous. Shaking his head, Lu Yao forced himself to regain composure, and then retrieved a dark green branch from his pack. Examining it closely in his palm, the dark green branch was intricately interwoven with numerous patterns, each glimmering with a faint green light, exuding a subtle life force that permeated into Lu Yao's body, enhancing his strength with every passing moment, leaving him momentarily entranced. If this were to be worn long-term, to what extent could the physical body be forged? The effects of this object were astonishing. Even a pig, if adorned with it for a year or two, would likely evolve. No wonder that Black Eagle was more formidable than a chimpanzee. Chapter 19. Farewell. A sleepless night. As the first rays of sunlight streamed into the room, Lu Yao awoke, rising to freshen up briefly before descending the stairs to at that moment. In the hall on the first floor, Wu Yi awaited his arrival. Upon seeing Lu Yao, he smiled and inquired, "Brother Lu, are you awake? How did you sleep last night?" Lu Yao nodded and replied, "Commander Wu, are we departing now?" "Indeed, we shall set off immediately." Wu Yi turned to Liu beside him and instructed, "Prepare for the journey." "Commander, should we not wait for Zhao Li?" Liu asked, puzzled. "We shall not delay. The night is long and dreams abound. We must hasten to the central theater of war. Let us not forget our mission." After Wu Yi spoke, he turned back to Lu Yao and asked, "Brother Lu, do you need anything else? Do you have a knife?" "I'd like to have one," Lu Yao inquired, recalling that his alloy short knife had been broken during his battle with the chimpanzee. Uncertain of the dangers that lay ahead, possessing a weapon for self-defense seemed prudent. After all, every inch of length translates to a measure of strength. A knife? We have those. Come, let us head to old Zhou's armory. Wu Yi nodded in affirmation and led Lu Yao towards the armory. Though referred to as an armory, it was essentially a storage facility filled with an array of weaponry, predominantly firearms. Lu Yao even spotted a few grenades and anti-material sniper rifles among other heavy weaponry. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Yao halted, captivated by the allure of firearms, a fascination that seemed inherent to every man. This is the M82A1 sniper rifle, renowned for its extensive range and formidable power. However, when compared to the past, it is now only capable of eliminating adversaries below the 6th tier of awakening. Nonetheless, the Eastern Theater Command is currently engaged in the development of high-powered firearms capable of vanquishing formidable beasts of higher tiers. Should this endeavor prove successful, it will result in a substantial supply of weaponry for soldiers that Wu Yi elucidated. Lu Yao nodded in acknowledgement and continued onward, where a neat array of alloy combat knives was displayed. The design mirrored that of the combat knife in Wu Ye's possession, suggesting they were forged in the same batch. Casually, Lu Yao selected a knife and remarked to Wu Yi, "This one will suffice. Let us proceed." Wu Yi nodded and stepped outside. Just then, Zhou Shixiang approached. "Old Wu, take care on your journey. Young brother Lu, I look forward to our next encounter. Should you wish to visit Victory City in the future, you will always be welcome. Farewell, old Zhou. Farewell, General Zhou." With that, Lu Yao, Wu Yi, and Liu turned to depart. A dragon among men, a hidden dragon emerging from the depths. "It is a pity that this small temple cannot accommodate you," Zhou Shixiang murmured to himself as he gazed at Lu Yao's retreating figure. Huangjiang. It is the foremost river of the East Asian Huaxia nation, originating from the Tanggula Mountains in Qingzhou and ultimately merging into the East China Sea near Haizhou. It traverses the central expanse of Huaxia from west to east, passing through 11 provinces: Qingzhou, Sangzhou, Chuanzhou, Nanzhou, Yunzhou, Beizhou, Wuzhou, Jiangzhou, Yingzhou, Huizhou, and Haizhou. At this moment, after a grueling journey spanning over 10 days, Lu Yao, Wu Yi, and Liu finally reached the borders of Yingzhou. Throughout these days, they had slain countless ferocious beasts, their packs overflowing time and again, each of them exuding an aura of lethal intent, particularly Lu Yao, whose heart now bore a seed of murderous intent that had sprouted into a sapling, adorned with over 10 leaves, each leaf radiating a fierce, killing aura. Upon crossing Huangjiang, "We shall arrive in Huizhou," Wu Yi observed, gazing at the rippling waters of Huangjiang, which resembled a colossal dragon sprawled across the earth. The banks of Huangjiang were cloaked in dense forests, from which the roars of beasts could occasionally be heard. "Let us move forward," Wu Yi declared, orienting himself before heading towards a fractured stretch of highway to the left. This highway once provided direct access to Huizhou, yet the bridge over Huangjiang had collapsed, and the roadway was in a state of disrepair, with numerous fissures and weeds sprouting through the cracks. As they traversed this highway, the desolate landscape revealed the remnants of shattered, rusted vehicles, evoking a scene reminiscent of an impending apocalypse. Roars erupted from the thickets flanking the highway and the dilapidated houses nearby, and even Lu Yao could discern the silhouettes of several ferocious beasts darting within. Unfazed by these creatures, the trio pressed on. They had lost count of the number of beasts they had dispatched along the way. Their overwhelming killing intent rendered most beasts too fearful to approach. After approximately half an hour of steady travel, Wu Yi halted 50 meters from the banks of Huangjiang. Before them lay the fractured Huangjiang Grand Bridge, with two towering bridge piers standing sentinel at the river's edge. "Here we are," Wu Yi announced. Wu Yi pointed at the fractured bridge pier and inquired. "Here?" Lu Yao, perplexed, remarked, "Wasn't this supposed to be a top-secret route? Surely we are not expected to swim across. Let us go." Wu Yi retorted sharply, offering no further explanation as he strode purposefully towards the pier. "Enter." It seemed as though Wu Yi had grown accustomed to this scene. While behind him, Lu Yao and Li Yu exchanged intrigued glances. Liu, lacking the requisite clearance, realized that such a clandestine route was beyond his knowledge without proper rank. Meanwhile, Lu Yao was genuinely astonished. Who would have imagined that beneath the Huangjiang Bridge, a hidden passage to the opposite bank lay concealed within the pier? As they ventured into the passage, a shroud of darkness enveloped them. After approximately several minutes, they encountered a stone-doored. Liu Yao caught a glimpse of Wu Yi feeling along the surface of the door, which then rumbled open. In an instant, blinding light streamed forth. And once Lu Yao's eyes adjusted, he beheld a narrow yet expansive corridor. The walls of the passage were adorned with various light fixtures, illuminating the surroundings with a brightness akin to daylight. Numerous rooms and storage facilities flanked the corridor, all securely locked. "Is this an underground passage?" Lu Yao inquired. "Indeed," Wu Yi affirmed. "Above us lies the Huangjiang River. This passage was originally sealed as a state secret. It functions as an underground fortress, equipped with a small power generator, an armory, and readiness storage facilities, among others that it would withstand not only earthquakes, but even the detonation of all nuclear warheads on Earth without collapsing." At that moment, Wu Yi abruptly halted, and Lu Yao, momentarily distracted, collided with him. "Hey, why did you stop?" Lu Yao rubbed his nose, perplexed. "Are you daft? It's 4 to 5 kilometers to the opposite side, and you expect to walk? Really, how foolish can you be?" Wu Yi seized the opportunity to show off, reveling in the moment. Realizing the passage remained intact, Lu Yao surmised that there must be vehicular equipment available. Just then, Wu Yi emerged from an adjacent open storage room, driving out a convertible off-road vehicle. Seeing a functional automobile after so long filled Lu Yao with nostalgia. Since the cataclysm, roads had crumbled, rendering vehicles useless. "Let us go." "Get in." Wu Yi beckoned, and once they were both seated, he accelerated, speeding through the passage. "What a thrill. It's been ages since I drove. I feel like I've rusted over. Back in my day, during the conflict zones, I was known as the invincible driving god." Li Yu, observing Wu Yi boast once more, wore an expression of incredulity. While the commander was exceptional in many respects, his penchant for exaggeration was undeniable. Traveling at a rapid pace, Wu Yi soon brought the vehicle to a halt. After Lu Yao and Li Yu disembarked, he parked the car in a nearby storage room. Subsequently, he led Lu Yao and Li Yu down another corridor. Similar to their entrance, they traversed a stone door and emerged from the dark passage. Outside stood a modest mountain peak, and they found themselves at the foot of a valley. "Where are we?" Lu Yao asked, bewildered. Wu Yi quickly oriented himself, comparing the terrain, and informed Lu Yao, "This should be Changshan. Within the Huizhou region. If we descend the mountain and head west for over 100 kilometers, we will reach Luzhou. From there, heading north will lead us to Huizhou." Upon hearing these words, Lu Yao felt an overwhelming surge of excitement within him. "I've arrived, Mom and Dad. I'm here to find you," he thought, as an intense longing washed over him. "Let us proceed." Wu Yi, sensing the change in Lu Yao, gently patted his shoulder and spoke softly. Subsequently, the group resumed their journey. Lu Yao wore an expression of exhilaration, no longer pausing along the way. Wu Yi understood his current emotions and chose not to speak further. Thus, they traveled by day and sought places to rest by night, slaying a few reckless beasts along the way. 3 days later, They successfully arrived at Luzhou. Brother Lu, parting is such sweet sorrow after accompanying you for 1,000 miles, we must bid farewell here. I am confident we shall meet again soon. Huizhou is too small to contain a true dragon like you. I will await you in the central war zone of Hezhou, Wu Yi remarked. Casting a glance at Lu Yao. I am heading to the central war zone to unify the various battlefields and establish a passage to Jingzhou. There, formidable warriors abound, and prodigies are numerous. The world has changed. It is now the era of the awakened. Consequently, your future cannot be confined to the small pond of Huizhou, where a true dragon cannot thrive. Upon hearing Wu Ye's words, Lu Yao felt a surge of emotion and replied, "No problem, Commander Wu. Once I attend to my personal matters, I shall make my way to the central war zone if time permits. Very well, let us part ways here. Farewell, farewell," Lu Yao said. After speaking, Wu Yi did not linger. Turning away with Li Yu Lu Yao stood there, watching Wu Ye's departing figure until it vanished from view before turning around. The two had fought valiantly together through trials and tribulations. At this moment of parting, it was impossible not to feel a profound sense of emotion. Chapter 20. The Sacred City. On this day, after enduring numerous hardships, Lu Yao set forth from Fuzhou, taking nearly a month to once again tread upon his homeland. Before him lay majestic mountains and dense forests, a scene devoid of human presence. Although he had anticipated this, the reality before him still brought a tremendous sense of disillusionment that he felt utterly bewildered. As everything seemed alien and entirely different from the Huizhou he remembered. Where is home? Where is Huizhou City? What of my parents? Lu Yao journeyed southward for a considerable time until, at last, a shadow of a construction site appeared in his sight. A city, survivors, a glimmer of hope sparked in Lu Yao's eyes, prompting him to quicken his pace. Moments later, a vast city loomed before him. From a distance, the city resembled a colossal mountain, majestically standing between heaven and earth. As he approached the city gates, the number of people increased. A glance revealed that the majority were awakened, with ordinary folk nearly absent at the entrance. 5 soldiers stood guard, diligently inspecting everyone entering and exiting. "Where is your entry permit?" One soldier halted Lu Yao as he reached the gates. "Entry permit? What is that?" Lu Yao questioned, perplexed. Realizing Lu Yao's confusion, the soldier explained, "This is the sacred city. Survivors wishing to enter must possess an entry permit. Otherwise, they must surrender 2 third-tier monster cores to gain entry." Upon hearing this, Lu Yao nodded in understanding, realizing that entering the city required the payment of a protection fee. However, he was not particularly surprised. It was evident that such a city had been established by formidable individuals. Having paid the fee to enter, one would undoubtedly receive the city's protection. That a third-tier demon core was neither excessive nor insufficient. For someone who had just awakened, it constituted a considerable expense. That I do not possess a third-tier core, but would a 9th tier suffice? Throughout their journey, he and his companions, Wang Yi and Li Yu, had slain countless beasts. Initially, they had collected cores of all levels, but as they continued, the number became overwhelming, forcing them to discard the lower-tier ones, ultimately retaining only the 9th tier cores to 9th tier. The soldier's expression shifted dramatically. To be capable of slaying 9th tier ferocious beasts was a mark of a lord in a powerful city. Moreover, considering Lu Yao was alone, such solitary wanderers were the most formidable, possessing immense strength, disregarding rules, and perceiving the perils of the world as inconsequential. My lord, 1 9th tier demon core is more than adequate. The soldier, whose face had previously been devoid of expression, instantly donned a fawning smile. That I in a chaotic world where lives were as fragile as grass, offending such a powerful individual was unthinkable. After handing over a 9th tier demon core, Lu Yao strode towards the city, oblivious to the astonished gazes of the soldiers around him and the murmurs emanating from the crowd behind. This person is incredibly strong. He has slain a 9th tier ferocious beast, comparable to our 3 deputy city lords. Hiss, another lone wolf. It seems yet another ruthless character traverses the state alone. Should tread carefully. Have you forgotten the last incident with that demon human? Hiss, the demon human. Inside the city, the scene was remarkably clean and orderly. The wide streets bustled with activity, with vendors on either side, their stalls lined up closely, each hawking a variety of wares, their cries blending into a cacophony throughout the inner city. Does anyone want the fur of a 2nd-tier ferocious beast tiger? 5th-tier beast blood can accelerate awakening for the ordinary, who needs an ancient treasure map, reputedly leading to a celestial being's cave. selling cheaply, heirloom treasures at bargain prices. Listening to these familiar calls, Lu Yao felt as if he had time traveled to an ancient era. Everything here evoked a sense of unreality, since the cataclysmic changes in the world. He had grown accustomed to violence, decay, corruption, and conspiracy. Yet, suddenly witnessing this harmonious scene, he found himself momentarily disoriented. It seemed as if the chaos and tension of the turbulent times had not encroached upon this place at all. At this moment, a flicker of curiosity arose within Lu Yao regarding the lord of this holy city. What manner of person could have cultivated this city into its current state, presenting a picture of peace and prosperity? Continuing on his path, Lu Yao sought a place to rest and gather information about the region. He was entirely in the dark about his surroundings. To locate his parents, he would need to devise a long-term plan. While the faintest inkling of the worst-case scenario lingered in his heart, yet he chose to suppress it, clinging to a glimmer of hope until the final moment. Suddenly, a fierce roar of a tiger and a woman's commanding voice pierced the air ahead. "Move aside, clear the way." As Lu Yao heard the sound, he looked up and beheld ahead of him a magnificent white tiger, sprinting swiftly. Perched upon its back was an extraordinarily beautiful woman, shrouded in a veil that obscured her features, her partially revealed eyes shining like the autumn moon. Witnessing this breathtaking scene, the onlookers instinctively recoiled, and in no time, the white tiger dashed right before Lu Yao. This thrilling spectacle startled the woman riding the tiger, causing her to scream in terror. This exhilarating moment left the crowd in stunned silence, and upon seeing Lu Yao land safely, they erupted in applause. "Are you all right?" The woman, having come to a halt, still bore a hint of fear in her gaze. "I'm fine," Lu Yao replied nonchalantly, turning to prepare for his departure. "Wait a moment," the woman called out from behind. "Are you new to the holy city?" She inquired further. "How did you know?" Lu Yao asked curiously, somewhat taken aback. "I could tell by your hurried demeanor," she replied with a smile. "My name is Yiqing Wang. What is yours?" "Miss Yi. You may call me Lu Yao." He responded. "I shall call you Brother Lu then." "Brother Lu, are you in search of a place to stay? Why not come to my home?" "This incident is entirely my fault," Yiqing Wang said, a hint of embarrassment in her tone. Lu Yao was momentarily taken aback, hesitating for a moment. "Come on, Brother Lu." "All right then." After pondering, Lu Yao realized he had nowhere else to go, knowing no one here. His immediate priority was to find a place to settle down. As they walked, the two engaged in lively conversation, with Lu Yao asking questions and Yiqing Wang answering. Soon, they arrived at a grand estate, flanked by two enormous lions at the entrance, where a row of guards stood vigilantly, armed to the teeth. "Brother Lu, this is my home. My father is the lord of this holy city," Yiqing Wang stated. At that moment, a middle-aged man emerged from within the courtyard. Upon seeing Lu Yao beside Yiqing Wang, a glint of sharpness flickered in his eyes before quickly vanishing. "Rongshu, this is Brother Lu, a survivor from outside the city who has just arrived and has nowhere to go. Please assist him," Yiqing Wang urged. "Hee, you always do this. Little brother, follow me." Rongshu chuckled, gesturing towards Yiqing Wang and shaking his head in resignation as he addressed Lu Yao. "Miss Yi, thank you." Although Lu Yao sensed something amiss, he still expressed his gratitude to Yiqing Wang. In this unfamiliar place, someone lending such significant assistance deserved acknowledgement, especially considering the trivial incident on the street. "What is your surname, little brother?" Rongshu inquired with a smile as they strolled through the backyard. "Senior, just call me Lu Yao," Lu Yao replied, refraining from overstepping, aware that Rongshu was no ordinary man. The aura emanating from him conveyed a subtle, yet palpable sense of pressure, hinting at his nearing mastery of the realm. This person harbored a repressed murderous intent, calm and unperturbed, likely having slain numerous ferocious beasts, or Lu Yao, possessing a keen sensitivity to such malevolence due to his own experiences, discerned it well. "Lu Yao, since Miss has recommended you for the Hall of Offerings, I shall refrain from assessing your abilities. The Hall of Offerings operates solely for the benefit of the holy city, awaiting orders to act. Certainly, if there are no pressing matters, one may roam freely. However, it is advisable to refrain from venturing beyond the city limits. As a tribute, you shall receive 100 fifth-tier demon cores each month." At this moment, Rongshu, walking ahead, spoke to Lu Yao in a nonchalant manner. Lu Yao was momentarily taken aback by Rongshu's words, pondering when he had ever expressed the desire to join the tribute hall. In his daze, he suddenly recalled Yi Qinghuang's earlier remarks, quickly realizing that she must have misunderstood him, assuming he had come to the city seeking refuge, which led to his introduction to the Lord's mansion. This thought left him both amused and bewildered, momentarily opening his mouth without knowing how to clarify the situation that in truth, such occurrences were all too common. Many lone wanderers, despite their formidable strength and substantial gains, found it challenging to persist in solitude. Most sought the protection of a powerful faction. It was evident that Yi Qinghuang had mistakenly categorized Lu Yao as one of those individuals, an amusing misapprehension indeed. After some contemplation, Lu Yao ultimately chose not to clarify. He resolved to accept his circumstances. With the recent upheaval in Huizhou City, he could scarcely locate the original landmarks, so it would be wiser to serve as a tribute for the time being. Gradually familiarizing himself with his surroundings before embarking on a search. Very well, Senior, he affirmed, nodding at Rong Shu. Chapter 21. The Demon and the Reckless Gene Wooming. Unperturbed by Lu Yao's unease, Rong Shu continued. The tribute hall is divided into the 4 divisions of heaven, earth, mystery, and yellow, each led by 2 hall masters. Typically, the hall masters are in seclusion, attending to significant matters only. Otherwise, all affairs, great and small, are managed by the deputy hall masters. The 4 divisions guard the city from all directions. You have been assigned to the yellow division, and I shall now escort you to your post there. And what of the city lord? Lu Yao inquired. Miss Yi? Lu Yao muttered, expressing skepticism at her capabilities. Sensing Lu Yao's doubts, Rong Shu elaborated. The city lord has 2 daughters. The one you just encountered is the younger daughter. Realization dawned on Lu Yao. That explains it. I wondered how Yi Qinghuang could oversee such a vast city. That we have arrived. As the 2 conversed, they reached the yellow division. Ronggu, what brings you here? Upon entering the yellow division, a young man clad in black approached them immediately. Yang Jiao, this young brother is a prodigy known by the young lady within the city. He is now joining your yellow division, which has suffered the greatest losses during the recent beast tide. Rong Shu introduced. And who is this brother? Yang Jiao inquired, puzzled. Yang, I am Lu Yao. I would appreciate your guidance in the future. Lu Yao stepped forward to introduce himself. Brother, I brought you someone. I have matters to attend to. So I shall take my leave. You young men can converse amongst yourselves, Rong Shu remarked before turning to depart. Thank you, Rong Shu. Brother, come, let us go inside. Yang Jiao beckoned Lu Yao as soon as Rong Shu had left. You arrived just in time. We have recently endured a beast tide, and our manpower has been severely depleted. Your presence will promptly address my shortfall. Inside the chamber, Yang Jiao gestured for Lu Yao to take a seat. Pouring each of them a cup of tea. The beast tide? Lu Yao echoed, having noted the term from Rong Shu's earlier mention, now reiterated by Yang Jiao. Indeed, the outbreak of beast tides is not confined to Hangzhou alone. Numerous regions across the nation have been affected. What troubles you, Brother Lu? Yang Jiao inquired, noticing the dazed expression on Lu Yao's face. Uncle Rong must have informed you, right? Our worship hall prioritizes the interests of the holy city. In addition to safeguarding its security, we must also remain vigilant against conflicts arising from other human settlements. Minister Yang, having just arrived in Huizhou, could you enlighten me on the current situation here? Lu Yao responded. Just arrived? Are you a lone wolf? Yang Jiao expressed surprise at Lu Yao's words, realizing why he had garnered the personal recommendation of the young lady. Brother Lu, you are quite extraordinary for daring to traverse the wilderness alone, crossing into other states. Haha. Minister Yang is jesting, Lu Yao replied with a smile. Given this, allow me to elaborate on the current power dynamics in Huizhou. Huizhou, much like our holy city, is home to 4 major human bases: Tianlong City, Kaiwang City, Moyuan City, and Baiwei City. These 5 significant forces jointly govern Huizhou. Of course, there are smaller enclaves, but they lack substantial influence. Focusing solely on these 5 cities, our holy city is arguably the strongest in Huizhou. As we possess 2 formidable experts at the Bitter Sea Realm. You are familiar with the Bitter Sea Realm, I presume, capable of slaying awakened beings of the 9th tier as easily as one would crush ants. Such beings are akin to deities, Yang Jiao remarked, admiration evident on his face as he spoke to Lu Yao. I understand, Lu Yao said, rubbing his nose and nodding, internally underestimating the situation, thinking to himself. Not only do I understand, but I have also slain 2. Yang Jiao continued. The Lord of the Holy City and our worship hall leader are both of the Bitter Sea Realm, and they are brothers. At this juncture, I must emphasize the structure of our holy city's influence. It comprises the city guard, the law enforcement hall, and the worship hall. The city guard is commanded by the young lady, Yi Qingcheng, while the law enforcement hall is overseen by Uncle Rome, and the worship hall is led by the city lord's brother, Yi Haodi Liu Yao. Upon hearing Yang Jiu's detailed account, nodded in understanding. Then, as if a thought struck him, he inquired, Minister Yang, which faction currently occupies the original urban area of Huizhou? Kaiwang City. They originally served as Huizhou's law enforcement office, augmented by some local garrisons. While their elite forces cannot compare to our holy city, they possess a significant number of lower-tier awakened individuals. Why do you ask this? Yang Jiu questioned, suddenly perplexed. My family originally hailed from Huizhou City, Liu Yao began. But before he could finish, Yang Jiu's expression shifted to one of realization, understanding the implications. Brother Liu's hopes are rather dim. This world has changed, and we must vie for the present, Yang Jiu hinted. Though he did not articulate it directly, yet Liu Yao grasped the meaning. However, despite this reality, a flicker of hope lingered in his heart, albeit faint. For a moment, Liu Yao fell silent. Observing this, Yang Jiu could only say, Brother Liu, having just arrived today, you should rest. Before Yang Jiu could complete his sentence, his expression abruptly changed as he turned swiftly towards the door. Yi Haodi, come forth and meet your demise. Today, I, Jing Wuming, shall slaughter your entire city, leaving not a single creature alive. At that moment, a piercing voice reverberated throughout the skies of the holy city. The demon and the man. Yang Jiu's countenance turned ghastly, and he swiftly turned to Liu Yao, exclaiming, Brother Liu, let us depart. Liu Yao's eyes flickered as he hastened to keep pace. Outside the house, the doors of the neighboring rooms burst open, and numerous figures surged forth. Minister, flee towards the outskirts of the city. Liu Yao followed Yang Jiu as they dashed towards the city lord's mansion. At that moment, chaos had erupted within the city. A bald man clad in black engaged in fierce combat with a middle-aged figure in a green robe. Both were at the Bitter Sea realm, each move brimming with overwhelming force and grandeur. Jing Wuming, you have surprisingly broken through to the Bitter Sea realm. I underestimated you, bellowed the man in the green robe, thrusting forth a fist that reverberated through the void. His strike, akin to the surging waves of the ocean, unleashed a roar as a colossal shadow of a divine dragon manifested, hurtling towards Jing Wuming with breathtaking ferocity. Yi Haodi, is this your divine ability? It appears feeble and insipid. This time, I shall annihilate your Yi clan to avenge the murder of my son. Jing Wuming retorted with a cold laugh, his form resembling that of a fearsome tiger. His physique akin to a prison, also launching a punch that resonated through the air, conjuring a black tiger from behind that let out a thunderous roar, its ferocity palpable. Boom! The two fists collided, producing a tremendous explosion of energy, sending shockwaves that forced the onlookers to retreat 100 meters away. Boom! 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 As the dust settled, Yi Haodi was seen sprawled on the ground, his right hand hanging limply. Blood spilling from his mouth. In stark contrast, Jing Wuming remained unscathed, casting a sinister glance at Yi Haodi, and sneered, Yi Haodi, you have been defeated. Silence enveloped the arena, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. No one anticipated that Yi Haodi, also at the Bitter Sea realm, would fall so swiftly. Among the crowd, Liu Yao gazed in shock at the unfolding battle. He had initially believed that having slain two Bitter Sea realm monsters, he was capable of contending with them. It was only today that he recognized his own arrogance and inflated sense of self-worth. The Bitter Sea realm had long transcended the limitations of the physical form. It was a realm where spiritual power was birthed within, and divine abilities were cultivated, abilities that could enhance both techniques and combat prowess. Indeed, techniques. Liu Yao had fallen into a misconception, believing that combat was merely instinctual slaughter and physical confrontation. Upon reaching the Bitter Sea realm, as spiritual energy flourished and the Bitter Sea remained unexhausted, one could begin to cultivate techniques akin to the martial arts often depicted in novels or films. Were there techniques? Certainly. Liu Yao recalled the legacy of Xingtian, where the method of nurturing through slaughter was a form of technique. At this moment, a flicker of relief coursed through Liu Yao. How fortunate he had been to eliminate two Bitter Sea realm monsters. Die. Simultaneously, Jing Wuming roared in wrath, preparing to strike down Yi Haodi with a fist. Just then, a beam of golden light erupted from within the city lord's mansion, slicing through the void. the golden light transformed into a sword energy, sharply cleaving the air, compressing into a thick beam of sword light that shot forth with such velocity that the air parted like water, emanating a terrifying killing intent aimed at Jing Wuming. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Jing Wuming's expression shifted, and he swiftly retreated as the sword energy descended. A figure materialized within the arena. Yi Haoyan. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Jing Wuming's eyes turned bloodshot, brimming with murderous intent. Jing Wuming, you are truly courting death. Yi Haoyan, clad in white garments, possessed a somewhat slender figure and a strikingly masculine visage. Simply standing there, it was as though the very essence of the world bowed in deference to him. Such formidable presence. Among the crowd, Lu Yao's eyes flickered. It was evident that Yi Haoyan had at least reached the fourth stage of the Sea of Bitterness. Why, Yi Haoyan, you have slain my son. This enmity cannot be reconciled. Today, I shall annihilate your entire city to avenge the pain of my loss. His demise was of his own making. He deserved it. Yi Haoyan maintained an expression of cold indifference, his face devoid of emotion. Kill. 8 desolations, piercing the divine. Jing Wuming bellowed as the silhouette of a black tiger emerged behind him, an astonishing aura of malevolence surging forth. The black tiger howled at the heavens, its ominous energy enveloping the air as it lunged toward Yi Haoyan. Supreme sword technique, slash. Yi Haoyan roared, forming a seal with his hands, as a sharp, spirit sword materialized from behind him, forged from his intense true energy. The moment this sword technique was unleashed, golden sword light blossomed like a myriad of lotus flowers, radiating brilliance. The surrounding void was instantly distorted, a testament to the formidable might of this technique. Boom! The air erupted in an explosive cacophony. The scale of the battle between such high-level cultivators was astonishing, leaving onlookers in awe. This exemplified the power of Sea of Bitterness techniques, having entirely transcended physical limitations. After advancing to the Sea of Bitterness, while the physical body would gradually grow stronger, it could only serve as a vessel for immense spiritual power. However, it is not to say that techniques are inherently superior. When the physical body reaches its pinnacle, it can indeed shatter myriad laws with sheer strength. Chapter 22. The initial emergence of other races. Minister Yang, who is this individual that possesses such formidable prowess? Lu Yao inquired curiously, gazing at the fearsome Jing Wuming. This man is known as Jing Wuming, often referred to as the human demon. Speaking of him inevitably leads us to mention our city lord. Are you familiar with the Tiansheng Group? Yang Jiu replied in a hushed tone to Lu Yao. The Tiansheng Group? Of course, I am aware of it. It is one of the top 10 financial giants in Huaxia. Who in Huaxia is not familiar with the chairman? Yi Haotan Lu Yao spoke, only to suddenly widen her mouth in disbelief as she looked at Yang Jiu. Could it be that the lord of Shing City, Yi Haoyan, is the chairman of the Tiansheng Group, the wealthiest individual in Huaxia? I recall hearing that the Tiansheng Group was founded by 2 brothers, and within a mere decade, they ascended into the top 10 of Huaxia's rich list. It is rumored that the chairman of the Tiansheng Group is named Yi Haoyan and his brother Yi Haodi. You guessed it correctly. Indeed, the predecessor of Shang City was the Tiansheng Group, and the city lord and hall master are the 2 brothers. Yang Jiu continued. This Jing Wuming was originally Yi Haoyan's driver, thus considered a close confidant. What transpired afterward? Lu Yao inquired. Then, a great transformation occurred in the world. The city lord broke free from his shackles, awakening his genes, and with extraordinary talent, he swiftly established Shang City, gathering the surviving populace. He subsequently formed the city guard and the offering hall, appointing Jing Wuming as the vice master of the offering hall. With the resources granted by the city lord, Jing Wuming rapidly advanced to the brink of the Sea of Bitterness. As Yang Jiu spoke, he glanced around before continuing in a low voice. Originally, Jing Wuming had a boundless future, with the Sea of Bitterness within reach. However, who could have anticipated that he would fall due to his own son? What happened to his son? Lu Yao asked. Her curiosity piqued. His son Jing Feng conspired with the son of the lord of Mo Yuan City, Nüwa Shuang, to poison the lord, but their plot was unexpectedly uncovered, resulting in Jing Feng's immediate demise at the hands of the lord. As Yang Jiu recounted this, he instinctively cast a glance at the battling Jing Wuming and continued. Jing Wuming blames the lord for his cruelty. After all, he has been a driver for over a decade. His wife long deceased, and this son was his sole treasure. The loss of such a beloved child would surely ignite his fury in his sorrow and rage. He even retaliated by storming out of the offering hall. While one might excuse his actions, given that the Lord acted without thorough investigation before slaying his son, his subsequent massacre of hundreds of innocent souls in the holy city was utterly inexcusable. Such acts transcend humanity, embodying pure malevolence. Upon hearing this, Liu Yao felt a wave of contempt for Jing Wuming. After all, one ought to repay hatred with hatred and grievances with grievances. Yet, as an awakened being, he resorted to slaughtering ordinary people in a fit of rage. Were Liu Yao to encounter such a person, she would likely not hesitate to end his life. But who could have anticipated that Jing Wuming had ascended to the bitter sea and was no match even for the Hall Master? Had he somehow entered one of the 36 ancient cities? Yang Jiu interjected. Indeed, the 36 ancient cities have also descended upon Huizhou. Liu Yao, intrigued, inquired further, have 3 ancient cities manifested in Huizhou? Certainly, 3 ancient cities have emerged in Huizhou, igniting fierce competition among the 5 major factions for the opportunity to enter. It was later revealed that any member of the human race could gain access, Yang Jiu explained, noting that he himself had ventured into one of the ancient cities, albeit acquiring an obscure inheritance. Nevertheless, he felt quite content with it. As their conversation unfolded, the battle raged on, reaching a fever pitch. Boom! The black tiger roared, its sound reverberating through the heavens. Jing Wuming howled in fury, his malevolence surging forth. Today, he sought to avenge his son's death, determined to slaughter the city in tribute to his child's spirit. Your attacks remain laughably juvenile in my eyes. Even if you break through to the second stage of the bitter sea, I can vanquish you with a single strike. Yi Hao Tian scoffed, wielding his right hand like a sword, channeling spiritual energy as he fiercely slashed down towards Jing Wuming. Swish! The razor-sharp sword energy shattered Jing Wuming's black tiger manifestation, continuing unabated towards him. Golden Bell Shield. Jing Wuming, seeing the impending doom, retreated rapidly, his hands raised to the heavens, and in an instant, was enveloped in a cocoon of black glass. That a futile struggle. Divine Sword. Command Thunder, slash. Yi Hao Tian intoned darkly, as the sky erupted with a thunderous roar, a palpable killing intent radiating forth amidst flashes of lightning. Clang, crack, the sword light struck down upon Jing Wuming. Accompanied by a cacophony of shattering sounds, the black glass disintegrated instantaneously, causing Jing Wuming to let out a terrified, piercing scream. Master, save me. Namo Amit Ba. No sooner had Jing Wuming uttered these words than a resonant chant echoed around them, transforming into golden characters that shone brilliantly, accompanied by a melodious mantra. The sharp sword light dissolved in the presence of the chant. Who goes there? Yi Hao Tian inquired sharply, his eyes narrowing as he scanned for the source of the voice. Amit Ba, it has been a long time. Ye benefactor. At the entrance of the sacred city, a figure clad in gray robes walked barefoot at a leisurely pace, though it seemed slow. In the blink of an eye, the person had approached. Upon seeing the newcomer, Yi Hao Tian's expression changed dramatically. His pupils constricted in shock as he exclaimed, Master Liaoying? Is it truly you? How can this be? Master, save me. I am willing to follow you into monastic life. Jing Wuming, upon spotting Liaoying, immediately rushed forward to bow in reverence. Amit Ba, Jing benefactor, the sea of suffering is boundless. Your profound awakening is indeed commendable. Master Liaoying pressed his palms together and turned to Yi Hao Tian, stating, Ye benefactor, this individual has joined my little Thunder Sound temple. I kindly ask you to spare his life. Impossible. This person must die. Master Liaoying, step aside. Yi Hao Tian's eyes flickered with murderous intent, and sword energy began to emanate. Amit Ba, when will the cycle of vengeance cease? The world is in turmoil, and calamity has descended upon us, causing suffering for all. Since ye benefactor is unwilling to spare him, allow me, a humble monk, to experience your esteemed skills. Master Liaoying, step aside. Do not force my hand. Yi Hao Tian's expression shifted slightly, and a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent passed through his eyes. Opposite him, Liaoying maintained his posture, eyes closed, uttering mantras while manipulating a string of prayer beads. Divine Sword, command the thunder. Upon witnessing this, Yi Hao Tian's eyes blazed with murderous intent as his sword energy surged violently, transforming into a colossal beam of sword light. Thunder rumbled ominously as the sword light, swift as lightning, raced towards Master Liaoying. Suddenly, Master Liaoyin opened his eyes wide, letting out a thunderous shout that reverberated like a blade, sending shockwaves outward. The clash of sword light and sound waves produced a deafening roar, causing Yi Haoyin to experience a piercing pain in his ears. The lion's roar of Buddhism. Block your ears. Yi Haoyin retreated at speed, urgently warning those around him. Among the crowd, Lu Yao felt a sharp sting in his ears, and an instant later, his mind was shaken by a tremendous force before returning to normalcy. However, Yang Jiao and the others immediately clasped their ears, crying out in agony. Noticing this, Lu Yao, in an attempt to avoid drawing attention, feigned injury and joined in the cries of pain. Yet, confusion swirled within him, for at that moment, the colossal force in his mind resonated with a clarity that was almost tangible, thrumming with rage. Yes, rage, even disgust. What was this massive force repulsed by? Liaoyin. Was it directed at him? No, it seemed to loathe the very essence of Liaoyin. This colossal presence appeared to be something of the human race, deeply rooted in the ancient hatred of alien races that Lu Yao was aware of. Yet, if this force harbored disdain for Liaoyin, did it imply that he possessed something alien, apart from such conjecture? What else could there be? Did Liaoyin carry an alien treasure, or perhaps practice alien techniques? But how could a person of the Buddhist faith, steeped in profound teachings that extol compassion and the salvation of all beings, possibly practice alien arts? No, it couldn't be. The Buddha, the essence of Buddhism, was it of alien origin? Could the Buddha himself be an alien? Wasn't Buddhism founded on the principles of universal salvation and equality among all beings, promising ascendance to the Pure Land after death? How could it be tied to an alien lineage? In the realm of myth and legend, the Buddha is depicted as the epitome of perfection, embodying boundless compassion for all sentient beings. Yet, in this very moment, Lu Yao's heart wavers, as if he has unearthed a staggering secret. Could it be that the Buddha is indeed an outsider, and that all of this is mere illusion? What of Panga's creation of the heavens? What of Nüwa's crafting of humanity? And what of Taoist patriarch Hongjun? Are they all fabrications? Have they distorted the beliefs of humankind, warped their memories, or even altered history itself? What truly transpired among the ancient human race? What constitutes an outsider? At this instant, as Lu Yao gazes upon Yin, he no longer perceives the benevolent visage of the Buddha, but rather senses a formidable malevolence lurking within. Meanwhile, Yin, engaged in battle, experiences a moment of confusion, feeling a distasteful aura emanating from the crowd that stirs a profound sense of murderous intent within his soul. Casting a cursory glance, he finds no abnormalities. Then addresses Yi Haoyin. Ye benefactor, let us practice mercy. I beseech you, for my sake, to spare his life. Kill. Yi Haoyin retorts, dismissing further discourse with a furious roared, in an instant. A golden lotus materializes behind him, and upon this lotus, sword energy intertwines, transforming each petal into a colossal sword. Within moments, the sky becomes a tapestry of countless golden swords, each radiating an overwhelming aura. Golden lotus from the sea of suffering. Yin exclaims, his expression shifting in astonishment. Ye benefactor, this is remarkable. You have awakened the ancient human race's most formidable divine power. The Dharma knows no bounds. A smile upon the flower. Yin joins his hands in prayer, and a magnificent golden Buddha appears behind him, its visage obscured by blinding light. Suddenly, he raises his arm, and a gigantic golden finger pierces through layers of space, swiftly striking the golden lotus manifestation above Yi Haoyin, continuing its momentum to pierce through his sea of suffering. Crack. A resounding shatter echoes as the golden lotus image disintegrates. The sea of suffering is breached, and the sword light is extinguished in an instant. Uft. Yi Haoyin coughs up blood, hurtling backward. Father, brother, city lord. The crowd gasps, rushing to his side. Coughed that I am unharmed. That Yi Haoyin sits on the ground, clutching his chest, with the manifestation shattered and the sea of suffering pierced. He is left in a compromised state. Chapter 23. The Assault of the Demon Abyss City. Amitabha. Well said, well said. Yin, with hands clasped, addresses Yi Haoyin. Ye benefactor, your heart is rife with malevolence, if left unchecked. Great calamity may befall you in the future. Upon finishing, Yin glances at Yi Haoyin before departing with Jing Wuming. Wretched bald donkey, perish. In an instant, Yi Haoda leaps forward, a golden dragon rising from his back, exuding immense power as he prepares to launch a surprise attack on Yin. By Yi Haoyin's side stand two maidens. One, Yi Qinghuang, known to Lu Yao, and the other, a young woman devoid of a veil, clad in a flowing white gown, appearing to be around 18 or 19 years of age. Her hands are delicate as a flower, her skin smooth as cream, her features exquisite. Such beauty Lu Yao has only witnessed in Qinshi. All right, father, Yi Qingsheng and Yi Qinghuang nod, their faces etched with concern. Yes, elder brother, Yi Haoda responds, immediately turning to issue commands. The city guard shall seal the gates, prohibiting anyone from entering or exiting. The offerings hall, encompassing the heavens and earth, shall patrol the four corners. In the enforcement hall, I shall guard the lord of the city and protect my elder brother. Any enemy that dares to approach shall be met with merciless execution. Yes, master. The crowd received the order and swiftly dispersed to their respective positions. Brother Lu, follow me, Yang Jiu uttered, hastily leading Lu Yao towards the western gate. The scene unfolding within the holy city immediately reached the other four great cities. I in the Dragon City, within the Lord's mansion. A conference hall echoed with tension. Yi Hao Yan is gravely injured. Has the holy city been sealed? At the head of the table sat Lord Zhao Tianlong, tapping his fingers on the surface as he surveyed those around him. The demon, Jing Wuming. Even if he were to ascend to the Bitter Sea realm, he would likely not stand a chance against Yi Haoyan. Zhao Tianlong pondered, fully aware that Yi Haoyan had already reached the 5th tier of the Bitter Sea realm. Particularly formidable when his golden lotus manifestation emerged, rendering him impervious to all forms of attack. Indeed, Jing Wuming is merely at the 2nd tier of the Bitter Sea, having defeated Yi Haodi with a single strike, only to engage in a fierce confrontation with Yi Haoyan for several encounters, narrowly escaping death. Ultimately, he was rescued by Master Liao Yin of the Minor Thunder Sound Temple, while Yi Haoyan battled fiercely against Master Liao Yin in his quest to eliminate Jing Wuming. What? Liao Yin, the master of the Minor Thunder Sound Temple? Upon hearing the name, Zhao Tianlong's astonishment was palpable, as if grappling with the incredulity of the situation. Indeed, who could have anticipated that Liao Yin would so powerfully shatter Yi Haoyan's golden lotus manifestation? Even penetrating the Bitter Sea itself, it is likely that he has been rendered incapacitated. The individual continued. Is this truly the case? Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianlong abruptly rose, his eyes wide with disbelief. My lord, it is undoubtedly true. What course of action should we take next? The man inquired. R.O. Feng, you must immediately dispatch someone to investigate the situation in the holy city. Do not take any rash actions until I give the order. Zhao Tianlong commanded. Yes, my lord. Ro Feng complied, then swiftly exited. Haha, Yi Haoyan, how the tables have turned. Zhao Tianlong sat back in his chair, erupting into hearty laughter. I in the opening wilderness city, at the Lord's mansion. What did you say? Yi Haoyan has been incapacitated. The Master Liao Yin of the Minor Thunder Sound Temple has made an appearance. A man in military attire rose in shock. This man was none other than Han Xian, the lord of the opening wilderness city and a major general of the station troops in Huizhou. Indeed, general. Now, both Tianlong and Moyuan cities are stirring, having sent scouts to investigate that a youthful man, clad in military garb, exuded an air of valor. Xiao Lu, what do you think is the significance of the Minor Thunder Sound Temple's emergence at this juncture? Huh. Lu Wenhua momentarily found himself bewildered by Han Xian's abrupt shift in questioning. Struggling to respond, the conversation had been flowing so smoothly, yet suddenly veered into a different realm of thought. The Minor Thunder Sound Temple is no ordinary sect. Initially perceived as a mere Buddhist order, it has unexpectedly surfaced as a formidable force following the cataclysmic changes of the world, and its emergence has brought forth such monumental news. General, is there something amiss with the Minor Thunder Sound Temple? We are all engaged in evolution and cultivation. Surely the Minor Thunder Sound Temple is no different from us, Lu Wenhua queried, a hint of confusion evident in his tone. Not quite, Han Xian replied. Though his thoughts were preoccupied with the implications of the Minor Thunder Sound Temple, this recollection traced back to 6 months prior, before the upheaval of the world, within the highest council hall of Jingzhou. Representatives from various provincial governments and station troops gathered to deliberate on the unsettling disturbances occurring across the globe due to the recent upheavals around the globe over the past 6 months. Scientists have been tirelessly researching, yet they remain unable to ascertain the underlying causes. Everything has been sealed away, and the media is strictly prohibited from disseminating any information. Fortuitously, he found himself among the invitees due to his stationing in Huizhou. After the meeting, on his way back, he encountered a monk who claimed to have taken vows at the Lesser Thunder Sound Temple, bearing the Dharma name Liao, clad in gray robes and barefoot. The monk struck him as rather peculiar. He wondered why the monk eschewed footwear, attributing it to some idiosyncratic preference, without further concern that moment. Liao appraised him with a keen gaze and uttered a cryptic remark. Why is it that the human race is always able to shatter its shackles? He found this statement rather strange, suspecting he might be in the presence of a fool. However, today, with Liao Yin's reemergence, those words resurfaced in his mind. General? General. Beside him, Lu Wenhua appeared somewhat anxious. General, what shall we do next? Should we dispatch scouts to investigate? Lu Wenhua inquired. No. We shall observe the developments quietly. City of Demon Abyss. What did you say? Yi Haoyin is gravely injured and on the brink of death. Nie Renkong gazed at his son in shock. Yes, father, our opportunity has arrived. Ha ha. Nie Wushuang laughed maniacally. That fool Jing Feng, a failure in every respect, has utterly ruined such an excellent plan, nearly costing me my life. He deserves to perish. Ha ha. Is the information reliable? Nie Renkong asked. Indeed, I have verified it. Yi Haoyin's anomalous state has been shattered, and his sea of suffering breached. Even if he survives, he is left with but a half-life. The remaining Yi Haodi poses no threat. Nie Wushuang's eyes glinted with cold light, his handsome visage radiating murderous intent. Wushuang, swiftly gather our forces. Let us march to flatten the holy city. The murderous aura emanated from Nie Renkong's gaze, reflecting his thoughts on Huizhou being too small and the 5 factions being excessive. Insufficient to share. Understood. I shall attend to it at once. Nie Wushuang immediately exited to issue proclamations far and wide. Where is the commander of the city guard? At your service. A figure approached, wielding an 8-foot-long spear, exuding a fierce aura. Where is the commander of the vanguard? At your service. Another individual stepped forward, brandishing a crescent blade, clad in a black robe, emanating an air of menace. Quickly assemble the troops. Follow me to crush the holy city and slay Yi Haoyin. Command acknowledged. City of moon worship. Yi Haoyin has fallen. This was a remarkably beautiful woman, her wavy hair dancing in the wind, with phoenix-like brows and sparkling eyes brimming with emotion, a delicate nose, rosy cheeks, and lips like orchids, her oval face strikingly beautiful, her skin as flawless as frost and snow. She was Luo Xingsu, the Lord of Moon Worship City. Yes, sister, this news has spread far and wide. Now, aside from the Wilderness City, both Tianlong and Demon Abyss are poised to act at a girl clad in a pink dress remarked, her sun-kissed skin exuding health, her lustrous black hair cascading down her shoulders like a waterfall. Xinwei, why do you care so deeply about this matter? We must remember that most of the women in Moon Worship City lead hard lives. Living steadily is what matters most, Luo Xingsu replied. Sister, are you still angry with Uncle Yi? Do you still blame him for not rescuing our parents in time? Luo Xinwei quietly observed Luo Xinxue, as she spoke, that I do not blame him. No one can be held accountable. It is this fate that we must fault. Luo Xinxue shook her head and continued, I understand your thoughts. At a crucial moment, I will save Uncle Yi and his family. Thank you, sister. Upon hearing this, Luo Xinwei joyfully leaped up. Now, let us discuss serious matters. How is your awakening of the progressing? Luo Xinxue inquired. There has been no movement. I feel as though I have 1 foot already in the sea of suffering. Yet I cannot cultivate as suitable, Luo Xinwei replied. Have you looked at the painting I gave you? Luo Xinxue asked. No, the news of Yi Haoyin's being shattered and the sea of suffering being breached spread swiftly around. Who is Yi Haoyin? Anyone aware of his identity and background could not help but express their deep respect. Before the upheaval of the world, he was a legendary figure, rising from humble beginnings to amass a fortune of hundreds of billions within a mere decade, securing a place among the top 10 on the list of the wealthiest in Huaxia. After the world's transformation, within just over a month, he rapidly advanced to the 5th level of the Sea of Suffering, awakening one of the most potent of the ancient human race, the Golden Lotus of the Sea of Suffering. With this formidable, he dominated the 5 great powers of Huizhou, leaving no rivals. Yet today, this has been shattered, and the Sea of Suffering has been pierced. Barring any unforeseen events, his life shall come to a halt here. The legend has fallen, and the heavens of the holy city are on the verge of collapse. Just as the people were still lamenting, at the main gate of the holy city, Nie Wushuang, this is the holy city. Please withdraw immediately or face lethal consequences. On the city wall, Minister Qin Sheng of the Heavenly Department bellowed, his voice echoing far and wide. Ha ha. Minister Chen, it feels as if ages have passed since we last met. I have missed you dearly. The debts from your pursuit of me a few days ago shall be settled today. Nüwa Wushuang, withdraw at once, and I shall pretend this never happened. Otherwise what? Qin Sheng, you are not qualified enough. Where is Yi Haoyan? Let Yi Haoyan come out. Nüwa Wushuang scoffed disdainfully, brazenly challenging Qin Sheng. Insolence. Qin Sheng, enraged by Nüwa Wushuang's audacity in addressing Yi Haoyan by name, shouted fiercely, "Where are the members of the Heavenly Department? Kill them." With a mighty roar, Qin Sheng commanded, and over a dozen individuals rushed down. "City guards, follow me into the city and slay them." Nüwa Wushuang shouted angrily, leaping high into the air, her spear thrusting fiercely toward the advancing members of the Heavenly Department. Thud. Ugh, the man clutched his neck in agony. His body lifted into the air, convulsing violently. Blood flowed from the spear, dripping onto the ground, shimmering with an eerie glow. This scene instantly shocked the other members of the Heavenly Department, plunging the entire scene into silence. As if the very air had frozen. Chapter 24. Slaying the enemy. The second of the sea of suffering. You scoundrel! Perish! Qin Sheng, witnessing this, furiously leaped down from the city wall, his long blade cleaving viciously toward Nüwa Wushuang. Boom! The fierce blade light forced Nüwa Wushuang to retreat continuously. Although both were at the 9th level of awakening, Nüwa Wushuang found herself somewhat outmatched by Qin Sheng. Upon reaching the 9th tier of the awakening realm, the physical body has already been honed to its utmost limit. Typically, at this juncture, individuals begin to awaken their divine abilities and traverse the sea of suffering. However, there exist certain individuals of exceptional talent and profound insight, who, while compressing their limits at the 9th tier of the awakening realm, aspire to linger a moment longer in this state, or seek to awaken more formidable divine powers, such as Yi Haoyan's golden lotus of the sea of suffering. The city guard shall strike fiercely. Whoever first breaches the city gate shall claim 10% of all spoils from the holy city. As Nüwa Wushuang's words echoed, the expressions of all his subordinates instantly brightened, spurring them into a frenzied charge. Heedless of their own lives in that fleeting moment, the casualties on Qin Sheng's side began to escalate. Simultaneously, at the western city gate, forces from Moyuan City surged forth. Leading them was a man clad in black, bearing a long diagonal scar across his face, stretching from his eye to the corner of his mouth. "Nieyun, retreat at once," Yang Jiu bellowed upon spotting the newcomer, his murderous intent surging forth. "Those of the Huang faction, join me in vanquishing the foe." With no time for further words, Yang Jiu raised his blade, and both sides clashed in an instant. It was a matter of either slaying or being slain. The moment Yang Jiu uttered the word kill, Lu Yao surged forth like a bolt of lightning, his blade slicing through the air as a severed head soared into the sky, blood splattering to a height of 10 feet. This scene momentarily stunned the onlookers, but they quickly regained their wits and charged at Lu Yao with drawn blades. With swift footwork, each swing of Lu Yao's knife invariably resulted in another head rolling. For a brief moment, the battlefield experienced a slight pause, as the forces of Moyuan City were driven back in fear. "Net Yi, go, eliminate him." At this moment, Nieyun, engaged in combat with Yang Jiu, noticed the situation surrounding Lu Yao, his expression shifting dramatically as he commanded Nieyun, at the 9th tier of awakening, to intervene. "Haha, Brother Lu, splendid work," Yang Jiu exclaimed, cleaving through Nieyun's long blade, laughing heartily towards Lu Yao. "Die." A blinding flash of blade light shot through the air with astonishing speed, akin to thunder, producing a series of sharp sounds. As the blade approached, Lu Yao pivoted slightly, swiftly clenching his left fist, summoning a fist shadow that loomed like a blazing sun, magnificent and overwhelming. Boom! Bang! A violent explosion erupted, and a figure was sent flying. Lu Yao pursued with unrelenting speed, his battle blade carving a crescent arc that struck fiercely upon Nieyun. Puffed! A scream pierced the air as Nieyun was sent crashing to the ground, twitching momentarily before falling still. "Nieyun, cursed be you! You are not even at the 8th tier of the awakening realm. Who exactly are you?" Nieyun hastily retreated to the side, pointing at Lu Yao, his eyes still wide with terror. Nieyun was his equal, both at the 9th tier of awakening, yet he was slain by Lu Yao without even a single exchange. Fear compelled him to withdraw. "Brother Lu. So formidable." Yang Jiu, eyes wide with disbelief, gazed at Lu Yao. "Brother Lu, quickly, let us together vanquish him." At that moment, Yang Jiu suddenly came to his senses, speaking urgently to Lu Yao. Hearing this, Lu Yao nodded swiftly. Raising his battle blade, radiating golden light, his blood and energy roaring forth, as he and Yang Jiu advanced towards Nie Yun in a flanking formation. "Quickly retreat." Upon witnessing the scene, Nie Yun felt his heart shatter with terror, prompting him to turn and flee, his back starkly exposed to Lu Yao. With a swift motion, Lu Yao accelerated, delivering a golden fist shadow that struck fiercely against Nie Yun's back. Boom! On a half-step to the bitter sea. "Spare me." The golden fist shadow roared like an enraged dragon, hurtling directly towards Nie Yun. Crack! A remarkably crisp sound of bones shattering echoed from Nie Yun's chest. In the next instant, Nie Yun's eyes widened in sheer horror, his pupils slowly dilating, yet his gaze remained fixed open, as if unwilling to accept his fate. "Brother Lu." Yang Jiu gaped at Lu Yao, utterly astonished. He had initially believed Lu Yao to be merely an 8th-tier cultivator, a status that many regarded as formidable, especially given the recent upheaval in the world. Advancing 5 tiers in just over a month was a mark of exceptional talent. Yet, the truth now revealed that Lu Yao was, in fact, a half-step to the bitter sea. A half-step to the bitter sea, while lacking supernatural abilities, boasted combat prowess that could rival a true bitter sea practitioner. Of course, without the divine powers and the essence of the bitter sea, a half-step to the bitter sea could not sustain prolonged combat against one of its true practitioners. After all, the bitter sea realm, colloquially known as the bitter sea that never runs dry, signified an unending reservoir of spiritual power. Though somewhat exaggerated, it underscored the might of the bitter sea realm. "Minister, stop daydreaming. There are still some fish that slipped through the net," Lu Yao urged. "Yes, eliminate them all. Not a single one must escape." No sooner had the words left his lips than the slaughter resumed. Meanwhile, within the audience hall of the city lord's mansion, Yi Haodi sat with a grim expression as he listened to Uncle Rome's report. The 4 city gates, north, south, east, and west, had all been encircled by the forces of the Demon Abyss City. Nie Renkong had yet to make an appearance. His son, Nie Wushuang, was leading an assault on the main city gate. Uncle Rome's expression was grave. The news of the city lord's injury had spread far and wide at this moment. It was a time when the walls crumble and the crowd pushes. A slight misstep could lead to utter annihilation. Leaving no survivors. Is there any movement from Tianlong City? Yi Haodi inquired. "None. It is particularly quiet, which only adds to the concern. Logically, this is the perfect time for them to strike. Could Zhao Tianlong, that scoundrel, truly let such an opportunity slip by?" Uncle Rome replied. "Humph, he wishes to sit back and watch the tiger fight, hoping to reap the benefits for himself." Yi Haodi sneered, continuing, "This Zhao Tianlong is indeed cunning. But will Nie Renkong allow him to play the fisherman? He should fear that he might not catch any fish and instead lose his own life, that we cannot simply sit here and await our demise. It seems we must retreat." Yi Haodi declared. Master, are we truly abandoning the holy city?" Uncle Rong exclaimed in shock. This was the culmination of the city lord's efforts over many days, now to be forsaken. As long as we have the Green Mountains, we need not fear the absence of firewood. Thus, Rong, you must immediately lead Qingcheng and Qinghuang to withdraw through the south gate, that I will depart from the north gate with Big Brother. Once we escape, we shall head to Hezhou, which is in close proximity to the central war zone. We will find a way to rendezvous there. Yi Haodi spoke in a low tone. But Uncle Rong hesitated, ultimately sighing, unable to voice his concerns. "Hasten forth, lest the night grow long with dreams unbidden." Yi Hao waved his hand dismissively, and upon witnessing this, Uncle Rong could only turn and depart. Bang! As a result, this enmity shall remain unforgiven. Outside the door, hearing the sound of shattering glass and Yi Hao's furious growl emanating from within the room, Uncle Rong paused momentarily, shook his head, and hurried away. Meanwhile, at the main city gate, Nie Wushuang and Chun Sheng were locked in a fierce battle, both being at the 9th tier of the awakening realm, rendering their confrontation a stalemate. Whoosh! Just then, a streak of black light suddenly shot forth with astonishing speed, piercing the void and forcefully embedding itself into Chun Sheng, who was engaged in combat. Accompanied by a chilling scream, a black spear cruelly pinned Chun Sheng to the ground. Subsequently, a figure swiftly appeared on the scene. The newcomer stood tall and imposing, with a dignified appearance. His eyes gleamed like cold stars, radiating an overwhelming aura. Chunsheng stared in horror at the figure, his pupils gradually losing focus. "Father!" Upon seeing the newcomer, Nie Wushuang exclaimed in delight. Nie Renquang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, remaining silent as he bellowed towards the front. "Yi Haoyan, Nie has come to pay a visit. I implore you to come forth and meet me." This voice resonated powerfully, echoing in every corner of the city. The residents cowered in their homes, too fearful to venture out. They were indifferent to who would become the city lord, as long as someone could provide them protection. It was Nie Renquang. Meanwhile, at the western gate, Yang Jiao, Lu Yao, and others had just finished dispatching the last lingering FOEIN. The next moment, they heard this voice reverberate throughout the city. "Let us proceed to the Lord's mansion," Yang Jiu suggested, exchanging a glance with Lu Yao. However, a sense of unease settled in Lu Yao's heart. Something felt amiss. Ordinarily, when adversaries approached, Yi Hao should have emerged immediately to assertively suppress the invaders. Yet, there had been no sign of him, and now Nie Renquang had appeared at the main city gate, indicating that the enemies had likely been vanquished. The guard stationed at the main city gate, belonging to the Heavenly Division, seemed to have been entirely wiped out. Damn it, could it be that Yi Hao intends to flee? At that moment, a terrifying thought crossed Lu Yao's mind that it was not impossible. Yi Haoyan was gravely injured, and while Yi Haodi was also beleaguered, he could not withstand the might of multiple city strongholds. Would Yi Haoyan truly flee? Lu Yao found it hard to believe. Despite having only caught a fleeting glimpse at the city gate, Yi Haoyan struck him as a proud individual, one who would not resort to cowardice in such dire circumstances. Just as Lu Yao was lost in contemplation, another thunderous shout erupted ahead. Those belonging to the Demon Abyss City are to immediately seal off the 4 city gates of the Holy City. No one is permitted to enter or exit. Yi Haoyan, my old friend has arrived. Why not come out and greet him? At the entrance of the Lord's mansion, Nie Renquang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, smiling as he addressed the interior. How could one neglect the proper hospitality for a friend arriving from afar? With a beaming smile, Yi Haoyan emerged from the Lord's mansion, followed closely by the sullen-faced Yi Haodi, Uncle Rong, and the 2 sisters, Yi Qingqing and Yi Qinghuang. How could this be? Nie Renquang was astonished to see Yi Haoyan's demeanor calm and unscathed, devoid of any signs of grave injury. "Brother Nie, what is the meaning of sealing my city gates with such a show of force?" Yi Haoyan's expression was devoid of emotion, his gaze deep and shadowy, exuding an air of calmness akin to a tranquil ancient well. "Hee, I was merely jesting with Brother Yi. Do not take offense." Nie Renquang felt a twinge of uncertainty regarding Yi Haoyan's current demeanor, hesitant to act impulsively. Just as Nie Renquang was about to speak, a sudden change flickered across his face that instant. A flash of blade light sliced through the air, its murderous intent palpable and earth-shattering. Yi Haoyan's countenance shifted, and as he prepared to retaliate, the Yi Haoyan before him swiftly launched a punch, the air crackling with explosive force. Boom! Clang! The impact of the fist and the blade met in an instant, resonating with the sound of metal clashing. "Zhao Tianlong, since you have arrived, why hide in the shadows and allow yourself to be underestimated?" Yi Haoyan declared. "Haha, Yi Haoyan, you are indeed extraordinary." A robust man, around 30, suddenly appeared before Yi Haoyan, his imposing figure and eyes radiating a fierce aura, a haughty expression lingering at the corner of his mouth. "Zhao Tianlong." Nie Renquang's gaze darkened. "Heh, Nie Renquang, the holy city is vast. You cannot possibly consume it all, nor should you fear overindulgence," Zhao Tianlong retorted dismissively. "You seek death." Nie Renquang shot back. "Haha, this is where your hypocrisy lies. You are well aware of Yi Haoyan's grave injuries, yet you still play the charade," Zhao Tianlong sneered. "If you wish to fight, take it outside. I cannot entertain you both at this moment," Yi Haoyan observed coldly. "Yi Haoyan, even now you still choose to feign ignorance," Zhao Tianlong remarked with a sinister smile. Turning his head, that moment, Zhao Tianlong exchanged a covert glance with Nie Renquang, and the next instant, both struck simultaneously. The spear emerges like a dragon, the frenzied demon blade. A long spear materialized abruptly, resembling a dragon descending upon the world, transforming into a colossal divine dragon that surged forward. Simultaneously, dark blade shadows multiplied into numerous strikes, unleashing a piercing aura that intertwined and swept forth, locking down a 3-meter radius around Yi Haoyan, determined to shatter everything in its path. "Damn it. Yi Haoti's expression changed dramatically, just as he was about to intervene. Yi Haotian forcefully pushed him back, commanding, "Take Qingqing and Qinhao and flee. Quickly. No, Dad. We won't leave." Yi Qingqing grasped Yi Haotian's arm, tears streaming down her face, while Yi Qinhao stood by, helpless and silently weeping. "Haoti, take them away." Seeing the situation, Yi Haoti gritted his teeth, seizing each girl's shoulder and swiftly leaping out of the fray. At that moment, the incoming attack had arrived. Facing the sudden onslaught, Yi Haotian remained composed, evading with graceful footwork, deftly sidestepping Nie Ringquang and Zhao Tianlong's strikes. "Humph, let us see how long you can evade." Zhao Tianlong scoffed as they witnessed Yi Haotian completely dodge their attacks, their momentum surging. "The king of the sea of suffering." Zhao Tianlong bellowed, and suddenly a vast ocean materialized behind him, from which a five-clawed golden dragon ascended. Roar, the golden dragon, its head fierce and imposing, charged towards Yi Haotian with blinding speed. Simultaneously, Nie Ringquang, with a furious shout, summoned a figure behind him, wielding a soaring spear, howling to the heavens, his murderous intent manifesting. A spear shadow, like thunder, struck towards Yi Haotian. The bitter sea rises beneath the bright moon. In that very moment, Yi Haotian suddenly bellowed, and a new extraordinary phenomenon manifested behind him. A vast bitter sea surged forth, elevating a resplendent full moon, a breathtaking sight, as a chilling aura instantly enveloped the surroundings. However, beneath this bitter sea lay a colossal void. Spanning across it, the very spot that had previously been pierced by Lian, the bitter sea rising under the full moon. How could this be? Two supreme extraordinary manifestations of the human race. Yi Haotian, how deeply you have concealed your true power. Chapter 25. One wave subsides, another rises. Hiss. Around him, gasps of astonishment echoed, and at that moment, all present were utterly stunned. Typically, when an ordinary person opens the bitter sea, they awaken an extraordinary manifestation based on their cultivated human laws, known as divine manifestations. Yet, most individuals only manage to awaken a single divine manifestation. Awaken two simultaneous divine manifestations, especially those of the ancient human race's mightiest powers, is indeed a testament to unparalleled talent and comprehension. Terrifying to Liu Yao, who had just arrived, wore a face of disbelief. He now understood how the path of the bitter sea unfolded after awakening, and precisely because of this knowledge, he recognized the dreadfulness of awakening two divine manifestations. A full moon, like the radiant sun in the sky, exuded an astonishing chill that instantaneously suppressed the divine manifestations of Nie Ringquang and Zhao Tianlong. "Why must you force my hand?" Yi Haotian's expression turned frigid, a killing intent permeating the air. Killed. A wicked smile graced Yi Haotian's lips as the formidable power dormant within him surged to life. Erupting forth from the pinnacle of the fifth stage of the bitter sea realm, the silvery moonlight enveloped his form, a dazzling silver radiance cloaking him like resplendent armor, shining brilliantly. With a sudden leap forward, the entire street quaked, his right hand transforming into a sword as he swung it fiercely. The silver sword shadow spread like a tempest, encircled by frigid silver light that danced like silver serpents. The immense force distorting the very fabric of space, as if to tear apart the void surrounding the sword shadow. An overwhelming pressure surged forth, pushing the onlookers back, the terrifying fluctuations causing their hearts to race. Even the half-step bitter sea awakened beings among them were no exception. The silver sword light rent the void, crashing directly into Nie Ringquang and Zhao Tianlong. A thunderous roar resounded across the venue, while an overwhelming energy permeated the area, sweeping outward, dazzling brilliance blinding the eyes. As colossal energy erupted like a volcano, the forceful surge propelled all spectators back 3 zhang, many falling to the ground. The scene descending into chaos, the heart of the street. Energy pulsated, fierce winds howled, the gales tousling Yi Haotian's hair, yet his body remained steadfast, as if anchored like an iron stake. In that moment, Yi Haotian's figure exuded an unapproachable majesty, as if a divine power enveloped him, resembling an emperor ruling over all. His divine might akin to a prison, an illusion, a hallucination. The onlookers could no longer discern the reality. The rampant energy gradually dissipated, and the tempest had finally ceased. Before Yi Haotian lay a gaping chasm, over 10 feet deep, with the surrounding streets reduced to utter ruin. Cough, cough. Within the abyss, Nie Ringquang and Zhao Tianlong resembled lifeless dogs. incessantly coughing up blood. Each bore a gaping wound the size of a bowl in their chests, from which a chilling aura emanated. The two exchanged a glance, a sorrowful smile gracing their lips as they said, "Yi Haoyan, you have triumphed. Our defeat is not unwarranted." With that, their pupils gradually dulled, their eyes betraying a profound sense of regret. Defeated, utterly vanquished, the arena fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. They had thought they had stumbled upon a great fortune, only to be blindsided by Yi Haoyan's profound concealment, launching a counterattack that was nothing short of a calamity. Fleet in the arena. Upon witnessing the tragic demise of Nie Ringquang, Nie Wuxuang's face turned pale with horror, and the next moment, she moved her feet and turned to escape. At this critical juncture, Nie Wuxuang fled. If she did not leave now, they would have no hope of survival once their adversaries regained their composure. "Ah, young lord." Nie Wuxuang's subordinates, upon seeing her escape, began to succumb to fear. Yi Haoyan, I shall avenge my father and kill you." Nie Wuxuang's heart bled. Her father had been slain by Yi Haoyan. She had never anticipated that he would launch such a desperate counteroffensive. She was already contemplating the spoils of conquest over the holy city, yet reality plunged her into despair. At that moment, she urged her surging blood and energy to its limits, frantically fleeing into the distance with the swiftness of lightning. Her mind was consumed by a singular thought: to escape, to flee at all costs. Want to escape? Die. Observing this scene, Yi Haoyan's expression darkened as he let out a low growl, his body darting forward like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he seized Nie Wuxuang with his right hand. Terrified, she reversed her battle blade and swung it fiercely at Yi Haoyan, a mayfly, trying to shake a tree. Utterly lacking in self-awareness, Yi Haoyan grinned menacingly, unleashing the might of a second-tier bitter sea realm, effortlessly sending Nie Wuxuang's weapon flying with a palm strike before delivering a crushing blow to her. Bang! Nie Wuxuang's fierce expression abruptly ceased. Her Li, go ahead. My situation is known to me alone. If I am not present, the holy city will not withstand. Father, we can search for Sister Luo. I will go find her right now. Yi Qinghuang was heartbroken. It is futile. My situation is beyond salvation. Qinghuang, from now on, listen to your sister. Do you understand? This world is too chaotic. Yi Haoyan gazed lovingly at his beloved daughter, reluctant to part. Burdened by countless regrets, he longed to see both of his daughters find their beloved halves and live out their remaining days in happiness. What a touching display of paternal kindness and filial piety. Shall I send them down to accompany you, so the road to the underworld won't be lonely? At that moment, a sudden burst of laughter echoed nearby. Who is it? Yi Haoyan's expression shifted, and he bellowed coldly. Yi Haoyan, have you forgotten me so soon? In an instant, a figure appeared, clad in black, with an ordinary visage, emanating the aura of a fourth-tier bitter sea realm cultivator. Truly, just as one wave recedes, another rises. Upon seeing this person, Yi Haoyan exclaimed in disbelief. Luo Feng. Is that you? How is this possible? He was utterly astonished. He recognized Luo Feng, the vice lord of Tianlong City and the top warrior under Zhao Tianlong, rumored to be on the verge of the bitter sea realm. Yet, the fourth-tier aura before him contradicted that rumored. This moment, not only was Yi Haoyan shocked, but all present were equally astounded. A fourth-tier bitter sea realm. Such cultivation is comparable to that of a city lord. It is known that, in Huizhou, apart from Yi Haoyan, who is at the fifth tier of the bitter sea realm, all other city lords are at the fourth tier. It can be said that Luo Feng's cultivation now places him on par with Zhao Tianlong and the others. Such deep scheming. Luo Feng is indeed formidable. Yang Ju looked on in astonishment. Who is this person? Lu Yao inquired curiously from the side. He is Luo Feng, the foremost strategist and chief warrior under Zhao Tianlong, a man who is ruthless and enjoys the company of women. With a twisted psyche. It was rumored that he was merely a half-step into the bitter sea realm, but who would have thought he concealed his true depth? Yang Jiao explained quietly, still unable to shake off the shock on his face. Hearing this, Lu Yao's expression hardened. Another dark wizard, a cunning serpent. Such individuals are the most terrifying at this moment. Yi Haoyan also turned his gaze, a flicker of astonishment crossing his face. This insignificant character he had previously dismissed suddenly presented a surprise. No, a significant shock to everyone. Luo Feng, fourth-tier bitter sea realm. Remarkable indeed. Zhao Tianlong likely has no idea how well you have concealed yourself. Such cunning. Yi Haoyan's body trembled slightly, forcing himself to remain composed as he looked at Luo Feng and said, "Ha ha, Lord Yi, if I had not hidden my talents, how could I play the role of the fisherman?" Luo Feng laughed wildly, as if everything was within his grasp, and continued, "Lord Yi, rest assured, I shall take good care of your two precious daughters." With a lewd grin, he gazed at Yi Qingcheng and Yi Qinghuang, already envisioning unspeakable scenarios, having now regarded the two women as his forbidden treasures. Scoundrel! The moment Luo Feng's words fell, Yi Haoyan's killing intent surged. But it dissipated in an instant. Meanwhile, Yi Haoti sprang into action, unleashing a fierce killing move, as a dragon shadow manifested behind him, its roar echoing through the heavens. Die! Yi Haoti's body erupted in a dazzling brilliance. Soaring into the air like a divine dragon, his fist shadow materializing as he struck forcefully at Luo Feng, but a mere mayfly attempting to shake a towering tree, utterly unaware of its own insignificance. Upon witnessing Yi Haoti's assault, Luo Feng's expression turned cold, and he retaliated with a punch that tore through layers of space, landing squarely on Yi Haoti's form. Bang! Puffed! A resounding crash reverberated, sending Yi Haoti hurtling backward. Utterly disheveled, his right shoulder pierced. Had he not summoned every ounce of strength at the last moment to twist his body, his heart would have likely been pierced as well. Chapter 26. Luo Shinshan. Lu Yao makes her move. Howdy. Cough. Cough. Yi Haoyan's body trembled, his fists clenched tightly, blood continuously spilling from his mouth. Die. At that moment, Uncle Rong suddenly charged forward, wielding a long knife that arced through the air, aiming a fierce slash at Luo Feng, seeking death. Rong, no! Yi Haoyan exclaimed in alarm as he saw Uncle Rong rushing out. Bang! Puffed! Luo Feng unleashed a punch, a colossal fist shadow appearing instantaneously, akin to a sharp blade, swiftly embedding itself in Uncle Rong's chest. Uncle Rong let out a wretched cry, instantly flung backward, crashing to the ground, convulsing a few times before falling silent. Rong. Uncle Rong! Yi Haoyan cried out in despair, hatred surging in his eyes. That he loathed himself. He loathed the circumstances. Had it not been for the calamity that pierced through his suffering, none of this would have transpired. In that moment, Yi Haoyan was engulfed in overwhelming grief. Rong was dead. His once closest comrade, the one who had stood by him in battle, the one who would shield him from bullets, was gone. Yi Haoyan roared in fury and sorrow, an aura of malice enveloping him. Rong. Yi Haoti also let out a piercing howl, mourning the loss of his dearest comrade. The moment was fraught with decisive violence. All of this unfolded in the blink of an eye. With Luo Feng showing no hesitation, ruthlessly delivering death, Lu Yao gazed at Uncle Rong's lifeless body, rendered speechless. Though they had only just met, she held a deep admiration for him within her heart. Yi Haoyan, may you embark on your journey in peace. Luo Feng's gaze turned icy, a murderous intent rising as he prepared to strike, when suddenly, a long sword shot towards him like lightning. Luo Feng swiftly retreated, narrowly avoiding the blade, his eyes glinting with cold light as he coldly inquired, "Who dares?" Luo Feng, such cunning strategy. Zhao Tianlong is truly a worthless fool. Luo Shinshan. Intense glimmers flickered in Luo Feng's eyes. A mixture of admiration, murderous intent, and greed, culminating in a gaze filled with lust. Sister Luo. Upon seeing her, Yi Tinghuang exclaimed with delight. Luo Shinshan smiled and nodded to Yi Tinghuang and Yi Tingqing, then turned her attention to Yi Haoyan. Her expression froze momentarily as she beheld him. The once majestic and composed Yi uncle was nowhere to be found, replaced by a man with silver hair, a pale visage, and a stooped posture, resembling a shell of his former self. That moment, Yi Haoyan was also gazing at Luo Shinshan, the beloved daughter of his dear friend, akin to a goddess reborn, already a lord of her own territory at such a tender age. Yet, his dear friend lay dead before him, and he felt utterly powerless, burdened by profound guilt. Luo Feng, I harbor no desire to engage in conflict with you. Step back, for as long as I stand. I shall not permit you to harm Uncle Yi. Miss Luo, your parents are in peril, and Yi Haoyan stands idly by, allowing them to face certain doom. You may depart unscathed today. Luo Feng intoned coldly. Cease your prattle. If you refuse to leave, we shall fight. Luo Shinshue's voice was frigid, her exquisite countenance reflecting an icy demeanor. If that is the case, then I shall have the pleasure of experiencing Miss Luo's formidable skills. Luo Feng chuckled softly, his figure suddenly shifting, exuding an aura of intensity akin to a ferocious tiger pouncing on its prey, darting towards Luo Xinxue. Behind him, a spectral visage emerged, a dark figure reminiscent of the King of Hell. Seated upon a throne, with a celestial gate looming before him, inscribed with the words Ghost Gate, surrounded by phantoms and spirits, the divine manifestation, the King of Hell presiding over the Ghost Gate. The King of Hell's apparition raised a hand, unleashing a beam of black radiance that surged towards Luo Xinxue. In response, Luo Xinxue remained unperturbed, soaring into the air, spinning gracefully, as her long sword carved a dazzling curtain of light, resembling countless stars descending from the heavens. This luminous barrier extinguished the oncoming beam, nullifying the threat to her life. Subsequently, her sword danced, emitting a blinding brilliance akin to a resplendent silver dragon, aimed directly at Luo Feng. 18 Hells shall subdue the world. Luo Feng bellowed in fury, as the King of Hell's apparition sprang into action, its arms sweeping through the air, layers of hell materializing above, exuding a chilling aura as it bore down upon Luo Xinxue. What manifestation has Luo Feng awakened, shrouded in such ghostly malevolence? In a nearby corner, Yang Jiao and Lu Yao had taken refuge, for as he remarked, this was the battlefield of the Bitter Sea realm, and lesser beings should hasten to hide lest they be caught in the crossfire. Lu Yao's gaze flickered, for the immense stone in his mind began to tremble violently once more, transmitting waves of distasteful energy. This signified a high likelihood of an otherworldly presence. Lu Yao glanced at Luo Xinxue, then at Luo Feng, finally fixing his sight upon the apparition of Luo Feng. The King of Hell reigns over the Ghost Gate. Does the King of Hell belong to the realm of spirits? And are spirits also considered otherworldly beings? Demons, Buddhas, and ghosts. 3 forms of life have already emerged to provoke the stone's disdain. Apart from these 3 entities, could there be others? Lu Yao remained perplexed about the nature of this immense stone. He had previously speculated that it might be linked to the stone tablet, yet the timelines did not align. Thus far, the stone had revealed only obscure information without providing any valuable clues. Within the realm of that stone tablet, the imposing figure had gifted him not only a massive stone, but also an axe. While the stone continuously manifested, the axe remained eerily silent, leading Lu Yao to sometimes question its existence. Nevertheless, he sensed that the axe lingered in his mind, destined to reveal itself one day. He pondered. The battle at hand reached a fever pitch, with Luo Xinxue's divine manifestation now awakened. Divine manifestation, thunderous willow of divine baptism. The willow tree struck across the heavens, thunder crackling in its wake, with each lash of its leaves. Luo Feng's King of Hell apparition grew increasingly indistinct. The speed was astonishing, akin to a bolt of lightning, and with a resounding crack, Luo Feng's King of Hell apparition shattered in an instant. Luo Feng spat out a mouthful of blood and was propelled backward. However, he swiftly kicked the ground, halting his retreat, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and suddenly broke into a sinister smile, his body shooting forward like lightning. His target was none other than Yi Qingqing and Yi Qingwang. Damn it! Luo Xinxue gritted her teeth, her face contorted with rage. She had underestimated the situation, and it was now too late to pursue him. Yi Qingqing and Yi Qingwang clearly sensed the unfolding scene, their faces turning ashen as they screamed in horror. Luo Feng grinned maliciously, extending his hands towards the 2 women. In that critical moment, a silver blade flashed, sweeping toward him in an instant. Luo Feng felt an immense force strike his hands, as though he had collided with a great mountain, causing him to retreat rapidly. Simultaneously, that silver blade, as swift as lightning, followed closely behind, ready to strike. With a swish, Luo Feng, caught off guard, had his left arm severed by the blade. It was too fast. From the moment Luo Feng charged towards Yi Qingqing and Yi Qingwang, mere breaths had passed. Brother Lu. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Yi Qingwang exclaimed joyfully. She had not anticipated that in her moment of utter despair, Lu Yao would appear like a prince from the heavens, etching his figure deeply into her heart. You brat, I will make you pay with your life. Luo Feng howled in anguish, incredulous that an ant at the 8th level of Awakening Realm had severed his arm, an act utterly unforgivable. Everyone present stared in shock at Lu Yao, their mouths agape as they sensed his aura, realizing he was merely at the 8th level of Awakening Realm. This was akin to an ant among ants. Yet, This very ant had managed to sever the arm of Luo Feng, who was at the 8th level of Bitter Sea Realm. Although Luo Feng had been injured by Luo Xinxue, such minor wounds were nearly negligible for someone of his caliber. "Sister, who is he?" Yi Qingqing inquired of Yi Qinghuang, while Yi Haoyan, standing nearby, also leaned in to listen, clearly unsettled. "His name is Lu Yao. I encountered him on the street," just as Yi Qinghuang began to explain the circumstances. Luo Xinxue, too, bore a look of astonishment. She had prepared herself for the possibility of the two women being captured, but she had not anticipated the sudden emergence of Lu Yao, especially one of the Awakening Realm. What astonished her further was that this being of the Awakening Realm had managed to wound someone at the Bitter Sea Realm. Piquing her curiosity, kill, regardless of how others perceived him, Lu Yao raised his long blade and dashed towards Luo Feng with incredible speed. Intent on taking his life while he was vulnerable, Luo Feng glared at the approaching Lu Yao, his eyes filled with malice and murderous intent. He was determined to torture this beast and annihilate his entire clan. The image of the King of Hell reappeared behind him, and in that moment, Luo Feng's murderous aura surged to the heavens. Clenching his right fist, he unleashed a powerful punch, conjuring countless monstrous figures that roared as they surged toward Lu Yao. "Be careful," Luo Xinxue instinctively moved to intervene, for in her mind, the strength of the Bitter Sea Realm was far beyond that of the Awakening Realm, let alone one at the 4th level of Bitter Sea Realm. Lu Yao gazed intently at the shadow of the approaching fist, his expression grave, as his body seemed to retreat uncontrollably at an alarming speed. Just when Lu Yao felt that he was on the verge of being struck down by the fist's shadow, he drew upon the essence of the blood of the celestial races, embarking on the arduous journey of forging the ultimate sea of suffering, establishing the foundation of the Great Path. This was an ancient human technique for traversing the sea of suffering, devouring the celestial races and forging an unparalleled ocean of tribulation. Lu Yao's entire being radiated brilliance. His blood roared like thunder, and a luminous aura enveloped his physique, causing his body to tremble ceaselessly. Golden characters spiraled within his mind, and soon, a powerful and mysterious force began to surge within him. Crack. This signified the shattering of the last barrier of the Awakening Realm. Under the impact of this formidable and enigmatic energy, Lu Yao broke free from the final shackles of the Awakening Realm. Awakening Realm, 9th Tier, Chapter 27. Unveiling the Sea of Suffering, the Three Great Visions. A breakthrough had occurred, as the mysterious force from the colossal stone washed over him. Lu Yao successfully ascended to the 9th tier of the Awakening Realm. The 8th this moment, the mysterious force did not cease. After swirling around Lu Yao's body, it rapidly surged towards his purple mansion. Whereupon entering, it began to expand, creating a profound sensation of tearing as it sought to breach the purple mansion, causing cracks to manifest instantly. Buzz. At that moment, a gentle chant emanated from Lu Yao's body, and the next instant, an ancient, primal aura radiated from behind him. Subsequently, to the astonishment of the onlookers, a massive stone tablet materialized behind him. How is this possible? Is this a manifestation of divine powers? Even before traversing the sea of suffering, has he awakened a divine vision prematurely? What does this signify? A half step into the sea of suffering? Or a promotion to the realm of suffering? What is this vision? So formidable, a long-lost celestial power envelopes it, instilling dread in the hearts of those who behold it. Luo Xinxue stared in shock at the towering stone tablet behind Lu Yao, a wild aura assailing her senses. As scenes flickered across its surface, each accompanied by dancing golden characters, simultaneously, Luo Feng's divine vision surged forward with overwhelming momentum. Upon witnessing this, a flash of murderous intent crossed Lu Yao's eyes, and he instinctively bellowed. "Tablet, suppress the great wilderness." Boom! Behind him, the stone tablet soared skyward, an overwhelming primal energy enveloping the surroundings, instantly sweeping forth with dazzling brilliance that dazzled the eyes. That a colossal surge of energy erupted like a volcanic explosion, filling the air with thunderous roars, swirling with immense power, before violently descending upon Luo Feng's divine vision to suppress it. Upon contact, Luo Feng's divine vision seemed to encounter a nemesis, dissolving instantaneously, and the stone tablet descended with a thunderous crash in Luo Feng's astonished gaze. Rumble! A cataclysmic force rapidly unfurled, and then, under the horrified stares of the onlookers, Luo Feng erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, reduced to ashes. Instant kill. Silence enveloped the scene, an eerie stillness prevailing. The crowd, wide-eyed and incredulous, gazed at Lu Yao and dizzy. The already fragile Zifu suddenly shattered, giving birth to a lake the size of a palm. The essence of the fourth tier of the bitter sea realm surged forth. The lake expanded, rapidly transforming into a vast expanse reminiscent of a pond. Meanwhile, outside, Lu Yao radiated golden light, his entire being alight with vitality, as a cacophony of flowing water echoed from within him, the sound growing progressively louder and spreading in all directions. This is not the expansion of the bitter sea. Beside him, Luo Xinxue watched in astonishment. Had he not just ascended to the 9th tier of the awakening realm? In mere minutes, he was already on the verge of advancing to the bitter sea. This fellow was remarkably audacious, daring to cultivate the bitter sea amidst such a bustling street. Luo Xinxue, though shocked, couldn't help but chuckle. Typically, when ordinary individuals progress to the bitter sea, they seek a secluded chamber, cautiously expanding their bitter sea, fearful of disturbance that might lead to misfortune. Yet Lu Yao, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings, boldly pursued his cultivation in the midst of the street. Fortuitously, she harbored no ill intentions. Otherwise, seizing the moment of his breakthrough could have led to disastrous consequences. Simultaneously, within Lu Yao's bitter sea, he stood bewildered, gazing at the unfolding spectacle. In the heart of the expansive bitter sea, a colossal stone tablet towered above the waters, emblazoned with 4 luminous characters, passing on the flame. Surrounding the tablet were 3 magnificent divine manifestations, each radiating brilliance. The tablet commanded the wilderness, invoking the creation of heaven and earth by Pangu, while the fierce dance of Xing Tian wielding a halberd exuded tremendous power, each manifestation pulsating with awe-inspiring energy. Even more astonishing was the golden giant axe rotating slowly above the tablet, each turn sending ripples through the surrounding waters. However, this water was not ordinary. It was a manifestation of spiritual energy, signifying the transition to the bitter sea, where spiritual power converged into rivers, forming the sea of bitterness. What began as a mere palm-sized bitter sea swiftly transformed into a pond spanning 100 meters in diameter. All thanks to the infusion of the 4th tier essence of the bitter sea realm. Had he truly succeeded? Was this the true essence of the bitter sea realm? Indeed, it was formidable, as Lu Yao sensed the overwhelming power surging within him. An uncanny feeling washed over him that it was only now that he recognized how fortunate he had been to slay 2 ferocious beasts of the bitter sea realm. The emergence of 3 manifestations within his bitter sea was astonishing. He could comprehend the stone tablet and the manifestation of Xing Tian, but what was the significance of Pangu's creation? Could it be that Pangu truly existed? Was that axe indeed the Pangu axe? And was that mighty figure Pangu himself? The more Lu Yao pondered, the more astonished and disordered his thoughts became. His conjecture regarding the colossal stone was validated, and now the axe had also manifested, plunging him into a whirlwind of intrigue. The upheaval of heaven and earth, the resurgence of myth, and the impending return of otherworldly beings created an urgency that felt as though it were relentlessly urging humanity towards evolution. Shaking his head vigorously, he cast aside these terrifying thoughts, refusing to dwell on them any longer. That moment, Lu Yao opened his eyes, a glimmer of clarity shining within them. "Brother Lu, how are you? Are you all right?" approached Yiqing Huang, her expression laced with concern. "But I'm perfectly fine," Lu Yao replied reassuringly. "Thank you, Brother Lu. If it weren't for you this time." As she spoke, Yiqing Huang's gaze dimmed, truly frightened by the ordeal. Fortunately, Lu Yao had successfully rescued her once again. "Thank you very much, young brother." At that moment, Yi Haoyan approached, his face pale. "Lord Yi." Upon noticing, Lu Yao prepared to speak, but was interrupted by Yi Haoyan's gesture. "Call me Uncle Yi. I shall address you as Little Lu." "Very well, Uncle Yi," Lu Yao responded somewhat awkwardly. "Haha, good. Come, let us discuss this inside," Yi Haoyan said, his satisfaction growing at Lu Yao's form of address. He then turned to Luo Xingsu and remarked, "Luo niece, I must express my gratitude to you as well." Uncertain if it was merely her imagination, she sensed a remarkably unique aura surrounding Lu Yao, one that transcended mere affection. It was an inexplicable warmth. Meanwhile, Lu Yao suddenly furrowed his brow, realizing that the branch of the towering celestial tree he carried behind him had begun to emit a slight warmth, exuding a peculiar essence, as if some living entity were expressing emotions. A branch with emotions? Was it a misconception, or had the recent pressures led to hallucinations? Then Uncle Yi shall not keep you. So much has transpired. Yi Haoyan nodded towards Luo Xingsu. The law enforcement hall promptly gathered all surviving personnel to clear the battlefield and secure the perimeter. Once Luo Xingsu departed, Yi Haoyan immediately began issuing commands to those around him. While he led Lu Yao into the Lord's Manor, in a conference hall within the manor, Yi Haoyan and Lu Yao took their respective seats. Little Lu, Uncle Yi truly wishes to thank you properly this time. Yi Haoyan, appearing like an elderly man nearing his end, with a head full of white hair and a gaunt complexion, paused before continuing. I heard from Qing Wang that you hail from another province? Yes, Uncle Yi.My family is from here, which is why I came to Huizhou in search of them, Lu Yao replied. Are your family members in the Holy City? Yi Haoyan inquired, puzzled. The Holy City harbored a group of survivors. Could it be that Lu Yao had already found his family there? No, my family is at the center of the original Huizhou provincial capital. Lu Yao clarified. The original Huizhou provincial capital that is now governed by the pioneering city, Yi Haoyan remarked. Indeed, Lu Yao confirmed. Then how did you come to the Holy City? Yi Haoyan pressed. This, Lu Yao instinctively glanced at Yi Qingwang, momentarily at a loss for words. How to explain? Should he confess that the young lady was somewhat foolishly oblivious, and he merely intended to ask for directions, yet unexpectedly found himself entangled in her family's worship hall? Wouldn't that be embarrassing for her? At this moment, Yi Qingwang also realized she had made a fool of herself, her face flushing as she lowered her head, unable to meet Lu Yao's gaze. Observing this, Yi Haoyan's eyes glimmered with insight as he pondered before saying, I see, in no matter. I shall have Qingwang accompany you to the pioneering city shortly. General Han of the pioneering city is the commander of the stationed troops from the original Huizhou provincial capital. As long as you behave in the city, he will not interfere. After hearing Yi Haoyan's words, Lu Yao paid little mind, while Yi Qingwang's cheeks flushed anew. Father must have misunderstood. What should I do? What should I do? At this moment, it feels as though even jumping into the Yellow River would not cleanse my name. She glanced up at Lu Yao, only to find him seemingly unconcerned, laughing and chatting with Yi Haoyan, which immediately set her mind racing with wild thoughts. Although Lu Yao's appearance was not particularly striking, ever since his ascension to the Bitter Sea realm, he exuded a unique charm, a confidence that radiated from a true powerhouse. After conversing with Yi Haoyan for a while, he had Yi Haoyan arrange for a room for him. Yi Haoyan, not overly concerned, assumed Lu Yao was simply tired and needed rest, especially after everything that had transpired, as he had to delegate tasks for each matter that arose. In a secluded room, Lu Yao sat cross-legged, waiting patiently. After confirming that no one was outside, he retrieved a branch from the heavenly construct tree that lay within his bag. If he were to use this to heal Yi Haoyan's injuries, would it not restore him? The possibilities seemed considerable. After all, this was a branch from the heavenly construct tree, radiating life force potent enough to regenerate broken bones. Surely, it could heal the bitter sea as well. Of course, he understood the adage that a common man is blameless, yet possessing something precious can attract trouble. However, now that he had broken through to the bitter sea realm, he felt emboldened, entirely untroubled by the thoughts of others. This matter could be addressed later, or perhaps a more prudent approach could be devised, Lu Yao muttered to himself as he prepared to stow away the branch. Yet, unexpectedly, the branch suddenly twitched, slipping from his grasp, and, after a swift pirouette in the air, surged towards him. Buzz! The branch swiftly entered Lu Yao's body, vanishing from sight, and in the next moment, he felt it plunge into his bitter sea. As his consciousness immersed in the bitter sea, he observed the branch racing towards it, its outer bark beginning to peel away. In the blink of an eye, the tranquil bitter sea appeared to be devoured by a black hole, surging towards the branch at a visibly alarming rate. Lu Yao watched in horror as the bitter sea exhibited such unusual activity, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. How could this be? What to do? At this rate of absorption, within the span of a single incense stick, his bitter sea would be drained. Damn it! With a tense expression, Lu Yao rummaged through his bag for the remaining few innate red fruits, swallowing them whole. Originally, he had intended to present these fruits to his parents for their awakening, but in this urgent moment, he could not afford to be concerned with such matters. Upon consuming the innate red fruits, they transformed into a colossal surge of spiritual energy that flooded into Lu Yao's bitter sea. The immense energy surged like a galloping steed, violently crashing through the bitter sea, each impact generating waves that rose tumultuously. Lu Yao endured the agony, watching as the branch voraciously consumed the spiritual energy, akin to a whale gulping down water. Not enough, still not enough? Lu Yao once again delved into his backpack, which contained numerous cores from 9th-tier ferocious beasts he had previously hunted. These cores were all that remained, as he had discarded any below the 8th tier due to space constraints. He then consumed them all like candy, and an overwhelming force instantly flooded his body. The sheer abundance of spiritual energy was so great that the branch from the heavenly construct tree could barely keep up with the consumption, causing excess energy to spill over, manifesting as ethereal clouds of energy before him. After approximately half an hour had elapsed, the branches of the Tongtian Jinmu seemed to reach a state of saturation after absorbing a considerable amount of spiritual energy, finally ceasing their intake. During those 30 minutes, Lu Yao felt as though time stretched longer than the past half-century. It was only at this moment that he managed to exhale deeply and regain his composure. Had the withered tree encountered spring? Would it eventually grow into another Tongtian Jinmu? Lu Yao gazed at this scene in astonishment, finding it somewhat incomprehensible. If a mere branch could sprout anew, one could only imagine the extraordinary nature of its main body. Suddenly, Lu Yao exclaimed in surprise, having discovered an astonishing phenomenon. The immense spiritual energy generated from the demonic beast's core he had consumed was originally modeled and impure, requiring a significant amount of time for purification. Yet now, the roots of the Tongtian Jinmu sapling were slowly absorbing the spiritual energy from the bitter sea, which then circulated through the sapling and erupted from its branches. Upon sensing the emitted aura, Lu Yao discerned its unparalleled purity, infused with a rich vitality. Was this a form of photosynthesis? Did it possess such a function? If so, could he not rapidly advance by consuming a large quantity of demonic beast's cores in the future? While direct absorption of the demonic beast's core or the core of a bitter sea beast might facilitate swift progression, it would also lead to the accumulation of numerous impurities, destabilizing one's foundation over time and potentially resulting in a descent into madness. This was precisely why Lu Yao had refrained from voraciously consuming demonic cores. However, with the presence of the Tongtian Jinmu sapling, the situation had transformed entirely, allowing for a direct cycle of filtration. Please excuse me, I am feeling unwell, experiencing dizziness, and my entire body aches. I humbly request a leave of absence. Spiritual energy revival. Myth arrives again. Please excuse me. I am currently typing. Kindly hold on for a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to obtain the latest updates. Spiritual energy revival. Myth arrives again. The novel's website has been updated with the full text. Remember the URL. Spiritual energy revival. Myth arrives again. Please excuse me. I am currently typing. Kindly hold on for a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to obtain the latest updates. Spiritual energy revival. Myth arrives again. The novel's website has been updated with the full text. Remember the URL. Chapter 28. Departure. Regarding the unusual behavior of the Tongtian Jinmu branches, Lu Yao found himself perplexed. However, feeling no discomfort, he chose not to delve deeper. From the moment he entered the holy city, to the encounter with the demon Mo Jingwu, followed by Yi Haoyan's intervention, and then the obstruction by Master Liyin, which resulted in Yi Haoyan's severe injury, only to be further beset by Nie Ringquang and Zhao Tianlong during Yi Haoyan's moment of weakness, and finally rescued by Luo Xingsu from Bai West City. This series of events could only be described as a tumultuous journey filled with twists and turns. Nevertheless, the greatest gain from this ordeal was his breakthrough to the Bitter Sea realm and the awakening of his unique divine abilities. According to his predictions, if he continued to cultivate in seclusion, it would take at least 6 months to fully explore the Bitter Sea. However, to his astonishment, the sudden movement of the stone tablet conveyed to him a human technique, urging him to consume the entirety of Luo Feng's blood essence to break through to the Bitter Sea. Tomorrow, I must depart. The frontier city? Lu Yao pondered with his head bowed, feeling a twinge of trepidation regarding his journey to the frontier city. He hesitated, still fearful of encountering that which he most dreaded. With a sigh, Lu Yao succumbed to a deep slumber. A sleepless night. The following morning, as soon as I awoke and opened the door, I beheld Yi Qinghuang standing outside. Brother Lu, you are awake. How did you sleep last night? Yi Qinghuang's stunning visage radiated a brilliant smile as she cheerfully gazed at Lu Yao. When did you arrive? Lu Yao asked, taken aback by the sight of Yi Qinghuang. That I just got here. Yi Qinghuang replied. Very well. Lu Yao said, scratching his nose. Come on, Brother Lu. The housekeeper has already prepared breakfast, Yi Qinghuang announced, nodding in agreement. Lu Yao followed her to the dining hall. Upon entering, he spotted Yi Haotian, whose expression was fairly pleasant, engaged in conversation with Yi Haoti, who nodded occasionally. Perhaps sensing their presence, Yi Haotian looked up and, upon seeing Lu Yao, beamed broadly, saying, Little Lu, come join us for breakfast. Make yourself at home. Thank you, Uncle Yi. Lu Yao responded with a smile and a nod, then continued, Uncle Yi, I intend to take my leave today. Ah, so soon that won't you stay a few more days? Yi Haotian exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, Brother Lu, Yi Qinghuang interjected, her urgency palpable upon hearing Lu Yao's intention to depart. Not necessary. I plan to head to Kaichuang City early. I shall be leaving shortly, Lu Yao replied, shaking his head at her concern. Family matters take precedence. Uncle Yi understands. How about this? I shall have Qinghuang accompany you, Yi Haotian proposed, harboring his own subtle intentions. The world had grown too tumultuous. Without formidable strength, a woman would find it exceedingly difficult to survive. Uncertain of the future himself, he felt compelled to take precautionary measures. He prided himself on his ability to discern character and sensed that Lu Yao was like a hidden dragon, destined for greatness. Uncle Yi, that's really unnecessary. The outside world is far too perilous, and with an uncertain path ahead, I feared, Lu Yao began, yet before he could finish, he was interrupted by Yi Qinghuang. I am not afraid. This, Miss Yi, the journey is genuinely fraught with danger, Lu Yao stammered, at a loss for words. That deity, Yi Qinghuang, feeling frustrated, stamped her foot and dashed outside. Uncle Yi, I sincerely apologize, Lu Yao said, feeling somewhat awkward, having belatedly realized Yi Qinghuang's feelings. It is quite all right. I have indulged her too much. Her mother passed away early, and I have always felt a sense of debt towards her and her sister. Alas, forgive my indulgence, Yi Haotian said with a sigh. Uncle Yi, such profound paternal love, Lu Yao remarked. Let us not dwell on it. If you truly intend to leave, I shall not detain you. Haoti, bring that item forth, Yi Haotian instructed, turning suddenly to Yi Haoti. Uncle Yi, what is this? Lu Yao inquired, gazing in astonishment at the object in Yi Haoti's hands. What? Have you never seen one before? This is a jade slip, Yi Haotian explained. A jade slip, Lu Yao asked in bewilderment. For this was indeed his first encounter with such an object. Have you never visited the 36 ancient cities of the human race? Yi Haotian inquired, looking at Lu Yao with curiosity. I have. Lu Yao replied, this is a jade slip, specifically designed as a medium for recording magical techniques. The art of magic embodies the utmost utilization of spiritual energy, and since such energy cannot reside on paper, individuals are often left pondering how to pass down their lifelong learnings. Thus, they resort to utilizing certain special spiritual objects to bear this knowledge. However, given the scarcity of such objects, it was serendipitously discovered that jade could also serve as a vessel for magic. Consequently, this practice was vigorously propagated by our predecessors, leading to its designation as a jade tablet. In the realm of awakening, one relies solely on physical prowess for combat, yet upon entering the bitter sea, the involvement of magic becomes inevitable. Observing the bewildered expression on Lu Yao's face, Yi Haotian proceeded to elucidate the matter in detail. What is this? Lu Yao inquired, gazing at the jade tablet with curiosity. This jade tablet contains a specific spell, Yi Haotian explained, gesturing towards it. Moreover, this jade tablet belongs to you. What? Mine? Lu Yao's eyes widened in disbelief. What a joke. How could this be mine without my knowledge? To be precise, it belonged to Luo Feng, that we discovered it while clearing the battlefield after you defeated him. Yi Haoti interjected at an opportune moment. Upon hearing this, Lu Yao immediately understood and inquired. What kind of spell is it? Why not take a look for yourself? After all, it's rightfully yours, Yi Haotian replied, signaling for Yi Haoti to hand it over. After receiving the tablet, Lu Yao chose not to examine it immediately. Instead, he stood up and addressed Yi Haotian. Uncle Yi, this was a fortunate find for me, and it may aid in your recovery from the injuries sustained in the bitter sea. With that, Lu Yao presented a glass vial containing a liquid he had cultivated from the sapling of the celestial tree the previous night. This essence was more potent than that found in the frigid waters of the cold pond, exuding a life force that had taken liquid form. Even the diluted ordinary pool water from the cold pond had the capacity to regenerate bones for Wu Yi. Thus, this primordial essence should effectively restore a withered bitter sea. This is Yi Haoyan exclaimed, taken aback by the astonishing vitality emanating from the vial Lu Yao held. The damaged bitter sea within him stirred with an intense yearning. Akin to a parched land welcoming the long-awaited rain, Yi Haoyan seized the life essence and, unable to contain his eagerness, consumed it in one swift motion. Upon entering his body, the essence transformed into a mighty dragon. Roaring as it surged toward Yi Haoyan's bitter sea, akin to a long-awaited downpour, the once battered bitter sea began to rejuvenate at a visible pace upon contact with the essence. Suddenly, radiant golden light enveloped Yi Haoyan, and his blood surged like spring thunder, resonating powerfully. Surrounding him, spiritual energy gathered as if drawn by a colossal force, converging upon Yi Haoyan. This extraordinary phenomenon drew the attention of many, including the sisters Yi Qinghuang and Yang Jiao, who rushed in, apprehensive of yet another upheaval. Yang Jiao promptly organized his team to secure the perimeter, heightening their vigilance. Observing the newcomers, Yi Haoyan urgently admonished them. Meanwhile, the anxious expression on Yi Qingqing's face had not yet faded. Yi Haoyan, noticing her concern, gestured for silence. Shaking his head towards Yi Qingqing and her sister, Yi Haoyan's recovery continued unabated, the effects of the essence proving to be astonishingly potent, far beyond Lu Yao's expectations. At this moment, Yi Haoyan was entirely enveloped by the converging spiritual energy. Meanwhile, his body emanated an astonishing aura, as the realm he had once fallen from was rapidly elevated at lightning speed. Yet, in that moment, this momentum showed no signs of abating. The next instant, a crisp sound reverberated. Snap. Yi Haoyan's entire presence suddenly transformed, reaching the 6th level of the Bitter Sea realm, having previously been pierced through in the Bitter Sea. It was nearly impossible to recover without extraordinary fortuity. Now, seizing the opportunity presented by Lu Yao, he had risen anew, breaking through to a new dimension, leaving him in profound reflection. He had prepared himself for the worst. Yet who could have anticipated such a turn of events? Gratitude filled his heart. He refrained from expressing thanks to Uncle Yi, promising that in the future, should he ever need assistance, Yi Shu would go to great lengths to help him. Yi Haoyan regarded Lu Yao with a serious expression, feeling as if he owed a debt of gratitude for the rebirth of his bitter sea. Uncle Yi, you are too courteous, Lu Yao replied with a smile. Shaking his head, he continued, if there is nothing else, I intend to take my leave today. Are you truly departing? In that case, I too have recovered. Allow me to accompany you to the frontier city. Yi Haoyan remarked upon hearing this. No. Uncle Yi, let us not forget that I have also ascended to the bitter sea. Lu Yao immediately countered, shaking his head in jest. How could I allow a formidable figure of the 6th level of the bitter sea to escort me? I had forgotten that you have advanced in the bitter sea. Yi Haoyan chuckled. Farewell, Uncle Yi, Master Yi, Lu Yao said, bowing slightly to both Yi Haoyan and Yi Haoyan before turning to Yi Qinghuang. Parting his lips, yet words eluded him. Yi Qinghuang, until we meet again. Without awaiting a response from Yi Qinghuang, he turned and departed. Observing this, Yi Haoyan shook his head in resignation, stating, Qinghuang, you are not of the same world. My thoughts were overly simplistic. He cannot be confined to one place. Chapter 29. Frontier City, Hanxen. Brother Lu, what brings you here at the city gate? Yang Jiao gazed at Lu Yao with a perplexed expression. Minister Yang, I am preparing to take my leave, grateful for the care over these past 2 days. Until we meet again, Lu Yao replied with a smile. What? You are leaving just like that? Yang Jiao exclaimed. Bewildered, logically, given the current state of the holy city, which had suffered greatly, someone of Lu Yao's caliber in the bitter sea would surely be valued as a hall master. Furthermore, considering Lu Yao's life-saving deed, he felt confident that the city lord would not treat Lu Yao poorly. This matter is rather lengthy. I must journey to Huizhou, Lu Yao said, shaking his head with a smile. I see. Brother Lu, take care on your journey. I look forward to your return, Yang Jiao responded, finally enlightened, recognizing that Lu Yao's quest to find his family had become an obsession, almost a torment. Until we meet again. Until we meet again. With those words, Lu Yao turned and departed, devoid of heroic sentiment or romantic entanglements. Perhaps this would be his final visit. Frontier City, situated to the south of Huizhou, was approximately half a day's walk from the holy city. Lu Yao, not daring to delay along the way, traversed the path at great speed. After more than 4 hours, as dusk began to settle, the silhouette of a dark human settlement finally emerged on the horizon. Gazing into the distance, beneath the city gate, a row of soldiers stood shoulder to shoulder, brandishing their long spears, diligently inspecting the flow of passers-by. Ever since the demise of the lord of the two cities of Tianlong and Moyuan, the inhabitants, striving for survival, have either been compelled to join the holy city or a small faction has surged into Kaikwang City and Baiwei City. This influx has exacerbated the population density within the cities, igniting conflicts between the newcomers and the local residents. The leader of Kaikwang City hastily dispatched patrols to monitor the streets, meting out severe punishment to those who engaged in criminal activities or sought to stir trouble. Under such stringent regulations, the city gradually settled into a semblance of peace. However, all entries and exits were met with meticulous scrutiny. After considerable effort, Lu Yao finally gained entry into Kaikwang City. Concurrently, at the very moment Lu Yao stepped into the city, a scout delivered news of his arrival to Han Xian's desk. Lu Yao, what brings him to our Kaikwang City? Han Xian pondered, glancing at a young man seated beside him, clad in a crisp military uniform, with piercing eyes and a stern demeanor. General, from our investigations, this individual hails from the original Huizhou prefecture, and his presence in Kaikwang City undoubtedly indicates he is seeking his family, the young man reported. Continuing, should I arrange for a meeting with him? Ah, I see. This individual is not to be underestimated. Ling Kong, does our registry of survivors include any of his family members? Han Xian inquired. No, I have thoroughly checked all our records of registered survivors, and his family is absent. The likelihood of their survival is exceedingly slim, Ling Kong replied. Such an existence could rival a small-scale nuclear bomb. If it spirals out of control, the consequences would be unimaginable. Han Xian remarked gravely. General, is the realm of the Bitter Sea truly that formidable? Ling Kong expressed skepticism, as he had yet to reconcile with the reality of firearms being rendered obsolete. Ling Kong, are you still entrenched in outdated ideologies? Firearms have been superseded. We are now in a new era, the most chaotic of times, where human lives are as insignificant as blades of grass, Han Xian asserted. Yet, this is a time of fragmentation, with a cadre of ambitious individuals wreaking havoc upon the nation. Ling Kong retorted angrily, we are in an age of turmoil, with shattered landscapes and rising warlords. Unless one day we can restore all former institutions, Han Xian continued, adding, by the way, Commander Pei of the Central Theater has taken the risk to send a letter instructing every provincial capital to dispatch representatives to gather at the Central Theater. General, what does Commander Pei mean by this? Ling Kong inquired, puzzled. The supreme capital of Jingzhou has been uncontacted for too long, and not a whisper of news has emerged. It is perilously close to the Daxing Anling. Now, Commander Pei of the Central Theater is preparing to unite the Southern and Eastern theaters, consolidating the strength of all three theaters to discuss the opening of a passage to Jingzhou. Han Xian elucidated. General, given the length of time that has passed, Jingzhou may. Ling Kong's words were abruptly cut off by Han Xian. This matter is beyond our concern. We must simply obey orders and proceed to the Central Theater. Han Xian concluded, continuing, let us set aside this issue for now and address the matters at hand. Yes, General, what shall we do now? Ling Kong queried. You are to summon him. I wish to make his acquaintance. Remember to be courteous. Your stubborn temperament instills a modicum of fear within me. Han Xian remarked. Understood, General, replied Ling Kong. Upon hearing this, Ling Kong appeared somewhat indifferent. After all, he was a major, a position that once commanded considerable authority in a territory. Observing the nonchalance on Ling Kong's face, Han Xian could only shake his head in resignation. The youth had yet to experience hardship or the harsh realities of life, and thus remained oblivious to the essence of humility. Could one who had reached the 8th tier of the awakening realm and dared to challenge the depths of the bitter sea be an ordinary individual? Did he truly believe we were still in an era of peace, where firearms dictated the world's laws? This is an age where personal valor reigns supreme, a time for the rise of formidable warlords amid chaos. Meanwhile, as Lu Yao entered the city and prepared to inquire about some news at a local tavern, he encountered Ling Kong leading a contingent towards him. You are Lu Yao? Come with me. Our general wishes to meet you, Ling Kong stated after appraising Lu Yao from head to toe. He paid little heed to Lu Yao, viewing him merely as an ordinary individual fortunate enough to cross paths with fate, someone he would not have regarded with any significance under normal circumstances. Who are you? Lu Yao inquired, noticing Ling Kong clad in military attire alongside his soldiers. He pondered to himself that they must have been aware of his arrival the moment he entered the city. Indeed, they were representatives of the former military, possessing remarkably acute reconnaissance skills. Yet, the unfriendly tone of their inquiry left Lu Yao feeling somewhat puzzled. After all, he was a cultivator of the Bitter Sea realm, a figure of dominance in any city, and he would not regard a mere major, let alone a lieutenant, with any concern. Frontier City, Defense Department. Ling Kong, Major. Ling Kong began to grow increasingly impatient, gesturing for his soldiers to close in. Each soldier bore formidable weaponry, newly developed divine firearms capable of slaying beasts of the 5th and 6th tiers of the Awakening realm. In a concentrated barrage, even those at the 9th tier of Awakening could meet their demise if caught unaware. Witnessing this scene, Lu Yao's expression grew cold. He was merely seeking to reunite with his family. Yet he was unaware that his personal prowess had inadvertently posed a threat to the vigilance of Frontier City. Coupled with certain unforeseen factors, the atmosphere became palpably tense. What? Do you wish to resist? Ling Kong sneered dismissively. He despised individuals who, emboldened by their newfound powers, presumed to act with impunity, driven by reckless ambition, seeking death. As Lu Yao observed soldiers pointing their weapons at him, he swiftly moved, a shadow darting forth. The next moment, several sharp sounds resonated, and all the soldiers were sent sprawling. Ling Kong's eyes widened in shock as he stumbled backward in terror, only for a hand to reach out toward his neck with lightning speed. The fierce wind stinging his face painfully at this moment. Ling Kong was genuinely frightened. He had believed that with a firearm in hand, and as a member of Frontier City, Lu Yao would not dare to act recklessly, even if he were a cultivator of the Bitter Sea. Yet, to his astonishment, the very firearms he prided himself on appeared as mere scrap metal before Lu Yao, who rendered them useless before they could even be fired. I detest being threatened with firearms. Consider yourself fortunate that this is Frontier City. I shall spare your life this time, but there will not be a next, Lu Yao declared. Lead the way. To Lu Yao's eyes, filled with murderous intent, glared coldly at Ling Kong. The air was thick with tension as Ling Kong crouched on the ground, gasping for breath, his expression a tumultuous mix of emotions, fear evident in his gaze. At that moment, he had never felt so close to death. "See, come with me," he stammered, rubbing his reddened neck, and staggered forward, guiding Lu Yao towards the Lord's mansion. The area of Kaiwang City was slightly larger than that of Xing City, with a greater number of survivors. After all, the soldiers of Kaiwang City were originally military personnel from the Huaxia Nation, most survivors. These soldiers represented their kin and guardians, undoubtedly committed to their protection. The rules and regulations within the city still mirrored those of the former Huaxia Nation, creating a facade of peace and prosperity, where people could live and work in harmony. After walking for about 10 minutes, they paused in front of several buildings. Minister, at the entrance, a few soldiers on guard immediately saluted upon seeing Ling Kong's arrival. Acknowledging them with a nod, Ling Kong remained silent, while Lu Yao, undaunted by the surroundings, confidently followed him inside to eye in the living room. A middle-aged man clad in military uniform, brimming with vitality and exuding charisma, greeted Lu Yao with a warm smile. "Haha, young hero Lu, you truly live up to your reputation as a remarkable youth. Exceptionally talented," Han Xian remarked, surveying Lu Yao with keen interest, a glint of admiration flashing in his eyes. "General Han, to think you would recognize a nameless individual like me. What an honor, but may I inquire as to the purpose of your summons?" Lu Yao responded, also scrutinizing Han Xian, sensing a faint yet unmistakable pressure emanating from him. This sensation made Lu Yao's heart race. It was clear that Han Xian's power surpassed that of Yi Haoyan, who had already attained the 6th stage of the Bitter Sea realm. This indicated that Han Xian was of a higher caliber, skillfully concealing his true strength. Lu Yao promptly reigned in his own aura. "Haha, you are far from nameless. To achieve the 8th stage of the Awakening realm and challenge the 5th stage of the Bitter Sea realm is a feat that transcends mere genius," Han Xian exclaimed, his admiration genuine and heartfelt. "Ling Kong, now you understand the disparity between the Awakening and Bitter Sea realms, do you not?" apologized to young hero Lu. Observing Ling Kong's disheveled state, Han Xian swiftly deduced the events that had transpired. Chapter 30. The Hahuan Sect. "General Han, there's no need for apologies. Since you are aware of my identity, I shall be forthright that I have come to Kaiwang City solely to search for my family," Lu Yao declared. "Only to seek your family? Is that all?" Upon addressing the matter at hand, Han Xian's expression grew serious, and he inquired further. That is indeed all. Lu Yao affirmed that in that case, Ling Kong. Please summon Secretary Wang, who is compiling the list of surviving personnel, Han Xian commanded without hesitation. Yes, General. After approximately 10 minutes, Ling Kong returned, accompanied by a bespectacled man. General, you summoned me? The man in glasses saluted Han Xian before asking. Young hero Lu, what are the names of your family members? You may share them with Secretary Wang, Han Xian said, gesturing towards Wang. Secretary Wang, among the survivors here, are there individuals by the names of Lu Qingshan and Yu Qiujuan? Lu Yao's voice trembled slightly as she gazed at Secretary Wang, her eyes reflecting a blend of fear, complexity, trepidation, and hope. Upon hearing her words, Secretary Wang glanced at Han Xian before swiftly retrieving the list in his hand and began to peruse it from the top. Time passed slowly, with no one uttering a word. The only sound in the air was the rustling of paper as Lu Yao anxiously watched Secretary Wang to know. Apart from the soldiers, there are a total of 85,312 survivors in Kaiwang City. But not a single name matches. After a prolonged silence, Secretary Wang's voice finally broke through. Upon hearing this, Lu Yao felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss, her heart full of hope dissipating into nothingness. Although she had long known that her hopes were slim, in that moment, she was overwhelmed by profound disappointment and anguish. She had journeyed all the way from Fuzhou, sustained by a single hope. Countless times in perilous situations, she had not given up, firmly believing that her family awaited her return. Yet at this moment, that hope lay shattered, her homeland elusive, her loved ones absent. Where's the Shuxiang Lanyuan? Suddenly breaking the silence, Lu Yao raised her head and inquired that it lies approximately 2 kilometers to the south. Han Xian replied, gesturing in that direction. Thank you, General Han. Farewell, Lu Yao said as she turned and strode away. General, this Ling Kong looked toward Lu Yao's departing figure, puzzled. If I am not mistaken, the Shuxiang Lanyuan community must be his home. Han Xian remarked. That place is already transformed into a range of mountains and ruins. Ling Kong stated, let this matter rest. Since he has merely come in search of someone, we should not dwell on him further. Han Xian waved his hand and continued. Moreover, there have been an influx of survivors seeking refuge in the city. Ling Kong, Secretary Wang, you must thoroughly verify and document them, especially the awakened ones. We must impose strict restrictions. Those who act unlawfully with their martial prowess shall be dealt with forcefully. No leniency shall be granted. Yes, General, Huizhou, at the foot of Mount Dafu. This was once the site of the Shuxiang Lanyuan community. After the cataclysm, what was once a small mound for viewing has transformed into a towering peak rising several thousand meters high. As night fell, the dark silhouette of the mountain loomed ominously in the darkness, resembling a monstrous creature from ancient times. Roar, a howl echoed from the summit, the area being rarely traversed by humans. Especially at night, which was the time when ferocious beasts emerged to hunt, deterring most from visiting this moment. At the foot of the western mountain, several shadowy figures could be seen chasing one another, accompanied by the sounds of a struggle. Li Chioying, you cannot escape. How dare you steal from our Hahuan sect? Hand over the Tao scriptures, and I may spare your life. At the base of the mountain, several men clad in black attire, each wielding a long sword, surrounded a woman dressed in white. The leader, a young man of around 27 or 28, held a folding fan in one hand while brandishing his sword with the other, pointing it menacingly at the woman in white. Ha, your eating manners, Zhao Yu, are truly unseemly. This item was originally obtained by me from the ancient city. On what grounds do you claim it as yours? Just because I repeatedly declined to join your so-called Hahuan sect, you resort to threats against my life. The woman in the white dress cast a disdainful glance at Zhao Yu, the leader. Li Chioying, you wretched woman, I have taken a liking to you and invited you to join our Hahuan sect, yet you fail to recognize a good opportunity when it presents itself. This world has changed. Our Hahuan sect is an ancient school of cultivation, sought after by countless individuals who cannot gain entry. Zhao Yu slightly shook his head, his gaze a blend of mockery and ferocity, and continued. Li Chioying, do you believe that awakening the Fire Phoenix spirit body makes you remarkable? According to our sect's records, the Fire Phoenix spirit body is merely an excellent furnace, a natural companion in the Tao. Now, surrender the Tao scriptures, and I shall spare your life, granting you the chance to become my furnace. Li Chioying's eyes turned cold, her muscles taut. poised to unleash her full power at any moment. Yet, she retorted, "Tell me, did Wen Yang inform you about the Tao scriptures I acquired from the ancient city?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Yu's expression shifted momentarily before returning to normal. "Haven't you already guessed?" He replied. Li Qiuying remained unfazed, stating, "So it truly is him. What a cunning scheme, a double-edged sword indeed that he knows the times. I shared the Hehuan sect's divine techniques with him, and that lad has now become our senior sister's chosen one. Enough with the idle chatter. Hand over the Tao scriptures. Are you attempting to buy time? Don't even think about it," Zhao Yu said, but his words were abruptly cut short as his expression changed. Whoosh, a sharp beam of light shot towards Zhao Yu like lightning. As his face paled, he instinctively sidestepped and hurriedly retreated, the beam narrowly grazing his cheek and launching towards the person behind him. The speed of the beam was astonishing, tearing through the void and causing a faint pain in his face. A chilling scream echoed through the dark night sky. Zhao Yu and his companions were instantly struck with terror, their hearts racing as they turned to see a petite flying dagger embedded in the chest of the fallen individual, blood oozing from the wound. Upon hearing Zhao Yu's words, several subordinates immediately raised their long swords and charged forward. However, Li Qiuying's speed was unparalleled. The flying dagger in her hand shot forth like a dart, swift as lightning, targeting the crowd. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Each dagger struck a throat, and in mere moments, several individuals collapsed, clutching their necks in terror as they fell lifelessly to the ground. "Damn it, die!" Zhao Yu bellowed in fury, his body suddenly lunging forward like a hawk swooping down from the sky. The wind from his fists stirred violently, accompanied by a sharp howl, reminiscent of an eagle's cry. In a critical moment, a glint of cold light flashed in Li Qiuying's beautiful eyes. She raised her right hand, and a beam of light shot forth in an instant. Bang! The flying dagger collided with the fist shadow, ricocheting away and hurtling towards Li Qiuying, sending dust flying as she let out a cry and was violently thrown backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Overestimating oneself, I have already waded halfway into the sea of suffering. Since you refuse to acknowledge my prowess, today I shall forcibly extract from you what I need to take a decisive step into this abyss. Ha! Zhao Yu, gazing upon the gravely injured Li Qiuying, revealed a sinister smile, a glimmer of lust flickering in his eyes. "Do not even think about it." Noticing this, a flicker of panic crossed Li Qiuying's gaze as she instinctively scanned her surroundings. Suddenly, a figure appeared before her, and she felt as though her vision had blurred. She rubbed her eyes vigorously and focused once more, only to see a gray silhouette in the distance, walking with its head bowed towards the mountain. "Help me!" Li Qiuying instinctively cried out towards that figure while sprinting in its direction, feeling as though she had grasped a lifeline after nearly drowning. "Want to escape? Where do you think you can run?" Zhao Yu, having not seen that figure, assumed Li Qiuying was merely struggling to flee, and with a sinister grin, he pursued her. He trailed behind leisurely, akin to a cat toying with its prey, relishing the unique thrill of witnessing his quarry's final desperate struggles. "Senior, please save me." Though gravely injured, Li Qiuying, in her frantic flight, rapidly closed the distance to that figure. Ahead. Handsome, Li Qiuying's eyes widened as she beheld the youthful visage, his bronzed skin, distinctly defined and profound features, and a hint of sorrow in his gaze. At that moment, Lu Yao, equally bewildered, looked at Li Qiuying, having observed from afar that this woman was being pursued. However, having witnessed countless acts of violence, he had grown numb to it, his heart no longer brimming with the compassion it once held. Thus, he had deliberately distanced himself from the chaos, never expecting to be approached by this woman. "Excuse me, miss, do you require assistance?" Lu Yao inquired. "You are the one who should be addressed as miss. Your entire family consists of them." Li Qiuying, upon hearing Lu Yao's words, erupted in indignation, momentarily forgetting the peril she was in. Lu Yao, taken aback, awkwardly rubbed his nose. Is there truly someone who wishes to be a hero and save the damsel in distress? Meanwhile, Zhao Yu, catching sight of Lu Yao, was momentarily astonished. He had not anticipated encountering anyone in these remote mountains at such a late hour. However, upon sensing the absence of any spiritual energy emanating from Lu Yao, his tension eased. He dismissed thoughts of Lu Yao's abilities, regarding him merely as a survivor unafraid of danger. Chapter 31. Encountering the Wolf Pack. "No, I merely passed through. You may continue to." Lu Yao waved his hand dismissively, taking a step back to indicate disinterest. Alas, that Li Qiuying, in a fit of frustration, pointed at Lu Yao, exclaiming, "I possess powerful techniques. If you save my life, I shall grant them to you." "Ha, Li Qiuying, have you lost your wits? It is evident that he is an ordinary person. How can you place your hopes in him?" Zhao Yu, witnessing Lu Yao's retreat, mistook it for fear and immediately mocked Li Qiuying. Lu Yao cast a cold glance at Zhao Yu without uttering a word, then turned and continued on his path. Concerning the arcane arts spoken of by Li Qiuying, he paid them little heed. It was not that he lacked such mystical abilities, for Luo Feng's arcane techniques still resided within him, though he had no time to examine them. Moreover, at that moment, his heart was weighed down by concerns for his family, leaving him no inclination to attend to the trivial matters before him. "Heh, young man, do you wish to flee now? Do you truly believe that after witnessing this scene, you can still escape?" Zhao Yu grinned menacingly, a glint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes as his right hand lunged toward Lu Yao with fierce intent to TO him. A stranger devoid of spiritual power was but a pawn in the game of life and death. It was merely unfortunate that this one had crossed his path. Be careful. Beside him, Li Qiuying gasped in horror, instinctively covering her mouth and preparing to intervene, but it was already too late. Why must one court death when living well is an option? Upon sensing the anomaly behind him, Lu Yao abruptly halted, his expression darkening as a murderous aura surged forth that a shadow of his fist swiftly launched from his hand, its power akin to that of a prison. Tearing through the void, the bitter sea realm, behind him, Zhao Yu, feeling the abyssal pressure of Lu Yao's bitter sea realm, was instantly stricken with dread. In an instant, the overwhelming aura of death manifested as a fist shadow, ripping through Zhao Yu's body and showering the sky with blood. Li Qiuying watched in shock, her mind reeling. She envisioned countless possibilities, yet never anticipated the scene unfolding before her. The bitter sea. It was indeed the bitter sea realm. To encounter a mere stranger who was a master of the bitter sea realm was astonishing. After completing this grim tableau, Lu Yao cast a nonchalant glance at Li Qiuying before continuing on his path. A mere half step into the bitter sea was as effortless to him as crushing an ant beneath his heel. "Hey, wait for me." Behind him, Li Qiuying, noticing Lu Yao's indifference, hurriedly pursued him. Lu Yao paid no heed to the shouts echoing behind him. His thoughts were entirely consumed by the valley ahead. There lay the remnants of the Shuxiang Lanyuan, its former grandeur now shrouded in neglect, overgrown with weeds, and strewn with the ruins of dilapidated buildings. Their chaos a testament to past calamities. Among the debris lay scattered bones, marked by the teeth of unknown creatures, while treacherous chasms surrounded the site, reminiscent of man-eating beasts, evoking a chilling sense of dread. Lu Yao could only imagine the turmoil that had ensued during the upheaval, the earth trembling, the mountains shaking. How lost and helpless his parents must have felt. His mother's last call resounded faintly in his mind. In an instant, overwhelming anguish, self-reproach, and guilt engulfed Lu Yao's heart. Hope had been extinguished, and he could no longer see his family. He could hardly fathom the despair that must have consumed his parents in their final moments. "Why are you running so fast?" Li Qiuying finally caught up to Lu Yao, immediately beginning to voice her complaints. However, as she spoke, she sensed something was amiss with Lu Yao, her words trailing off. What's wrong with you?" Li Qiuying inquired, perplexed as she approached him. Yet, lost in a maelstrom of grief, Lu Yao appeared oblivious to her presence, staring blankly ahead. Surely, he cannot be insane. What could possibly be captivating about the dilapidated house before them? Li Qiuying murmured softly to herself. Surely this person cannot be a fool. "Hey, where are you going? Wait for me." As Li Qiuying pondered, she noticed Lu Yao suddenly turn and walk away, prompting her to follow closely behind. "What is your name? Are you a member of the sect? How old are you this year? Are you an idiot? Why aren't you speaking? Hey, slow down. Are you in such a hurry to be reborn? Where are you going?" On their way back, Li Qiuying trailed behind Lu Yao, chattering incessantly, but he seemed oblivious to her words, striding purposefully ahead. The wilderness at night was perilously dangerous, as creatures emerged to hunt, and mutated beasts retained this nocturnal instinct. Just then, as they reached the foot of the mountain, countless green flickering lights appeared before them. In the dimness of the night, Li Qiuying's heart raced with terror as she realized that a pack of fierce wolves was slowly encircling them. "Wolves! A wolf pack!" she screamed, instinctively seizing Lu Yao's arm. In the wild, encountering a solitary beast is not necessarily a fatal danger. One can often escape if outmatched. However, facing a pack of creatures is a different story, as they can wear you down until escape becomes impossible, leaving you to meet a dire fate. Sensing Li Qiuying's fear, Lu Yao cast her an irritated glance and remarked, "What is there to fear from a pack of awakened wolves?" "A woo, a woo, a woo." Lu Yao lifted his gaze toward the distance, where a dense mass of black wolves flickered in and out of sight in the darkness, their bloodthirsty green eyes gleaming like specters. The air became thick with a nauseating, metallic scent of blood wafting toward them. Just then, a howl that pierced through the others erupted from the pack. Instantly, the wolves parted, revealing a wolf king with a coat of golden fur, exuding an aura of second-tier bitter sea realm power. The wolf king let out a thunderous howl, and the pack stood at attention, their cold, bloodthirsty gazes fixated on Lu Yao and Li Qiuying. A woo. After the wolf king's call, the pack seemed to receive a signal and lunged toward Lu Yao and Li Qiuying. "Stay here and don't move. Let me handle this." Lu Yao's face was expressionless as he tossed this command to Li Qiuying before charging toward the pack. His heart was filled with profound sorrow and overwhelming repression. The arrival of the wolves was the perfect opportunity for a cathartic release through violence. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance of several dozen meters as the wolves pounced. Their massive bodies obscured his view entirely. In this close proximity, Lu Yao could almost smell the foul stench emanating from their mouths. "Die!" he roared, delivering a punch that manifested a shadow of immense force. Striking a fierce wolf squarely, boom, the impact shattered the wolf into a gruesome spray of flesh and blood. Rather than deterring the remaining wolves, this bloody spectacle only served to incite their reckless charge forward. The strength of these ferocious wolves is likely around the 5th or 6th rank of awakening. Their levels are not particularly high, yet they excel in numbers. Nevertheless, even this pack of awakened wolves is no match for a single punch from Lu Yao. The carnage continues as Lu Yao's fist wind sweeps through the air, rendering the awakened wolves utterly defenseless, turning them into mere pulp, their blood splattering into the sky. Lu Yao's form shifts unpredictably, each flicker of movement leaving behind a trail of fist shadows. And any wolf that dares to approach him meets an immediate death. Beside him, Li Qiuying watches in astonishment, overwhelmed by the sheer power on display. Is this the true might of the bitter sea realm? Even in the central battle zone, she had only heard Zhao Yu boast about the prowess of the bitter sea realm, claiming their sect had numerous masters of that level, yet she had never truly witnessed their existence. As she contemplates, the slaughter has incited the wrath of the Wolf King. While Lu Yao revels in his killing spree, the golden-furred Wolf King, seeing his pack utterly outmatched, can no longer contain his fury. With eyes gleaming with murderous intent, he leans forward, his powerful hind legs propelling him into the in an instant. From within the ranks of the wolves, the Golden Wolf King lunges at Lu Yao. Moving with the speed of a golden flash, his robust forepaws striking like thunder as they reach for him. Lu Yao remains unfazed, calm, and collected. If he is not mistaken, this colossal golden-furred beast must be the leader of the pack. Defeating it will surely cause the remaining wolves to retreat. In a moment of contemplation, Lu Yao swiftly retreats and unleashes a punch, summoning a golden fist shadow that hovers in the air, reminiscent of a bright moon illuminating the night, reflecting the fierce visage of the Golden Wolf King. Boom! A howl erupts, the fist shadow descends, and the Golden Wolf King lets out a wretched cry as it is propelled backward. Crashing to the ground, realizing its attack has failed, the Wolf King snarls, its mouth opening wide as it unleashes a colossal fireball from its maw. The blazing orb hurtles toward Lu Yao with a fierce roar. However, instead of retreating, Lu Yao advances boldly, meeting the fireball with a punch that detonates it, sending sparks flying in all directions. This moment, Lu Yao has closed the distance to the Golden Wolf King. With a sudden leap, he lands squarely on the beast's back. Grasping the golden fur around the Wolf King's neck with his left hand, he clenches his right fist tightly and brings it crashing down. Compared to battles among awakened humans, he finds a certain thrill in engaging in visceral combat with beasts. Li Qiuying, nearby, is spellbound. She has never witnessed such a bloody melee up close in her eyes. Lu Yao resembles the legendary warrior Wu Song battling a tiger, an image forever etched in her mind. A true man, a genuine hero. She is resolutely captivated by this display of valor, flush with excitement. Li Qiuying watches the blood-soaked spectacle, her fists clenched tightly. The Golden Wolf King, battered and bloodied by Lu Yao's blows, cries out in agony, while the surrounding wolves, terrified by the brutal scene, retreat in fear, unwilling to approach, despite their fierce nature. Witnessing their powerful king being mercilessly subdued by this human is enough to leave them howling in despair, paralyzed with hesitation. Chapter 32. The Grand Finale. With a mournful wail. The golden-haired wolf king succumbed to despair, relinquishing its struggle. Observing this, Nüwa promptly lost interest and delivered a decisive blow, ending the life of the golden-haired wolf king. The surrounding pack of wolves, witnessing the demise of their sovereign, scattered in a panic. Alas, this creature was a formidable demon from the bitter sea realm. Will no one claim its remains? Li Qiuying, noticing Lu Yao's intent to depart after slaying the golden-haired wolf king, hurriedly approached him. The carcass of a demon from the bitter sea holds immense value. Its blood can be refined into essence, and the demon core within can facilitate the awakening of a practitioner. While speaking, Li Qiuying hastened towards the corpse of the golden-haired wolf king, her right hand deftly revealing a sleek black dagger. In a flash, a black demon core appeared in her grasp. Is this truly the demon core from the bitter sea realm? Feeling the overwhelming malevolence emanating from the core, Li Qiuying murmured in astonishment. Hand it over. This is not something you can absorb at your current level. Be cautious, lest you fall into madness and perish. Lu Yao remarked, his expression devoid of emotion. That you're so stingy. I merely wish to take a glance, Li Qiuying retorted, her delicate brows knitting slightly. Let us go. Lu Yao cast a sidelong glance at her, speaking in a nonchalant tone. After this bout of venting, his tumultuous heart began to steady and return to normalcy. As the saying goes, one must see the living and the dead. Perhaps his parents were fortunate enough to survive, hiding away in some corner of the world, though the likelihood of that was nearly non-existent. Still, he clung to a faint glimmer of hope deep within his soul. Where to? Li Qiuying called out from behind. You still haven't told me your name. Lu Yao. Wait for me. I am Li Qiuying, the heir of the little Li flying dagger, she murmured to herself, hastening to catch up with the increasingly distant Lu Yao. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the heavens. The earth trembled violently, and an extreme, tempestuous energy surged skyward from a distant location. Above this surging energy, the very fabric of space began to distort violently. And then, a colossal black fissure, thousands of feet in height, abruptly tore open in the sky. A terrifying aura, indescribable in its ferocity, poured forth from the rift, carrying with it a scent of decay and the supernatural. This malevolent energy spread with astonishing speed, transforming into crimson beams of light that shot skyward into the night. Even from 1,000 miles away, the vividness of the crimson beams was unmistakable, instilling terror in countless souls who beheld them. At the heart of the vast fissure, a shadow resembling a white lotus flickered into view, exuding an ethereal beauty akin to the snow lotus atop the Tian Shan Mountains. Both sacred and otherworldly, surrounding the lotus shadow, billowing white flames danced like spirits, appearing as fire yet emanating an eerie chill. What is that? A lotus? Lu Yao, walking ahead, was struck with awe at this astonishing sight, his pupils constricting in shock. What an overwhelming aura! Is that an immortal lotus? Li Qiuying's face mirrored his astonishment, her eyes wide with disbelief as she turned to gaze at Lu Yao. No, it appears that this lotus is not genuine. It must be but a mere projection. Let us proceed to investigate further. As the two conversed, a colossal fissure in the sky continued to tear apart, with the shadow of the white lotus gradually expanding. A chilling flame cascaded down from above. An ominous and eerie aura emanated from the flames, and despite the lotus's seemingly pure appearance, the essence it exuded was profoundly repugnant to the core. Simultaneously, the once tranquil night suddenly buzzed with activity as figures surged forth, racing towards the enormous rift. Boom! At that moment, the ground trembled violently, followed by a terrifying force surging forth from some fractured realm below. Boom! 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 The thunderous roars came in relentless waves, echoing throughout the landscape as the earth began to quake. Amidst the majestic mountains of Huizhou, atop a peak that pierced the heavens, stood a magnificent cluster of resplendent edifices. In the innermost sanctum of one such hall, a middle-aged man clad in flowing white robes sat cross-legged. The instant the ground began to quiver, he abruptly opened his eyes, and a brilliant gleam shot forth from his gaze, causing the space before him to warp instantaneously. It was as though the man had been eternally seated in that position. Then he rose, and with a mere step, his figure vanished from sight. In the next moment, he stood atop the hall, his expression grave as he gazed towards the southeast, his eyes betraying a deep astonishment. Such fluctuations, demonic energy? How could this be? At that juncture, the void surrounding the middle-aged man rippled, and the sound of rushing air announced the arrival of two men clad in gray robes, their expressions solemn. This should not be. There were still 10 years remaining, remarked one of the men. The intensity of the demonic energy does not suggest that a passage has been opened, especially since the conduit for suppressing the demon race is not located there. The emergence of the pure lotus demon fire heralds the arrival of a formidable demon, likely one of the unparalleled beasts suppressed in antiquity, murmured the man in white. Gazing into the distance, he then turned to his companions and inquired, "Have the other sects entered the world yet?" The Shushan Sword Sect, Sihong Jingjai, and the Lesser Thunder Sound Temple have all sent disciples into the world to impart their teachings, though the remaining sects have yet to reveal any traces of their disciples' emergence. One of the gray-robed men replied, "Master, shall our Taishang Dao sect also dispatch disciples into the world?" asked the other. "With the resurgence of spiritual energy and the reappearance of otherworldly beings, we find ourselves on the brink of a great conflict. A calamity in its dawn. Go forth. Our Taishang Dao sect has remained in silence for too long. As the world transforms and the microcosm collapses, it is time for us to enter the fray and share our teachings." "Yes, Master," the two responded promptly, bowing in acknowledgement. Simultaneously, as the Taishang Dao sect sensed the upheaval of the earth, various forces in Huizhou and nearby regions also detected the tremors, their gazes fixated on the source of the disturbance. "Hiss, is that the pure lotus demon fire? Is an unparalleled demon about to emerge? Has the demon race returned prematurely?" The net lotus demon fire is not a tangible entity. It seems to be a mere reflection in the void, a force of such magnitude that it is truly unfathomable. The net lotus demon fire. It is said to be the fourth among the 10 divine flames of legend. Who dares to indulge in such fantasies? Can such a thing even fall within our grasp? The master of the Supreme Tao sect possesses the ability to discern, from the tremors of the earth, that a peerless ancient demon is about to emerge. Other factions in the vicinity of Huizhou, sensing its fluctuations, clearly have experienced individuals among them. Consequently, the news of the impending arrival of this ancient supreme demon was swiftly deduced. The emergence of such a revelation undoubtedly incited a terrifying upheaval, one that gradually rippled outward. Following Huizhou, other nearby prefectures also began to take notice. The emergence of a demon of such extraordinary caliber is invariably accompanied by the opening of hidden chambers and treasures. Naturally, they too wish to partake in this grand feast. Of course, in the wake of the world's drastic transformation, the vastness of the land has become limitless. The region of Huizhou alone has expanded several-fold compared to the Huizhou of Liu Yao's memories, now encompassing many unknown territories that in merely a few months of this cataclysmic change, Liu Yao has witnessed an abundance of the extraordinary, ferocious beasts, arcane arts, and rare treasures. Now, even sects that were once thought to exist solely within the realms of fiction are poised to manifest. In an instant, a great tumult begins to unfold. The Dabi mountain range, located in the Jinzhou region, harbors an immense basin. Beneath this basin lies an expansive, boundless mountain range, stretching over countless miles, with towering peaks and dense forests that seem to extend infinitely. A mere estimation suggests that the size of this basin far surpasses that of the Sichuan Basin prior to the world's transformation, perhaps by 10-fold or even 100-fold. Above the basin, layers of white mist shroud the entirety, obscuring the majestic landscape of the underlying mountains. At the heart of this basin, a colossal pool of fiery red magma emits torrents of wild demonic energy, soaring into the heavens, forcibly tearing apart a massive fissure above. Within the depths of this fissure, white flames resembling lotus flowers dance gracefully like ethereal spirits, exuding a captivating beauty. However, upon closer inspection, one would discern that beneath their alluring exterior lies a tempestuous and frigid power. Should it unleash its fury, it could instantaneously obliterate a formidable being of the bitter sea realm. Truly a terrifying prospect. This place was once scarcely trodden by human feet, and coupled with the fact that it lies deep within the Dabi mountain range,